Good morning, everyone. I am Seema Shukla Ojha. A very warm welcome to the chairperson, all the presenters, and all others who are participating in this international webinar on toys and games to play, make, and learn. The first technical session is Toys in Different Civilizations and Cultures, and it's our privilege to have Dr. Sachidanand Joshi ji as the chairperson of the first session. Before I invite Dr. Joshi for his initial remarks, let me briefly introduce him to all our participants. Dr. Sachidanand Joshi ji is presently the member secretary, Indira Gandhi National Center for the Arts, which is one of the premier institutions under the Ministry of Culture, Government of India, since May 2016. He was the founder, vice chancellor in the Kushabhau Thackeray University of Journalism and Mass Communication, Raipur, for 10 years, since March 2005. This university was set up by the government of Chhattisgarh as a national center for teaching, training, and research in journalism, mass communication, and allied subjects. He was also the founder registrar in the Makhanlal Chaturvedi National University of Journalism and Communication, Bhopal, for 10 years. This university is first of its kind in Asia for imparting education in the field of journalism, mass communication, IT, and other related subjects. Dr. Joshi contributed in the establishment and expansion of the university, and he has also been associated with various other organizations in different responsible executive capacities. So now I would like to invite Dr. Sachidanand Joshi ji for his opening remarks. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Seema ji, and very warm good morning to all of you. My namaskars to all the participants and dignitaries. It is indeed a great occasion to be here in this webinar, which is focused on toys and games of different civilization and culture. And I'm really happy to be a part of this webinar, and chairing this session is an honor for me. I know that we have very interesting paper presentations by Komal Pandey on joy of childhood, then Aditi Jha, contribution of indigenous toys in preserving Indian culture, Sushila Sharma on indigenous games foster holistic development of children, then Manish Arora doing a presentation on traditional toy making in Varanasi, and Seema Sehgal on historicity of toys, past, present, and linkages. And indeed, it is very pertinent to discuss about toys whenever we are discussing about the teaching methodology and pedagogy, because in these days, especially in recent past, we have realized that toys make a big difference in the teaching learning process. Unfortunately, for past 2 years, we have been only connected through virtual mediums, and we have witnessed that the entire philosophy of teaching has transformed. In fact, we have to also think about the methodology of online teaching and its pros and cons. We need to discuss separately. Only because I'm on the CET platform, I'm flagging issue that I wish that NCRT also conduct an independent webinar or seminar on the teaching and learning process through online methodology. But however, I would also like to underline here that most of the children these days are accustomed of playing virtual games through their mobile applications, and which is not in fact very good, because it is in a way it increases your intellect, but also in another way it is also hampering your physical growth and movement of your body, which is required and which is very necessary for a child to grow in a proper manner. What we have witnessed, and it is you will also see when the presentations are made, that toy has been an integral part of our cultural life since ages. We have been accustomed of playing toys with toys, and toys also remain very interactive and integral part of our life, because we have witnessed our life growing with toys. and toys with a perception that it is not being only played by the children, they are also used by the elders when they play some very interesting games for their own intellectual development and upliftment. So these are the facts which we should remember when we are discussing about the toys. Even in the ages of the Saraswati civilization, we have found some interesting toys, after that also we have been finding toys through the medium of terracotta, through the medium of metal, and all different other woodcraft which is available in the Indian tradition and especially in the social tradition. Unfortunately, what has happened is that when we had the impact of foreign products on our consumeristic life, we have forgotten the importance of our indigenous toys. I will give you only a simple example, and that would give you an interesting analogy. Most of us, especially the girls, have been playing with dolls in their earlier childhood. But in the recent past, ever since the introduction of Barbie has been there in our social life, the concept of doll has completely changed, and even the girls and the smaller girls are sort of idealizing their mother or ladies in their house as Barbie, which is very funny and hilarious. Sometimes it also becomes very offending when the girl child expects their children, their mother to be dressed like Barbie, which is not really the custom of Indian tradition and style of our dressing. What happens is that these toys make great impression on the mind. If you are playing with a toy which is based on a mythological character, it also gives you some kind of an impetus and some kind of an energy to sort of know about that character, know about that historical character, know about that mythological character. It is also interesting to learn if you are given a toy of a person belonging to a particular trade. You also try to learn about that trade, and it is also a sense of learning. It is also a sense of understanding with the toys. So those things, when we talk about the civilizations, we need to understand the importance of the toys, and the impact they are making on our day-to-day life. I have only given you one small example because I know that there are some very knowledgeable people who would be giving a detailed account of their studies through their presentations. But also I would like to underline here, because I am seeing quite an eminent educationist on this panel, that especially in the academic institutions, in the nursery section or in the kindergarten section also, the section of toys has been grossly overlooked. It is not the quantity which would make the impact, it is the quality which would make the impact. And we should be very careful when we select a toy for a child. It's not only the health hazards which we should assess, but it's also the psychological hazards which we should assess. Unfortunately, the psychological hazards are grossly neglected when we are selecting a toy. Even the parents, when they are selecting a toy, it is only sometime becoming a status symbol rather than really considering their intellectual development of their child. So those are the aspects which need to be addressed when the toy is being considered for a child. And I think through this webinar, we would definitely learn a lot how to select a toy and how to use the toy in our teaching methodology. I wish my best wishes to all the participants and the convener of this session, Professor Seema. I must also congratulate Professor Josna Tiwari for organizing this webinar, and NCRT and all the staff members of NCRT. I would be here in this webinar, but I'll keep myself on a mute mode so that the proceedings of this session go smoothly. Thank you very much and best wishes.
Thank you so much, sir, for actually highlighting various aspects related to the theme and setting the tone of the present session. So thank you so much. So just for information, since we are proceeding towards our paper presentations, we have 5 presenters in the session, and each presenter will be given 15 minutes. I humbly request each one of you to please keep in mind the time limit. And before we proceed, I would like to request each one of you to please keep your mic on mute when you are not speaking, and don't forget to unmute yourself when you start speaking. So, with this, I would like to invite our first presenter, Miss Komal Pandey. Ms. Komal Pandey is working as Assistant Curator at National Museum, New Delhi, and she'll be presenting a paper on the joys of childhood, timeless Indian toys. Over to you, Ms. Komal Pandey.
Thank you so much. I am very glad to be here today, and since we have limit of time, with all my warm greetings to everybody, I would like to begin my presentation right away. I hope I'm audible. My visual is clear.
Yes, please go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. So let's begin with this idea that let me start my PPT also. So I call my presentation Joys of Childhood, Timeless Indian Toys. Now, if we look at this, the star piece that I have chosen from the museum, the National Museum collection, it shows that how this idea of joy has been inseparable in the plastic arts that we have. Now, the thematic progression of my presentation is as follows. I'm going to be talking about the ideas of nurture, parenting, and motherhood, focus on children, amalgamation of nature and nurture, perpetuating crafts from the Indian society, lasting traditions of storytelling. But let's do an essential, digression before we begin. I thought when I was looking at what visual material I could bring out from the museum's collection to talk about this fabulous, discussion that we are having over here. This was very essential to the concept that I was going for. I will read out this very quickly. So this is Khalil Gibran from The Prophet, and he talks about the children, and he says that your children, I'll just highlight a few lines, that your children are not your children. They are sons and daughters of life's longing for itself. They come through you, but not from you. And though they are with you, they do not belong to you. You may give them your love, but not your thoughts, for they have their own thoughts. You may house their bodies, not their souls, for their souls dwell in the house of tomorrow, which you cannot visit, not even in your dreams. You may strive to be like them, but seek not to make them like you. For life goes not backwards, nor tarries with yesterday. Your children are the bows from which you are the bows from which your children, as living arrows, are sent forth. The archer sees the mark upon the path of infinite, and he bends you, his might, with all his might. His arrows may go swift and far. Let your bending in the archer's hand be for gladness. For even if he loves the arrow that flies, so he loves also the bow that is stable in his hand. After this essential digression, which was necessary to sort of further expand this idea that we are going to be discussing through my presentation here. Also, right at the onset, I would like to flag that I am going to be showing a collection from National Museum and other leading museums of the country, which tell us about what childhood has been all about in our visual culture. Now, even if the visuals are chronologically arranged, I would really like to highlight this aspect that the concepts or the ideas may not be in the same chronological order. Because the art historians and the archaeologists largely depend on the visual and the material findings, Therefore, we will try and understand what are the reflections of the thoughts and concepts that have been sort of they have umbrellaed all the visual culture that's available with us. Now, after the digression, let's start with the Indus, where we all start, the Indus Saraswati civilization. And a lot of scholars have already worked when in 1920s the site was discovered. Indian history got pushed even backwards, and there are some very essential scholars who did remarkable findings. And we are still, trying to develop a linear history of our country through the findings that have come across. Now, quickly to talk about what all I'll be highlighting in my today's presentation. Um, any culture, that how it represents or how it deals with its children speaks a lot about that society. And we have this very fascinating piece from the Harappan site, which shows a mother who's feeding the child. Now, we all know that it was very later that WHO adopted this idea of mother directly feeding the child as the best food for the child. And we have its representation in the plastic arts 5,000 years ago with us. And next to it, we have a mother who's nursing the child, if you look at this slide. So the idea of mother goddess remains inseparable from the idea of Indian society, and the relationship of mother and child was again and again, not only in the Indian society, but later on we also see in the European or the Christian iconography how mother and child become important later on. But this we are talking from 2700 BCE. Then the next slide that we have is from 4th to 3rd century BC, which shows mother and child. And very interesting mother goddess is the 2nd century BC one, which we see from Mathura over here. Now, along with the idea of mothering a child comes this very essential responsibility that we have of teaching the child. Now, what I have, like I said, I'm trying to curate a concept over here. So the chronology may vary from 100 to 100 years when I put things together. But like I said, the concept sort of hovers over these visual images. So we have an ink pot, which was interestingly discovered. And very essential is the Shunga period, this little boy who's trying to read Brahmi script over here, which shows that it is not only, the play is not time pass for the child, but it is for the ability to make the child into a better human being. And that's what we aspire for, because if the child is better, the family is better, the smallest unit of the society, and then the society, the community, and the nation, and so on and so forth. A very essential idea of joy is that birth of the child is not only joy for the child, but also for the parent, mothers, and the idea of, in Indian tradition, we have had this idea of a destined child or a designed child, which is very peculiar to our subcontinent. And here we have Buddha's birth that is shown over here. And when I say joy, there are various ways in which joys are expressed. So if you look at this figure on the top corner, who's shown whistling at the joy of the child being born. So you have the excitement of the child being there. And Buddha, of course, was going to be a child who had a great future and was going to help in the emancipation of the society later on. So we have the birth of Buddha, and like I was saying, sometimes certain extraordinary aspects and characteristics are fused into the child. So about Buddha, we know that as soon as he was born, he starts walking. So the sculptor has represented this idea also here. And the fact that mother gives birth to the child and he is received by Indra, talking about the promiscuity of the child who's born. And this idea of mother and child sort of goes on. And we had representations of a mother who's shown with the child. Going back to Mathura is this sculpture of the Kushan period where the child is shown playing with the mother. Very interesting is this image that we are looking at, which is from, I'm sorry, this says Mathura, it is from Besnagar. This shows a child who's trying to step up on the mother using her anklet as a step, showing that how amusement, not only play, not only toy, but this idea of engaging the child and amusement of the child can be very, very, has been represented. And we are not new, like we all are aware of the various poems that have been written on child Krishna and how he sort of tells his mother that he wishes to play with the moon as a toy. We have oral traditions where we know that Hanuman wanted to gulp the sun as this as part of the play. So we have, sometimes it is represented in the visual arts. Sorry, one second. Yeah. And then we have depictions of Balram and Krishna who begin crawling. If you see over here, this is a drawing. And this, just to bring in this idea that how resonating is this idea of mother and child, where mother is trying to fuse as much empathy, as many aspirations in the child. Also, we have to remember that mother is we have ideas of two sorts of, like the idea of giving birth and the idea of nurturing the child. Then moving on, like I was saying, that how sometimes the child is destined, how sometimes we have these ideas in our mythologies, in our histories that talk about how the child can be a child prodigy, how the child can be an extraordinary child, and for which we have example of Nachiket and several representation of the Shiv Parivar. Now, coming back to the idea of nature and nurture, what is very interesting is that for Indian artists, not only the human mother and the human child was important, but how this idea was recurring throughout. Now, if we look at the first image, these are all from the Harappan civilization. We look at a crocodile with the baby crocodile. We look at a mother holding the child. We look at a bear with the mother, with the cub. So we have those sort of reflections where animals are also shown with their little ones. This happens to be one of the most fascinating images that I have, which talks about how the idea of nurturing was not restricted to only your own babies, but also adopting from the wilds or petting animals. And we have this reflection from the Harappan period where a figure is shown holding a duck in the hand. This also reminds me of the very famous story that the poets have revisited again and again of how Siddhartha saves a duck, a bird that is hid by his brother. And such sort of aspirations, although we know of them later, like we might be confused in the chronology, but we are certain about the fact that these ideas and concepts, these theories, these values, they always existed in our tradition. Now, without further ado, I will now show you all the Harappan toys, the miniature toys that we have from the Harappan civilization. And what I would like you to notice is the way they are showing movement, the way they are showing lucidity, the way they are showing the expressions that are there on the faces of these animals. Very ethereal, very, very engaging. It's not about making something realistic. It's about making it how engaging and imaginative these toys are. And as it is being discussed since today morning, we can also look at the possibility if children were the makers of these miniature forms. Now, what I have done in few slides that follow from here onwards is that I have tried to kept a modern toy as against the Harappan toy that we have had. And we all know that still we get these animal figures where children learn which animal is what, and we have a representation of it from the Harappan period onwards. Interestingly, they also show birds in flight, as if showing a bird is not enough. So what Harappans did was showing peacock with a full plume, showing bird with lifted wings and feathers, as if it's taking a flight. And we have an example from 20th century West Bengal that also shows birds in flight. Very interesting are these toys that have wheels on them with which children sort of, they drag them and move. That shows a certain sort of animation that existed. And you have this representation in the Harappan period. And later on, there is unbroken narrative of such toys that has come even to today to us. So what we have right now is the terracotta from 20th century West Bengal on the slide. Interestingly, from the Harappan civilization, we have a lot of utensils that have been unearthed. So there are utensils that are of normal size, of a size that adult would use, and we have some very fascinating miniature pottery that is there. Now, one wonders what were the reasons these potteries were made, such miniature ones. And one of the speculations that can be made is that how even today the children play with miniature utensils and, they try to cook things and they try to imitate the mother at home. Similarly, it can be speculated that perhaps the toys, the miniature utensils from the Harappa could have been like miniature toy utensils that children use even today. And also interesting are these mazes. We were talking about the hand-mind coordination, the motor skills. We have already discussed certain ideas that what all could a toy infuse in the child. And since my presentation talks about the timelessness of the play, the timelessness of the toy, we have the mazes that we still use today versus the mazes that were made 5,000 years ago in the Harappan period. Similarly is the story of the dice. We have modern dices and we have dices from the Harappan period. The idea of ball that children still play with. We have representation of it in the Harappan period, the material culture. This is where they are displayed. And then we have the modern balls that are there. The Chaucer has been discussed, enough today. And similarly, we have this representation of what was found in the archaeological sites versus what is there in the market even today. Now, interestingly, in the Harappan period, we also find toys that were like the nodding toys that we still have today, where the head wobbles. And this kind of locomotion and this kind of mobility that was put inside the toy is equally interesting to look at. Whistles happen to be a very recurring feature through and through for children. And here we have some findings from the Harappan period where we have whistles and we have modern whistles over here. What I would like to draw your attention to is the 19th century Rajasthan whistle that I have put here. This is a very extraordinary piece in the jewelry collection of National Museum, and it shows a golden whistle with all, precious gemstones that are put in it and fabulous meenakari that is on it. And it was probably made for a prince or a princess to play with. This kind of, recurring themes make this idea of play and amusement and toys very perpetuating throughout the history. Then we have the Harappan rattle. We, of course, have the modern rattle that's in the green on the slide. And then we have representation of the 20th century rattle from Odisha. So it's interesting how history, present, and the tradition can be seen through such themes. Then we have the Harappan miniature toy cart and a modern day toy cart that is there. Now I move on to the last section of my presentation, which is about the idea of how we looked at the visual culture, we looked at the material culture, but what is more fascinating is the idea of how the stories perpetuate, how the stories never leave us. And I was very fascinated to find this while I was working on the presentation. This has been identified by S.H. Rao. And what they have done is that they looked at all the pottery and the kind of, figuration that goes on the pottery of the Harappan period. And it was fascinating to find the story of the thirsty crow being represented. Again, this is a speculation. We all know we haven't been able to read the script. But the fact that such ideas prevail, such ideas persist since 5,000 years is these are the kind of visuals that we still teach children with. And understanding that how when we date Panchatantra, we are perhaps dating a written form of Panchatantra that we have been able to decipher. But the idea that the figuration, the visual tradition, the visualization of the story dates back to for 5,000 years is really fascinating. Similarly, it was also found that when the archaeologists were reading the figuration that were there on the pottery, they found this fascinating story of the crow who outsmarts a fox that is there. And we all know these stories, so there's no point repeating them. But what the point that I'm trying to bring home is the fact that how not only does the material culture perpetuates and is seen in tradition and modern day market, but also the stories that we still have to dig into, we still have to find the antiquities of, remain an essential part of engaging, amusing children in the Indian civilization. Thank you so much. I hope I have kept to the time.
Komal Pandey, for such a lively presentation. And I am sure these presentations are going to generate many questions also. So I request all the participants who want to pose questions, they can write their questions in the chat box. And we'll be collecting those questions and we'll try to address those as and when possible in these 2-day deliberations. So now we are moving to our next presenter, Miss Aditi Jha. She is Associate Professor Rachna Sansad College of Applied Art and Craft, Mumbai, and she'll be speaking on contribution of indigenous toys in preserving Indian culture. So over to you, Miss Aditi.
A very good morning, ma'am, and a heartiest welcome to everyone. A very good morning to our chairperson, Sri Sachidananda Joshi ji, and Seema ma'am, who is moderating the chair, and my fellow presenters and attendees were here. Can I start presenting my screen?
Yeah, sure. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Is my screen visible? Is my screen visible? Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Okay. So my topic of presentation is the contribution of indigenous toys in and helping in preserving Indian culture. So myself, Aditi Jha, and I'm from Mumbai. So as we have been listening from in the inception of the seminar, that toys are objects of children to play with, to connect to, and they are really modes through which they see some replicas. They connect to the toys, and they are the most go-to things for the children. So toys, as we know and as we have been hearing, they are the most intrigued part of the development of the child, and through
recording in progress.
And through attractive and eye-catching colors, figures, relative forms, a child is connected to the toy. It not only enhances the cognitive ability, creative abilities, it also develops a critical thinking and a problem-solving attitude of the child. Thus, it is a psychological, mental, and emotional development, and helps as a very important part in a social plethora of the society. It also gives a support system to the child, because a child, when feeling vulnerable, at times they hug onto the toys and they feel very safe and secured. So, and while playing with these toys, they develop a unity and team spirit as well. So by playing with these toys like the marble, the ball in the bat, or with building blocks, they have a hand-mind coordination and also help in developing their skills. So basically, we see the functions of the toys are not only as objects, but it entertains in their pastimes, it educates them through different concepts, be it physiological or physical, or or mathematical, or about the society, or toys like the jigsaw puzzles. They intrigue and they engage the child and help the mental agility of the child. So hence, it is a holistic tool for a child's development. And through playing with these toys, be it for specifically the outdoor games, it helps to improve their physical agility and fitness, which is very important in today's generation, because we are moving on to indoor games and the mobile phones so much that we are moving away from physical fitness. But toys are not only for the children to play with. From the child, from the cradle to the adults, to the old age, everybody is engaged with some type of a toy or the other. Elders also have equally participated and equally enjoyed, equally being motivated by these toys. And these are some examples that we see, like the chess. They are mind games that are if nurtured from right from the young age, they build a very strong persona or personality of a adult. How can we forget about the smiley balls or the stress buster balls, which are so prevalent in today's generation? And how do we forget about the chopper? Now, toys have survived the travel of time and has evolved multifold from the generations, right from the ball that my previous presenter had shown from the Harappan culture to what we see today in our very technologically advanced video games or mechanical games. Toy has evolved through various cultural developments. We see toys like the dancing girl or the terracotta toys from the Indus Valley civilization, or the aerodynamics of the kites as evolved from China, or the yo-yo that evolved in China and improvised in Greece, or the ivory dolls excavated from Pompeii, or the mere chopper, wrestling, chariot, racing, bow and arrow that we find references in our epics of Ramayana and Mahabharata. We have been listening to stories about all of these toys and listening about their toys, and also these have evolved with time, and it has come to what we see toys today. These are some indigenous toys. Indigenous toys are made from whatever is found around us, whatever material like coconut fiber, wood, clay, paper mache, whatever the folk had found around them, they have made toys to entertain themselves, to for pastime, and to learn from the toys that involve maybe bronze, tin, etc. The materials used in the toys also show and depict a social status of the time, like the use of silver or bronze or brass or ivory in the toys, or states that they were used by the rich and the wealthy section of the society. Wood, copper, or probably terracotta, bamboo, probably have been used by the less privileged. Even we see that toys are categorized according to the gender, wherein right from the cradle, we see that toys like the dolls specifically, or the doll houses or miniature utensils, they are generally targeted to the girls or the little girls growing up, seeing their mothers at home playing with. So just like nurturing, the mother nurtures the child, they learn to play with those dolls. Whereas toys involving more of physical requirements or mental abilities, they are targeted to women, they are targeted to the boys of the society. So we see a general stratification of gender differentiation right in the society from the toys itself. They have started evolving like that. Until today, we see, just very rightly pointed out by Joshi ji, that the evolving from the cloth dolls to Barbie, it is mostly targeted to the girls of the society. So we see a gender connectivity in through the toys. So moving ahead, we have seen that India is such a vast country, and every segment of India, every portion of India has their own indigenous toys, which are very prominent. They are rich in culture, heritage, and every state has some indigenous toy to showcase, like the terracotta toys from West Bengal, or the paper mache toys of Jammu and Kashmir, the traditional wooden toys of Savanpari, or the string puppets of Rajasthan, or these Velichari dolls or the Golu dolls. They are very significant of a social or religious replication. These dolls are made of paper, jute, etc., and they replicate different idols or gods and goddesses, and are displayed in a very specific manner during Navratri. It's very specific art of Tamil Nadu. Or these coconut shell toys, which is a very, very commonly used material from Kerala. These typical toys, the rattle, or these dolls that are made from coconut shell, these are such indigenous material that is found everywhere in these states, and they have become a part and parcel of culture of that place. So apart from being a source of entertainment or a game of power or engagement or a mere companion or a playmate, they are important cultural assets as well, because they have a lot of story to tell. They helps to preserve the cultural heritage of the community, or typical skill sets that prevail in that community itself, and is carried down through generations. It narrates the stories of the past. So now if we see these cultural toys, these toys, they speak a lot about their incision to the use, the play, everything. So now the religious influences led to a different set of toys altogether, as India is a vast culturally and religious diverse country. So these religious influences also have developed a specific set of toys, or the religious toys. So developing these toys have raised a livelihood for not only the artisans who are making it. So it is a very infused trade, a very vast segment of trade that has been enriching the economy of our country. So such one such toy is the kawad. Kawad is a wooden toy from Rajasthan, specifically from Chittorgarh. I came across this very beautiful, very brightly colored, very engaging toy in one of these art exhibitions that in Pune. So the phenomenon of interactiveness and the storytelling narrating style at once caught my attention, and I was drawn to know more about this. So it is approximately a 400-year-old traditional toy. So we can call this a religious toy because it is a toy that narrates stories, beautiful stories from mythology, from Ramayana, Mahabharata, from epics, Hindu gods, goddesses, and later on we see Jain, Christian stories as well. So such toys are very, very, very important, and because they not only are a cognitive engaging tool, but also it narrates the stories throughout the generations about our mythology, the iconography, the symbology of our culture. So these cupboards are basic structure, base wooden structure, basically 1 feet to 2.5 feet tall, and with 10 to 16 panels, which are engaged with each other through pivots and hinges. So every panel opens up and unfurls a story which is within itself. So as it keeps opening up, it narrates a story. So it tells us stories from mythology wherein we can see from these images, we see Rama or Krishna, we see stories of Krishna wherein they're playing with the nag or the snake, and through iconography and through our visual connect symbology, we understand that Krishna is colored blue in color, and we also at places we see how Krishna is holding the parvat over his head. So all these beautiful stories are portrayed or delivered in these panels in different frames. So now we come to the making of the cupboard. It's a very interesting tool because it engages, interacts right from the opening to entering into the shrine. It is also called as a religious shrine, a portable shrine. So it is not only a toy, it gives you all the information, it gives you knowledge, it gives you an insight into the cultural aspects of the time over there. So these were made.
Yeah, Miss Aditi, you need to wrap up your presentation within 2 minutes.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
So basically, the Kawar storytelling is done by the Kavadiya Bhatts, who travel from place to place giving information about the stories. So now, in the present scenario, we see that this theme has changed from this mythological stories to social awarenesses, and many artists have developed these social awareness programs through these storytelling covers, which have reached to the far beyond places. And I'll quickly go to. There have been many people who are working relentlessly to restore this art form. So when we take it up to the students, to small kids, they at once get very interacted, attached to these magic box as it opens up and tells the stories. So these are some projects done by the students wherein they have used these forms of the cover into different projects. Like the one in the right, it states about shows a project on the family, and this is a little project done by one of the students. The COVID SOP taking forward the same phenomena of the cover. So is the video playing?
Yes.
Okay, so that is it from my end of the presentation. So if we see that the culture storytelling form which learns into the pedagogy of our Indian culture, the students will learn a lot from what we already have in our culture. So that is it from my end. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Aditi ji, for your wonderful presentation. Now we are moving to our next presenter, Dr. Sushila Sharma. She is Assistant Professor, Department of Education, Baba Mastanath University, Rohtak. And the title of her paper is Indigenous Games Foster Holistic Development of Children. Over to you, Dr. Sharma. Dr. Sharma, kindly unmute yourself.
Yes, I have unmuted.
Thank you.
So I'm sharing my screen. Ma'am, screen is visible.
Yes, yes.
So namaskar to all the dignitaries present here. I'm Dr. Sushila Sharma from Department of Education, Baba Masnath University. And
Sushila ji,
first, yes, ma'am.
can you keep your presentation in slide mode?
Uh,
Full
Now
screen?
it is okay.
Yes, yes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Uh, and, Now I'm going to start. Before starting my presentation, our topic is Indigenous Games Foster Holistic Development of Children. As our Honorable Chief Guest already described so many aspects that how the children are getting cognitive development, psychological development, mental development, and other social development and social awareness, environmental awareness about so many games which are playing in our country. Before that, I'm going to highlight go back to our history. All might have heard about the incidents of Chandragupta. I think everybody have gone through the Chanakya and Chandragupta. Chandragupta was playing a game in which he was imparting a role of king and was giving justice to the people. Means the students and the participants who were act as the praja. So that is the power of the game. He was giving justice by using his cognitive and strategies how to give justice to the those who are exploited. That thing was Chandragupta's was being watched by Vishnu, that is Chanakya, everybody knows, Kotilda. And he was the greatest, one of the greatest Indian king who united the whole India. Now that is the thing that is the power of our Indian games. You might have also heard about the gladiator. It was a popular game towards Rome and European countries, in which it is just similar to the wrestling type, but it was probably the killing one. Okay, those who are remaining, the last one will be the winner. That is the glorification of our Indian games. That these develop not only the environmental friendly. They are prepared from the environment. They are developed from the environment. They are intended to develop awareness about the society, environment, physical strength, cognitive strength, mental strength, psychological strength. and different aspects, problem solving approach, we can say also that problem solving approach is also being inculcated. Plus, the one of the most important thing is moral values, which are being which are being transferred from one generation to another generation. And that is why, since after so many thousands years of being colonized, still we are capable of being keeping our these games as well as our culture preserved. So let us start with the Indus Valley. Already been explained our esteemed previous delegate. So I will not continue with her. I will highlight the important things which are going to cover up in these slides. The games we are going to cover up, you can see on the screen that Gilli Danda, Kancha, Pithu, Kho, Kushti, Kabaddi, Nondi, in Tamil Nadu, Gutka, and Chaucer already everybody has discussed Kushti. Majorly, it is now Kho and Kushti are now being used all over the world at international level. And just like the chopper also, chess, which is also has become an international popular game. So moves towards the next slide. As my topic is to develop the holistic development of the children by indigenous games. So holistic development, the main feature the main feature of our indigenous games, you can say through this diagram, it is a part of layer activity time, simple and unwritten rules, enjoyment to the children who are engaged in these, they do not have to care about so many things. They are just enjoying, total enjoying and getting creativity, exploratory, because so many times, sometimes we are creating things while gaming. Survival and strategies, as I have already told you, is so many strategies being taught through the play, through our games. Regional variations also shows we can inculcate. For example, some things are from Rajasthan, from Tamil Nadu, from Andhra Pradesh. So you might have heard about the puppets and dolls. So we can inculcate the different intercultural values through regional variations. Wide array of diversity we can also we can also inculcate into the children, into their different games. Competitive, the one important aspect of our indigenous games, particular of India, they are both, they are competitive as well as they are collaborative. That is one of the most important thing which is required to be understood. Competitive, as a Kho, Pithu is a kind of game in which a teamwork, collaboration is required. Competition is also which team will win and which will perform the better. Similar in the Gilli Danda. Traditional games and cultures, these are not plastic made, these are not artificial, they are created from the mitti, you can say, as the soil. कि अपने इस लाइन में मैं एक लाइन ऐड करना चाहूंगी, बाइलिंगुअली आई विल गो। अपना देश, अपने खेल, अपना मूल्य, अपने खेलों से अपना व्यक्तित्व का निर्माण करना। अपना देश, अपने खेल, अपने मूल्य और अपने व्यक्तित्व का निर्माण करना, दैट इज द मोस्ट इम्पॉर्टेंट एस्पेक्ट ऑफ our toys which are used to inculcate the different values among the children since infant till their later childhood. So healthy and personal development is also goes through these games. Next, we are which kind of holistic development we are going to explain. As I have already said, beside physical strength, gross motor and physical strength, uh, sensory, self-help, language, cognitive development, emotional development, social awareness, and spiritual development also. Sometimes children are playing that you will play Arjuna roles and I will play Krishna. So spirituality is also developed by these our games. Indigenous games may next one is gitte. You might have heard about this. This is very local game, also known as pachita. This is an indoor game, and the point is that here is no restriction on the number of players. How many players you can invite and say that particularly female child play with these. But male also, if they are interested, they are taking some pebbles, five stones, and then tossing over there and in the air. So everybody's know about this gitte. This is a very popular game, and this gitte, why they are important, as they are using the hands, eyes, hand, and the pebbles are not allowed to fall down. So fine motor skills, balancing skill, eye hand coordination, counting. So mathematical aspects are also developed by, enhanced by these indigenous games, that is we are explaining here. Next one is kancha, that is most popular among the boys. Goli, gutti, lakoti, colorful small pebbles. These are used. Earlier, when these kanchas were not available in the form of glass, they were used as stones. Stones was colored by fruit colors. So at that time, now what kind of development these games are? And in this game also there is no hard and fast how many players are there. Number of people, number of child can be invited in this place in this game. So similarly, it helps in the most important thing is this eyes, just like the Arjuna. He was killing the bird eye. So focus. So concentration is one of the most important. Eye, hand coordination, and the concentration. So cognitive, motor skill, concentration, competition. Okay, how many kanchas you have won, and that team, that person or that boy will get the more number of the kanchas they are getting, more number that the person will be declared as the winner. So eye hand coordination is also important. Next one is pithu. It is popularly known as in different parts with different names. Languri in Karnataka, Maharashtra, Lingus in Telangana, Mintu in Kashmir, Pittu in North India, particularly Haryana and Punjab, Stulia in Rajasthan, Dappa and Kali in Kerala, Izu Kalu in Tamil Nadu. Different regional names are there, and it actually does not require too much specialty things. Some stones here and there we can gather and just take a ball. It can be of cloth ball also. Initially it was cloth ball, now it is rubber ball. Boys are taking, and it can be equally basically most popular in boys, but girls can also play with this. So what kind of development it impart? Observations, speed, and concentration, because you will have to throughout you will have to pull down these pebbles, these stones, 6 or 7 they are. So team building is very much important in this. The team building is the important part. So collaboration approach is imparted by this Pithu game. Now the Stapu, it is popularly among the girls, but sometimes boys can, early childhood boys can also participate. So hopscotch, also known as, it is in Nondi in Tamil Nadu. It is placed in by an individual. Two or more players can be there. So a flat stone is taken, and you can see in the diagram also what kind of strength it develop. It develop muscle strength, body balance, because you will have to kick the stapu. Agility, aggression means how long the stone you will have to push through to one in which number. Mathematical skills also being developed. Socialization, because sometimes if more players are there, they can make a team. So control of emotions also, sometimes when you lose by 1 or 2 points, so it will also harmonize the emotions. Next one is gilli danda, that is also very popular. It is the, you can also say that is the old version of baseball, most popular in American side. Now it is being taken by the bats and ball and baseball. So old version of baseball and cricket. Many other names are Karabilla in Andhra Pradesh, Chiraguna in Telangana, Gulli Danda in North Indian Punjab, Vitti Danda in Maharashtra, Tanguti in Assam. A game consists of two wooden sticks, one long and danda, and other is oval-shaped gilly. So you can see in the diagram also what kind of development it is going to be developed among the children. Eye hand body coordination, gross motor skill, judgment calculation skills also. Next one is Kho, that is also being an international game.
Dr. Sharma?
Originated. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, Dr. Sharma, you have 2 minutes to conclude your presentation, please.
Okay, okay, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you.
So it is a Kho. As you can see on the screen, 12 members, 9 are present on the ground, and one opposing, and other team players will go around the line, and alternate player align in the opposite direction. So stamina, coordination, cooperation, team spirit, leadership skills, mental skills being developed. Indigenous game now Kushti, Dangal, Malla Yuddha, intellectual skill, physical skill, emotional and mental skills. Now it is in northern part it is known as Dangal and Pahalwani, and I think most of the international level plus Indians aware with that. So many Kushti players are in India now. You might have heard about Sushil Kumar, Jitendra Kumar, Vishambar Singh, Uday Chand, Sakshi Malik. All have won Olympic medals for bring Olympic medal in India from this. And this is the core heart, that is Shatranj, adopted by. It is from India. It gone to China. Puppet also gone from India to China, and these. I no need to explain about Shatranj. Everybody knows about that, and it is highest cognitive and critical thinking skill and strategic planning. It has been considered those who are marvelous at the chess, they can never be loser in a war. So it was a war strategy at earlier time used by the warriors. Next one is Chopper. It is old version of old version of this chess, but it is popular in a local way. Pachisi or Chaucer, it is known as Mahabharata time. Everybody knows that the Yudhishthir lose his game in Chaucer. Next one is Kabaddi. Everybody is also know that Kabaddi is also being popular at international level. Uh, so I am been concluding uh, uh, my presentation that new education policy 2020 also pays emphasis on toys and games, and keeping in view how important they are. Not only they are bringing the physical development, they are creative, highly creative in nature. And as it is being already been said that nature versus nurture. It is nurturing in harmonious, environmental, eco-friendly. No plastic is there. No pollution is required. And very important aspect is that transferring and preservation of our Indian values that is enshrined in our traditional culture. if now these of days we are required to teach the students moral values, but initially and earlier these are not these were not taught, these are not teaching and not no requirement of teaching. They are just transferred, thoroughly transferred from one generation to another generation. Now it is a requirement of the time, that a need of the hour, that we have to teach the moral values very very you can say it is uh, I do not have actually word for that, that we are at this level, we will have to teach the moral values. So we can we can transfer all these things, preserve our Indian values, and by this, I'm going to conclude my presentation. Thank you to the presenters. Thank you to the NCRT that we are being provided with this platform, and taking a very nice and novice plus very original theme and very important thing to the NCRT. I congratulate them plus oblige that we are provided with this platform. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sharma, for your presentation. The fourth presentation of the first technical session is on revisiting traditional toy making in Varanasi. For this, I would like to invite Dr. Manish Arora, who is working as an assistant professor, Department of Applied Arts, Faculty of Visual Arts, Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi. Dr. Manish Arora, please.
नमस्कार। काशी की धरती से आप सभी को प्रणाम और हर हर महादेव। मैं मनीष अरोड़ा, अपने रिसर्च स्कॉलर सृष्टि प्रजापति और शिवांगी गुप्ता और साथ में उमेश सिंह के साथ आप सभी का स्वागत करता हूं काशी की धरती पर। हम आज आपको बनारस के जो ट्रेडिशनल टॉय हैं उनकी रिविजिटिंग करा रहे हैं कि वो जो इंडस्ट्री है वर्तमान में आज के अभी के समय में किस तरीके से काम कर रही है, और ये लोग जो काम कर रहे हैं कहाँ काम करते हैं, कैसे काम करते हैं, ये लोग कैसे होते हैं, इनका जीवन कैसे चलता है, ये कितना इस पूरे प्रोसेस से खुश हैं, नाखुश हैं, किस तौर तरीके से काम करते हैं, सरकार की योजनाएं इनको कितनी सहायता दे रही हैं, और एज एन एकेडमिशियन और रिसर्चर और लोकल बनारसी आदमी होने के कारण हम इनके साथ क्या क्या काम कर पा रहे हैं। मैं इस समय काशी के हृदय स्थल 80 के पास स्थित लोलार कुंड से बोल रहा हूं, जो कि जो इसलिए पॉपुलर है कि यहाँ लोग आते हैं जिनको एक मान्यता है कि जिनको बच्चे नहीं होते वो यहाँ पे नहाने से, इस कुंड को नहाने से उनको ये बच्चे होने लगते हैं। और यहीं पर एक बहुत ही प्रसिद्ध खिलौना बनाने की एक शॉप है जिसको हम एक मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हब बोल सकते हैं, स्मॉल स्केल इंडस्ट्री है। ये वो लोलार कुंड है जिसके बारे में मैं बता रहा था। ये दिखाना जरूरी है कि काशी अपना एक अलग तरीके का वैभव रखता है। और अब मैं आपको लेके चल रहा हूँ एक अग्रवाल टॉय एम्पोरियम, उनके मालिकों से मिलवाऊंगा, और साथ ही साथ यहाँ पर अभी अभी भारत सरकार की एक ट्रेनिंग वर्कशॉप चल रही है। तो एक बहुत अच्छा सुअवसर रहा है मेरे लिए कि मैं इन सारी चीजों को आपको लाइव करके दिखा सकूं कि कैसे हम काम करते हैं। ये पूरा परिदृश्य, तो चाहूंगा कैमरा आप ऐसे कर लीजिए, ये पूरा परिदृश्य है जहां पर आप देखेंगे तो बैकग्राउंड में आपको सब तरफ खिलौने ही खिलौने का काम चलता दिखाई देगा। ये भगवान गणेश जी की मूर्ति है। हमारे साथ में श्री बिहारी लाल अग्रवाल जी हैं जो इस पूरे के अधिष्ठाता हैं, और यहाँ बहुत सारे लोकल आर्टिशियन उनकी फैमिली और ट्रेडिशनल रूप में काम कर रहे हैं। मैं सबसे पहले आपसे बात कराना चाहूंगा, हमारे साथ हैं गिरधारी लाल मौर्य जी, जो कि गुल्लर की लकड़ी से एक बहुत पॉपुलर खिलौना बनारस का होता है जिसको बैंड बोला जाता है, और ये साउथ इंडिया में बहुत ज्यादा बिकता है। इसको बनाने का प्रोसेस कर रहे हैं। मैं संक्षिप्त में चाहूंगा, गिरधारी लाल जी आपको नमस्कार, और आप बताएं कि आप ये काम कितने समय से कर रहे हैं और इसमें आपको क्या अच्छा लगता है और या क्या नहीं अच्छा लगता।
सर हम 1980 से कर रहे हैं।
अच्छा, 1980 से आप इस काम को कर रहे हैं। करने का कोई स्पेशल तरीका है? आप ही महारथी हैं इसमें या आपने और भी लोगों को ट्रेन किया है?
हमारे पास 3 लड़के, उनको भी ट्रेनिंग दिया।
अच्छा, आपने अपनी पीढ़ियों को आगे बढ़ाया और आप सब खुशी से इस काम को करते हैं? कोई दबाव किसी तरीके का कुछ नहीं, जीविकोपार्जन ठीक ठाक चल रहा है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। मैं दिखाना चाहूंगा कि जो प्रोडक्ट्स यहाँ बन रहे हैं, इनकी एक जो वर्कशॉप चल रही है इसके थ्रू, लेकिन इसके साथ इस पे मैं सबसे लास्ट में आऊंगा क्योंकि ये फिनिश प्रोडक्ट है। लेकिन हम जिस बहुत बढ़िया एनवायरनमेंट में, काफी ग्रीनरी एनवायरनमेंट है, तो यहाँ पर ये बात बताना दिखाना चाहेंगे कि किस तरीके से ये लोग इस पूरे प्रोसेस को करते हैं, और जो अभी की जनरेशन है या किसी भी समय की जो भी इनके ट्रेडिशन 2-3 सालों से है वो काम है। तो सबसे पहले मैं इस रफ काम के ऊपर आता हूं, जिसमें मैं दिखाना चाहूं। मेरे साथ सुबी अग्रवाल जी भी हैं, जो इस आप भी साथ में आ जाइएगा, जो इसकी अगली पीढ़ी है टॉय एम्पोरियम की। ये नॉर्मल प्लाई बोर्ड है जिसके ऊपर ये लोग काम करते हैं, और साथ में डाई कटिंग और अपने कारीगरी से इस तरीके की चीजों को, जैसे हाथी का शेप देना, ये करना है, और ये एक दराज टाइप की चीज बना रहे हैं। हमारे साथ इस समय 2 कुशल कारीगर महिलाएं हैं। मैं इनसे पूछना चाहूंगा कि आप लोग जो ये काम कर रहे हैं, इस काम को क्या समझ के करते हैं और आपको इसमें क्या चैलेंज नजर आ रहे हैं? कोई बोले।
बताइए कि इनको आप कितने दिन से एक हफ्ता हुआ?
1 हफ्ता हुआ आपको यहाँ ट्रेनिंग करते हुए। इसको सीख के क्या आपको लग रहा है? आपके घर में कोई पहले इस तरीके का काम करता था? आप खुद सीखने आई हैं। क्यों आई हैं? पैसा मिलेगा इसलिए, या कुछ सीख के आगे कुछ करना है? कुछ आगे करना है। तो मैं जैसा मैं दिखाना चाह रहा था कि वर्तमान में हम रिविजिट कर रहे हैं कि बनारस में जो टॉय इंडस्ट्री है वो किस तरीके से बदल रही है, और ये एक सरकार की योजना है, उसके थ्रू आज लोग ये ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम में है। अंदर आ, अब मैं आपको दिखाना चाहूंगा, अगर आप इसको देखें तो किस तरीके का इनके पास माहौल रहता है, चाहे गर्मी हो, चाहे जाड़ा हो, चाहे बरसात हो। और आज यहाँ पर हमारे साथ कुछ और लोग बैठे हुए हैं जो कि इस टॉय से रिलेटेड जितने भी तरीके के तो करने में आपको क्या परिणाम मिल रहा है? खुशी है या पैसे?
डॉक्टर अरोरा,
या कुछ?
आप मेरी बात सुन सकते हैं?
यहाँ पे मुझे कुछ भी
डॉक्टर अरोरा,
यहाँ पर
यस मैम,
या आप बड़े ही अलग अंदाज में चीज़ों को
मैडम बोलिए।
यस, आप बड़े अलग अंदाज में चीज़ों को हमारे सामने रख रहे हैं, लेकिन वी वर एक्सपेक्टिंग दैट आई मीन देयर शुड बी फोकस ऑन द पेपर इटसेल्फ, सो प्लीज ट्राई टू फॉलो दैट। ओके?
यस मैडम, मैं आपसे रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि जो मैंने पेपर में बातें लिखी हैं उन्हीं पेपर की बातों को आपको प्रैक्टिकल लेवल पे दिखा रहा हूं।
जी, कोशिश
कंटिन्यू करूं?
जी कंटिन्यू करिए, लेकिन जिन
बिल्कुल मैडम,
जी
मैडम, मैंने जिन डायरेक्शन के ऊपर अपना पेपर लिखा है कि यहाँ के लोग काम कैसे करते हैं, उनके सामने चुनौतियां क्या आती हैं,
जी।
और उन चुनौतियों का सलूशन कैसे दिया जा रहा है, उसका लाइव डिमॉन्स्ट्रेशन मैं आपको दे रहा हूं, क्योंकि ये सबसे बेस्ट एग्जाम्पल है किसी भी काम को करने का। पेपर तो जो लिखना है वो तो लिख के सारे रेफरेंसेज जो सारे स्टैंडर्ड के साथ दिया ही है, और आगे जो एडिटिंग होगी वो भी करूंगा, लेकिन इसका मेन मकसद है कि जो हमारे साथ एमिनेंट पर्सनालिटीज इंक्लूडिंग यू आप लोग बैठे हैं, वो इस प्रैक्टिकल उसको भी समझे, अप्रोच को, कि वर्तमान समय में इस समय यहाँ क्या हो रहा है और उसको हम कैसे सॉल्यूशन दे रहे हैं और इनकी चुनौतियों से कैसे दो चार हो रहे हैं। तो अगर हम आर्टिस्ट और आर्टिशियन की बात करेंगे और उनसे ही साक्षात्कार या उनके काम करने के तौर तरीकों को देखेंगे समझेंगे नहीं, तो उस पेपर को लिखने का मेरे हिसाब से कोई ज्यादा वायबिलिटी होती नहीं है। इसलिए मैं इस तरीके से अपना प्रेजेंटेशन दे रहा हूं। तो ये जानना समझना बहुत ज्यादा जरूरी है कि किस परिवेश में रह के ये लोग किस किस तौर तरीके के काम करते हैं और कैसे काम करते हैं। तो ये लाइव एग्जाम्पल बेस्ट होता है किसी भी काम को करने के लिए। जैसे आप देखिए कि ये इस समय गुल्लर के पेड़ से इस समय तोते बना रहे हैं, और ये लोग जो इस काम को कर रहे हैं ये इनका एक बहुत ही पुराना ट्रेडिशनल तौर तरीका है। पहले लकड़ी मशीन पे थोड़ी काटी जाती है, इसकी हाथ से कार्विंग की जाती है, और उसके बाद इसको ये लोग इस तरीके से कलर फर्स्ट कोटिंग करते हैं, और फर्स्ट कोटिंग के बाद फिर ये पूरी फैमिली बैठी हुई है जो लोग कई दिनों से इसके प्रोग्राम में काम कर रहे हैं, और फिर फर्स्ट कोटिंग के बाद ये दूसरे तरीके की फिर अलग कोटिंग करते हैं, इसके ऊपर एक कलर लगाया जाता है। तो आपके सामने एक पूरी की पूरी पीढ़ी बैठी हुई है। आप अगर ध्यान से इनको दिखाइए कि एक शादीशुदा भी है और बच्चियां भी हैं जो इस काम को कर रही हैं। तो मैं जानना चाहूंगा कि आपके सामने इसमें क्या चैलेंज है, क्या चुनौती आपको लगती है इस काम को करने में? आप खुश हैं या आपको लगता है कि बहुत जिंदगी थोड़ी तकलीफ में?
नहीं सर, इसके लिए इसका कर को बहुत खुश है, क्योंकि हम इसे करके हमें सीखना चाहते हैं, सीख के आगे कुछ करना चाहते हैं, ताकि हम घर में बैठ के कुछ कर सके, हमारे बच्चों को दो बच्चों को देख सके।
तो मतलब जो हमारा बनारस का खिलौना उद्योग है उसके प्रति आप आशान्वित है कि हम लोग जो काम कर रहे हैं उसको आगे बढ़ाएंगे और पीढ़ियां इसमें जुड़ेंगी।
इससे आगे और बढ़े, बच्चों आगे किस तरह।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। अब हमारे सामने एक मास्टर आर्टिशन है जो इस काम में बहुत सारे लोगों को ट्रेन करते रहते हैं और एक तरीके से इस पूरे यहाँ आर्टिस्ट जो आर्टिशन के लोग बैठे हुए हैं उन सारे लोगों के सामने ये अपनी कला का कौशल करते हैं और साथ ही साथ सिखाते रहते हैं। कई पीढ़ियां इन्होंने लगभग इसके पीछे तैयार की और 30 से 35 साल का इनका एक्सपीरियंस है। तो मैं इनसे जानना चाहूंगा, अपना नाम बताइए और आप भी बताइए कि आप जो इस काम को कर रहे हैं इतने दिनों से, उसमें आपको क्या चुनौती आज तक फेस हुई और क्या कभी मन किया घबरा के कि सब छोड़ दें, या मन किया कि नहीं और लोगों को बढ़ाएं?
सर हम तो 30-35 साल से काम कर रहे हैं। तो फिलहाल ये हम लोग अपने घर हमारे बड़े भैया करते थे, उनके साथ भी हम करते थे, उन्हीं से सीखे हैं।
आपके परिवार में कोई आगे बढ़ा इसमें?
सब कोई करता है, हमारे हम लोग 6 भाई हैं।
अच्छा,
सब हमारे भाई
आपने और भी लोगों को ट्रेन किया अपने घर के बाहर?
हमारे भतीजे किए हैं, वो अपने घर के शादी।
इन सारे खिलौनों में क्या चीज ऐसी है कि जो आपके 30-35 साल में कुछ बदला, या वैसे की वैसे ही सब बनता चला जा रहा है?
बहुत कुछ बदला है। पहले दूसरे हिसाब से रंगाई होता है, लेकिन अब बहुत दूसरे हिसाब से रंगाई।
मतलब समय के साथ जो चीजें बदलती हैं वही बदली है बस। लेकिन लगभग यही आपको लगता है कि इन सारी चीजों की मार्केट में डिमांड है और आपका जीविकोपार्जन ठीक से हो रहा है?
सब हो रहा है, सही ढंग से सब चल रहा है।
चलिए, तो हम लोग इसी पूरे परिक्षेत्र में एनसीईआरटी सेमिनार कॉन्फ्रेंस करा रहा है कि जो इस तरीके की चीजें हो रही हैं उनकी वर्तमान परिस्थिति, भारत सरकार की तरफ से जो सहायता होती है वो आप लोग को मिलती है, ट्रेनिंग और बहुत सारी चीजें पहले से करते आ रहे हैं कि अभी होने लगी है?
नहीं, अभी इधर कुछ दिन तो हो रहा है।
अच्छा, अभी हम लोगों ने श्रीराम प्रजापति जी से बात की जो कि मास्टर आर्टिशन है इस पूरे काम के, और वो इस पूरे एक पीढ़ी को एक करीब अपने परिवार को बढ़ाते हुए दिखा रहे हैं। और अब हम इस तरफ बढ़ते हैं, कुछ और आर्टिशन इसी से रिलेटेड चीजों के ऊपर दूसरे तरीके के प्रोडक्ट्स पे काम कर रहे हैं। जैसे आप देखिए, ये स्टोरेज बॉक्स बनाया जा रहा है और ये भी पूरा ट्रेडिशनल वुडन जो होती है, यहाँ प्लाई और उसके ऊपर डाई कटिंग करके उस तरीके से काम करते हैं और साथ में साथ कलर कोटिंग करते रहते हैं।
चाहेंगे
हाँ।
कि आजकल की मॉडर्न अप्रोच के उससे जहाँ मैट फिनिशिंग का बहुत
अच्छा,
तो ये पेंटिंग देखिए, ये जो बनारस में नॉर्मल पेंटिंग होती थी,
ग्लास पेंटिंग होती, चमक आनी चाहिए वार्निश का,
ये है मैट फिनिश के काम।
आज के समय में मैट फिनिश जो कल्चर चला हुआ है प्रिंटिंग टेक्नोलॉजी में या पेंटिंग में, उसका भी इफेक्ट बनारस में आया। तो ये एक बहुत बड़ा बदलाव है कि जो समय के साथ बदल रहे हैं और जो मार्केट की डिमांड है वो है। और यहाँ पर ये कुछ खिलौने भी बना रहे हैं जिसको बच्चे खेलते हैं, ट्रेडिशनल टॉय, थोड़ा सा बताएंगे। और आप भी मास्टर आर्टिशन है, अपना नाम भी बताइएगा।
मेरा नाम मुन्नू प्रजापति है।
हम लोग मुन्नू प्रजापति जी से बात कर रहे हैं। थोड़ा सा आप बताइए कि इस पूरे काम को करने में आपको क्या सुविधाएं होती हैं और क्या असुविधाएं होती हैं, कितनी खुशी और कितना तकलीफ?
नहीं, हम लोग तो ये करीब 30 साल के ऊपर से काम कर रहे हैं। हम लोग को तो खुशी खुशी है। अब तो हम लोग यहीं पे अपना डिपेंड हो गए हैं।
अच्छा,
और हम लोग को यहाँ प्लेटफॉर्म मिला है।
आपकी आने वाली पीढ़ी भी इस पे कुछ कर रही है?
नहीं, अभी तो घर में सभी लोग कर रहे हैं, भैया है।
अच्छा, तो आपके बच्चे भी चाहना चाहते हैं इस लाइन में आना कि नहीं?
क्यों नहीं आएंगे।
अच्छा, वो आ रहे हैं। आइए अब हम बढ़ते हैं इसके फिनिश प्रोजेक्ट के ऊपर और फिर हम बताएंगे कि हम इस एज एन एकेडमिशियन और रिसर्चर हम लोग इस पूरे काम में क्या सहयोग कर रहे हैं और करने जा रहे हैं इस पूरी इंडस्ट्री को बनारस में। आज धूप बहुत अच्छी निकली हुई है और इनके यहाँ वर्कशॉप चल रही है। एक कोइंसिडेंट है, वरना मैं भी नॉर्मल लैपटॉप पे अपना प्रेजेंटेशन देता जो मैंने बनाया था, लेकिन जानबूझ के उसको मैंने स्किप किया। ये देखिए, बनारस के अपने गली मोहल्लों की पूरी खूबसूरती है। और ये घर के ऊपर छत पे इस समय फिनिश प्रोडक्ट के ऊपर कई सारे औरतें यहाँ पर काम कर रही हैं। जो रफ प्रोडक्ट अभी हम लोगों ने नीचे देखा, ये वाला, और इसी को अब ये फिनिश कर रही हैं। तो ये देखना पड़ेगा, समझना पड़ेगा कि एक कुटीर उद्योग की तरह बनारस का जो खिलौना उद्योग है, बहुत पारंपरिक है, वो कैसे अभी भी सस्टेन कर रहा है। चाहे उसकी अपनी चुनौतियां रही हों, चाहे उसके अपने डिफरेंट चैलेंजेस रहे हों, पीढ़ियां बदली, समय बदली, आज हम इंटरनेट के युग में हैं, लेकिन उसके बाद भी कैसे इतने सारे लोग, परिवार, चाहे वो किसी ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम के लिए आए हो, चाहे वो कुछ सीखना चाहते हो, उस नजरिए से काम कर रहे हैं। हमारे साथ इस समय अग्रवाल जी और सुबी जी भी हैं। मैं चाहूंगा कि संक्षिप्त में वो बताने का कष्ट करें कि एज ए मैन्युफैक्चरर, एज ए ओनर, इस पूरे काम को कराने में और सीखने में, क्योंकि ये 2 पीढ़ियां हमारे सामने हैं, इनको क्या दिक्कतें आई या कितनी खुशी है?
हम लोग के पास, मैं इसमें सन 85 से आया हूँ। उसके पहले पिताजी और दादाजी करते थे। तो पहले के में क्या होता था, प्रोडक्शन में बहुत समस्या आती थी। बाहर का कोई बाहर आता था तो कहता था कि बनारस में आप प्रोडक्शन माल नहीं दे सकते। तो वो समस्या चली आ रही थी। तो उस समस्या का समाधान हम लोगों ने कोशिश काफी नहीं हो पाया। सन 2000 के बाद हमने कुछ नए लोगों को काम सिखाना चालू किया। उसमें कुछ लोग सीखे हैं। फिर उसके बाद इधर 4 सालों से हमारी बेटी मेरे साथ है, श्री अग्रवाल, उसने प्रोडक्शन के काफी लेडीजों को, लड़कियों को सिखाया। तो और काम को नए तरीके से, जो ट्रेडिशनल टॉय है, कुछ नई चीज जो आज के समय में जो जरूरत है इसकी है, हमने उसको बनाया। तो ये चीज हुआ कि जो दिक्कतें सबसे थी प्रोडक्शन की, उसको हमने खत्म किया। और जो हमारा आइटम खाली इंडिया से सीमित था, इसको इंडिया के बाहर भेजने के लिए वहां की आइटम से
बहुत बढ़िया बिहारी लाल जी। हमारे पास थोड़ा संक्षिप्त समय है, तो मैं नीचे उतरते समय सुधी से पूछना चाहूंगा, सुभी से, कि आप अब नई जनरेशन है, पढ़ लिख के यहाँ से आई, आपने भी काशी हिंदू विश्वविद्यालय से पढ़ाई की है, आप इसको किस तरीके से देखते हैं? तब तक हम अपने जो काम हमने किया एज एन एकेडमिशियन और रिसर्चर, उस स्टॉल तक चलते हैं। तो सुभी जी, आप तब तक बताते रहिए, साथ साथ में ये लोग सुनते रहेंगे।
सर, एज ए मॉडर्न अप्रोच जो हम लोग का इस वुडन इंडस्ट्री में आया है, उसमें हम लोग की यही एम या गोल है कि कैसे हम लोग जो ट्रेडिशनल है उसको मॉडर्न अप्रोच देखें, आज के मॉडर्न सिनेरियो में या मॉडर्न मार्केट में इसको इंफ्यूज कर सके। कि जहाँ लोग इंक्लाइन हो रहे थे टुवर्ड्स मॉडर्नाइजेशन, वो मॉडर्नाइजेशन और ट्रेडिशनल को इंटरप्रेट करने का। जैसे एक सिंपल सा हम लोग ने ये ड्रॉ या हम लोग यहाँ इतने सारे फिनिश टॉयज देख रहे हैं, एक ये सिंपल सा टॉय देखिए जिसमें ये ट्रेडिशनली वे में बना हुआ है, लकड़ी, बनारस की लकड़ी के खिलौनों को, पर इसका कितना स्ट्रॉन्ग मैसेज है। ये बेटी बचाओ बेटी पढ़ाओ का बना है, ये चाइल्ड गर्ल है, ये खुलेगा, इसके अंदर एक लड़की के अंदर क्या क्या पोटेंशियल होती है, ये पूरी इसके अंदर दिखाई गई है। एक जो बेटी है वो डॉक्टर भी बन सकती है, वो पुलिस भी बन सकती है, पायलट भी बन सकती है, लॉयर भी बन सकती है।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सुभी अग्रवाल जी। अब मैं इस पूरे प्रेजेंटेशन के लास्ट पड़ाव पे हूं, और मैं ये पूरे प्रेजेंटेशन के दौरान ये बताने का प्रयास कर रहा हूं कि लगभग पिछले इस कोरोना पैंडेमिक की सिचुएशन के बाद भी मैं और मेरी रिसर्च टीम, क्योंकि मेरे 1-2 स्कॉलर इस टॉपिक से डायरेक्टली रिलेटेड रिसर्च कर रहे हैं, पैकेजिंग, मार्केटिंग एंड ब्रांडिंग स्ट्रेटेजी फॉर वुडन टॉयज ऑफ वाराणसी, और उसमें हमारे पार्टनर अग्रवाल टॉयज जी और 1-2 और एसोसिएट्स हैं। जैसे हमने बनाने का प्रयास किया कि अगर आज की डेट में बनारस के खिलौनों को दिखाना है तो हमारे पास कोई पैकेजिंग नहीं होती, हम नॉर्मली किसी अखबार में लपेट के चीजों को दे देते हैं। लेकिन अब इस तरीके की पैकेजिंग लाने का प्रयास किया जा रहा है कि हम किस तरीके से सस्टेनेबल मटेरियल से या नए मटेरियल से या रीयूजेबल मटेरियल से, जैसे ये एक किसी मिठाई की दुकान का डिब्बा है जिसको रैप करके क्रिएटिव टीम ने इस तरीके से पैक करके बनाने का प्रयास किया कि जब किसी के घर जाए तो थोड़ा सेफ पहुंचे। ये हम लोग कार में एयर प्यूरिफायर लगाते हैं, उसका बॉक्स है प्लास्टिक का, जिसको अभी आज ही के समय इन लोगों ने कलर करके इसके ऊपर कुछ करने का प्रयास किया कि कैसे काम हो सकता है। ये भी इसी तरीके से एक शैम्पू या किसी चीज की बोतल का डिब्बा है जिसको, तो किस तरीके से इसके अंदर हम टॉय रख के सस्टेनेबल मोड में या 4R के कॉन्सेप्ट पे रिसाइकिल मोड में कैसे हम चीजों को कर सकते हैं, इसके ऊपर पूरी हम और हमारी टीम रिसर्च, ब्रांडिंग और प्रमोशन के काम को बढ़ाने के लिए काम कर रही है। साथ ही साथ हम लोग इस पूरे काम को इस तरीके से भी देख रहे हैं कि इनको एज ए लोकल आर्टिशन या लोकल मैन्युफैक्चरर कैसे जो मल्टीनेशनल कंपनीज हैं जैसे अमेजन है, फ्लिपकार्ट है, इनके साथ कैसे कनेक्ट कराएं कि जिससे इनका जो सामान है वो एक बड़े प्लेटफॉर्म पे आके बिक सके। क्योंकि जो टॉयज होता है वो किसी तरीके की नीड नहीं है आदमी की, तो बहुत इसेंशियल आइटम नहीं है, एक शौक की चीज है। तो शौक के लिए बहुत बड़ा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर या हम खुद की ई-कॉमर्स वेबसाइट और लॉजिस्टिक सिस्टम इतना जल्दी खड़ा नहीं कर सकते। लेकिन इसके साथ ही साथ इस पूरे प्रोग्राम को जो मैं आपके सामने दिखा रहा हूं, इसमें भारत सरकार पिछले 3-4 साल से बहुत ज्यादा काम कर रही है। और रिसेंटली मुझे काशी हिंदू विश्वविद्यालय के इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ एमिनेंस के थ्रू एक प्रोजेक्ट भी मिला है कि ये सेम प्रोजेक्ट कि मुझे कैसे बनारस के ऊपर एक क्लस्टर डेवलप करना है जहां मैं पैकेजिंग, ब्रांडिंग और मार्केटिंग स्ट्रेटेजी को प्लान कर सकूं जीआई प्रोडक्ट्स वगैरह के ऊपर। तो बनारस में बहुत सारे लोग इस समय काम कर रहे हैं, कई गवर्नमेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस काम कर रहे हैं, ये जीआई प्रोडक्ट भी है। उन सबके साथ मिलके हम भी अपना एक कंट्रीब्यूशन देने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। तो ये मेरा पूरा प्रेजेंटेशन रहा आज का, और मैं सभी लोगों का, यहाँ जितने आर्टिस्ट्स बैठे हुए हैं, उन सभी का धन्यवाद देना चाहूंगा, स्पेशली सुभी जी का, और एनसीईआरटी को भी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद जिसने ये मौका दिया मैं अपनी बात को कुछ नए तरीके से कह सकूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Dr. Arora, for your lively presentation. Now we are moving to our last presentation, that is on the historicity of toys, past and present linkages. And the presenter is Dr. Seema Sehgal. She is Associate Professor, Northeastern Regional Institute of Education, NCERT, Shillong. So, Dr. Seema Sehgal.
Respected Chairperson, Dr. Sad Chidanand Jyoti, the coordinator of the program, Professor Jyotna Tiwari, and the moderator, Professor Seema Oja, and to all the presenters here. I'll just open my slide. Is this slide visible? Is this slide visible?
Yeah, we can see, Seema. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. So, as the title of the title of my paper goes, the main objective of this paper is to look into the historical background of toys in India. It is not stage by stage narrative of toys in different periods of history, but simply to understand when do we find the first evidence of toys in India, the types, and how the idea of toys evolved over the centuries. But most important, what do we learn from the history of toys in terms of the linkages between the past and the present? Now, I would have to very briefly, just want to touch on the National Education Policy 2020. The NEP has emphasized on the holistic development of the learner, the 21st century knowledge and skills rooted in Indian history and ethos. So this not only changes our, radicalizes how we conceptualize the entire educational system, but it also includes the processes through which we seek to implement this vision in the teaching learning process. And experiential learning has been suggested as a means to expedite the process. Experiential learning, basically, learning by doing. It's multidisciplinary, and it gives the multisensory experience of learning. And this is very important because when we talk of holistic development, when we talk of the need to infuse Indian knowledge systems in the school curriculum, it has to be in a way that the learner is naturally motivated and also involved, engaged in the learning process. So in this respect, when we talk of experiential learning, then toy-based pedagogy is one of the ways, in enhancing classroom transaction. So this raises the question, why toys? Toys are basically material, devices used by infants, children, adolescents during playtime. And children are naturally drawn towards toys. It's so innate to us. It's driven by an innate curiosity, fascination, or simply the desire to explore and know. And although we generally look at it, in terms of a sense of amusement, but the educational and transformative value of toys, it cannot be overlooked also. From development of the basic sensory motor skills, when infants, they begin the investigative behaviors, touching, feeling, mouthing, to graduating, mental agility, challenged by, like puzzles, board game, and so on. to developing social skills, in like what we term as pretense play, as much as being a source of emotional comfort to the child. We see some children very clingy towards a particular toy. So that gives a sort of emotional comfort. So now, today we have a whole range of toys around us, from the most, sophisticated and expensive to the most simple and affordable ones, which nevertheless, brings a smile to the child. But this fascination for toys, it's not specific to the modern world alone. Many of these toys which we see around us, I've given a list here, from spinning toys, rattles, etc., movable toys, musical toys. These are rooted in history since the dawn of human civilization. So it just goes to show that the significance of toys, that it has always been an inalienable part of our existence. So now, India, as it has been, we have repeatedly mentioned, the earliest evidence goes back to 5,000 years, the Indus Valley civilization. Now, when we talk about the Indus Valley civilization, we naturally, as we teach, even in the classrooms, from class 6 onwards, we have the history subject. But we talk about the town planning, the spectacular achievements in town planning, and in particular sanitation, which is very, very important, definitely. But then the existence of toys, that itself shows the degree of excellence the civilization had reached. And to use the words of Burjul Avari in his book India, the Ancient Past, like he says, the discovery of these toys is perhaps the most reliable evidence of the sophistication of the society. So that's another. If town planning and sanitation is a level of sophistication, definitely toys should be included also to show the excellence the civilization had reached. Now, the British archaeologist Ernest Mackay, I'm given the time period here, who visited the historical sites and who authored the book Chanhudaro Excavations. He has a separate chapter devoted entirely to toys, which he titles Toys and Playthings. Now, it just shows how much in awe he must have been, when discovering these toys. And he begins the chapter on a very relevant note. He begins the chapter on a very relevant note. I won't read the entire thing, but he's like what he says here, that evidently the people of the Harappa period, like the Indians of today, they paid a great deal of attention to the enjoyment of the younger population. And so, although the children of the ancient Indus Valley often amused themselves by making their own simple toys in clay, they had many playthings that could have been made only by skilled craftsmen. Then what Mackay does in this specific chapter on toys, he gives a list of the toys. Now, I'm not going to give a detailed, description, because our first presenter has very beautifully, shown the various pictures and also shown the linkages with the, shown the comparisons. So I'm not going to go into that. Very briefly, he gives a lot of importance to the toy cart. And what is unique, as also said about the previous presenter, these were almost most of these toys were almost mechanical in its structure and form, like what we have today. Like the toy cart, he specifically mentions, it had wheels. So as I assume, like it was designed to move, obviously, and use, like, we have those pull toys today, like that. And also with the toy, there's the picture of the oxen. So, and the oxen had a hole in the shoulder. So I guess these were all designed to complete the mechanical process it was intended for. And then, and then he talks about the bull with the moving head. He talks about, figurines like human form, animal form with moving hands and, legs. And he talks about whistles, like he says, especially whistles made of birds were very important, and but then the favorite toy was this, like a hen. You can see seated on a pedestal, and you just blow, in the hole, and it makes a noise. Then you have rattles. So I'll just skip all this because, and yes, this represents the like what represents the modern board game items of use, which could have been used for pretense play, like we play house house and so on. So the point is, what do we learn from, by looking at these toys? So firstly, yes, we see a lot of similarities from the past and present, that the type of toys. But then since this was created, I mean, these about 5,000 years ago, it actually shows the extent to the the creativity and imagination of the creator itself. And so this is also an example that and these toys which Mackay which I found interesting, he shows comparisons to civilization across the world. So what this also, and many of it were very, very similar. So what this also shows is that irrespective of our differences, in nationality, religion, language, our color, but this process of learning in terms of our innate tendency to learn by exploring, this to innovate, that has been there in us since the beginning of human civilization. That is that determines our progress, and the only difference, because of differences in specific circumstances like its geographical, political, social, in each area across the world. So now the second important thing is that through these toys, these toys are miniaturized versions of the social reality. Like you see, the toy carts were so prominent because this was along with the boat, these were very important modes of transportation then. So say to students, particularly say of upper primary level onwards, where there is a dearth of resources, particularly in history, see, these toys can help them to understand the reality of past, not just the Indus Valley civilization, but whether 500 years back, 1,000 years back. Looking at these toys, you can ask them to stretch the imagination and firstly write down what sort of society does it represent, what idea of the society that you get, and then you corroborate it with the textbook information. That would be nice. And also to the immediate users, maybe back then these were used exactly like how we use it today, because as these were part of the social reality around them, like the flora, fauna, the types of objects they use. So particularly children also used it to not only for developing social skills, but also like identification, classification, differentiating, and and analyzing on their own. Now the other point, very important point, is that it shows the linkages. In other words, what we term in historical methodology as continuity. Now this idea of continuity is very, very important in history, because since most of us do not grasp this idea of continuity, we think that the past, these are just remnants of a bygone era, So that is why the question, why study history? Or and if we really want to infuse Indian knowledge, the system in the school curriculum in terms of our ancient wisdom, without knowing the idea of continuity, that's not going to sink in. In fact, I'll just like to say that we run a B.Ed course, and there's a separate paper in history which single-handedly I'm taking. So when I'm teaching my student teachers, it's how I try. I know that just by the lecture mode, I will not be able to make them understand continuity in terms where they really begin to connect with it and they implement it in the classrooms. So classrooms. So what I do is what I have done, usually do in the past 3-4 years, I show pictures. Like I've shown pictures of the Indus Valley civilization, the toys, like say the toy cart here. So, and through very skillful questioning, you connect the past and present, beginning from what do you see, where do you see it, what do you use it for, then you touch upon the reality when it was discovered, then you go into what it could have been used for. These various very skillful ways. And to children, now see, children, they're not expected to learn historical methodology, from upper primary, even secondary level. But this basic concepts in historical methodology, a very trained teacher can infuse these ideas through ways which are very explorative, which are fun, and then they are motivated to learn, and then they are really engaged in the learning process. So now talking about these linkages, besides the pedagogical aspect, now even Mackay had talked about the linkages, the past and present, and I'll just show what he talks about. Like, I told you, he's given a lot of emphasis on toy cards. So he says, now Mackay wrote this in the 30s. I mean, that was the time he excavated and he wrote this book. So he says they were exactly like the little farm carts used at the present day in Middle and Upper Sindh. And then the second part also, I found it very interesting. He said, from these model carts, we can visualize the actual vehicles that took people to and fro between the cities and the various ferries across the river, and most likely in the evening, carry people to pleasure resorts outside the cities, in fact, which served all the purposes of the Tonga and the Eka of the present day. So it is not just Mackay, but even contemporary archaeologists, like the American archaeologist Jonathan Kierner, when he visited the site, he says that one very important amusement there, in the regions around Mohenjo-daro, as of now, were on-track betting, which happened with these, they had this race of ox carts there. So this was a very important part of their sense of amusement, where he says there that on-track betting ends with large sums of money or land changing hands. So the how he concludes this concept, I found that interesting. To modern observers, the continuity of day-to-day life in this region, from deep in the past to the present, is rather astounding. So now I don't know. I think I've got few minutes. So now I'll just skip. Now these toys. Also another thing which mentioned by archaeologists, like with Mackay and also Kenoya, is that he shows the linkages.
Dr. Sehgal?
Yes.
I hope you are going to wrap up your presentation within 1 or 2 minutes.
Okay, fine.
Yeah,
okay, fine.
Please.
So not only the similarities with civilization elsewhere, which shows that in the learning process, but what we want to know, we are similar. But so I just want to mention here that many of these are games, are toys or toy games. It had a multi educational function, like, because you can not only learn about the culture, but there was a modern ideology in it. There's so many aspects. Like, for instance, just very briefly, snakes and ladders. So it is said that it's originally, the idea of it originated Paramapadam, and where it's basically about, snakes representing vices and the ladders representing, the good deeds of men. And I mean, this is how the ideology was put. And of course, from India, it went, it shows here to UK and USA and so on. And the noted Indian mythologist, Devnath Patnaik, he also offers very interesting interpretation to evolution of some of our ancient board games, where he says that the ancient seers, they used a fun way to teach concept of, fate and free will. And so in that process, many of our games such as this evolved. Lastly, yes. So I'll conclude by saying that the reason why I was touching upon students of upper primary level is that there is absolute dearth of resources in social sciences, excepting geography and except geography, we have a lot of resources, but in history. So in internship, when I'm teaching my student teachers and who go to their classroom, like, when with the very limit of infrastructure, so we have to use device very cost effective means. So I think toy-based pedagogy would be a very, very good medium to as a resource there. So there is a great need to educate trained student teachers, and also a great need to encourage research on the topic. So with this, I will end my paper. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Presentation. So with this, we have come to the end of the first session, and we have got a good number of questions, but I think due to the paucity of time, we'll be taking up those questions in the subsequent sessions. But right now, we can take 2 to 3 questions. I'll read out those questions, and any one of you who would like to respond to those questions are welcome to do that. First question is posed by Ankit Yadav and Deepa Srinivas. They are asking, how can the traditional toys become entertaining for those children who are preoccupied with digital or online games? Another question put forth by Prasanna Kumar is, how can the traditional toys be used as a modern tool of teaching? And another question put forth by Jayanti Lal Verma is, how can we use toys in teaching social sciences? So any one of you interested in responding to these questions, you are welcome to do that. Please.
Ma'am, can I answer for the first question?
Yeah, sure, please.
इसमें पूछा गया है कि ट्रेडिशनल टॉयज जो है वो बच्चों को एंटरटेनिंग कैसे बनाएगा। तो देखिए, फॉर्मली होता क्या है कि बच्चे खुद तो कुछ बनाते नहीं, हम जब उनको सामान देते हैं उसी को वो उपयोग करना सीखते हैं। हम के मतलब हुआ कि जो हमारी फैमिली देती है। तो एज ए एजुकेटर और एज ए सोसाइटी, अगर हम पहले कुछ वैसे खिलौने बनाएं और उससे खुद खेलें, और जब खुद अपने लाइफ में और अपने घर में यूज करेंगे, तभी हम कुछ इस तरीके का काम कर सकते हैं कि इससे दूसरा भी यूज करेगा। तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि हम किसी दूसरे के ऊपर कुछ कहें, उससे ज्यादा अच्छा है कि हम खुद ऐसे कुछ खिलौने बनाएं जिसको खुद भी खेलें, क्योंकि हर आदमी में बचपना होता है, उसको होना भी चाहिए। और फिर हमारे फैमिली और हमारे रिश्तेदार, हमारे पड़ोस के लोग उन खिलौनों को खेलें। उसके बाद हम इसकी उम्मीद कर सकते हैं कि ये सोसाइटी में एक्सेप्ट होगा और वो फिर कहीं मार्केट में अवेलेबल होगा। और थ्रू सोशल मीडिया इसके बारे में हम बहुत कुछ कर सकते हैं। बहुत सारे लोग ऐसा कर भी रहे हैं। तो ये मेरी तरफ से सुझाव है।
Thank you, Dr. Yeah, thank you, Dr. Arora, for your elaborate response to this question. So, any one of you interested in responding to other two questions?
Professor Seema, can I just,
please.
See, this, there are so many ways, like looking at it in terms of using indigenous toys in social sciences and particularly in history. Like I have already given one example in my presentation, how you can use picture to understand concepts of, continuity and also concepts of like society. So, So how you can use these toys to understand these concepts between the past and present, and it is sorry, and also important thing, like supposing you're teaching architecture. I mean, there is a chapter of architecture in history. How can you see? One is the pictures there, but pictures does not really explain many things. We need a three-dimensional. You can teach architecture much more through the three-dimensional object, which I do when I train my student teachers, I mean, in the B.Ed course. So, and then but it also depends, of course. See, when we're talking about toy-based pedagogy, it's not just about the toy per se. You have to be trained or integrated with a proper training in like how to ask questions, how to link the storytelling, how to design the whole process, how to coordinate the all that whole process. So that it will make it interesting to the students. Like for instance, architecture of a piece You can go to what it is made of, you can ask them to gather around, see what it is made. Why is it made like this? What does this defense structure, show about the state of the political situation, military situation, so on. I mean, this is how I have engaged. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sehgal. So we'll be taking up more questions in the subsequent sessions. So with this, we have come to the concluding part of the first session. So first of all, I would like to thank the chairperson, Dr. Sachidanand Joshi ji, for his opening remarks and setting the tone of the session. I also thank all the presenters for their wonderful presentations. And I'm sure, I must say that it was a great learning experience for me. And I hope that all our participants are going to be benefited from the ideas shared here. So with this, I once again thank you all. And there is an announcement to make that immediately after this session, we are going to have 3 hands-on presentations. And those presentations are going to be equally interesting. So please stay connected. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Oja, and to all the presenters for an invigorating session. We have also lined up a few more similarly informative presentations. First up is a video presentation by the Center for Cultural Resources and Training on how toys can be conducive to the overall growth and development of children, followed by that of Mr. Vikas Gupta, who will take us through his venture Chapak and shed some light on how traditional Indian crafts could be lent a more contemporary touch, and Mr. Atul Dinesh, who will walk us through his work at the Channapatna toy clusters from 2018 to the present.
जब किसी वस्तु पर हम लगाते हैं तो हम कार्य आउटपुट बाहर निकालते हैं.
It's papier mâché, but it has been made from thermocol.
पेपर के द्वारा, वेस्ट पेपर के द्वारा शादी पुराने कार्ड से इसको बना सकते हैं.
जैसे आँख आते हैं, puppet is very important कि puppet कहाँ देख रहा है.
हमने जो गेंदी घूमती है उसके ऊपर काम करता है. ये मैजिक खुल रहा है. Wheel.
Now 3 people are working a puppet and giving you the illusion of life.
Dear friends, namaskar to all the office bearers, representatives of NCRT and various other educational institutions. It is indeed a pleasure to share the journey of the institution which I am representing, Center for Cultural Resources and Training, aptly abbreviated as CCRT, an autonomous organization under Ministry of Culture, Government of India. And what a better platform could be this international webinar on toys to play, make and learn for schools, organized by our sister organization, NCERT. CCRT was established in May 1979 by the great writer, social reformer, freedom fighter, actor, politician, and above all, the torch bearer and proponent of Indian handicrafts, Kamala Devi Chattopadhyay ji. In 1979, she established several craft-related institutions like Craft Council of India, and CCRT was also established by her, keeping in mind that CCRT will promote the traditional and indigenous art forms of India. And during the past 42 years, CCRT has almost in all its training program organized for pre-service, in-service teachers, teacher educators, educational and cultural administrators, has included one session, minimum one session on traditional and indigenous toys, We have full 15 days duration workshop on role of puppetry in education. We have 9 days workshop on integrating traditional crafts in school education. Since its inception in 1979, CCRT has trained more than 2,20,000 teachers, more than 10 lakhs students. We have developed lots of audio-visual material to support the training which is received by the teachers from all over the country. The audio-visual material is given as a part of educational and cultural kit. This kit is utilized by the trained teachers of CCRT not only in their schools, in their institution, but also in the community at large, as well as to train other teachers as master trainer. I am showing you a few glimpses of the kind of audio-visual material which has been developed by CCRT during these 42 years. I would like to show you a cultural package which is titled as Traditional Toys. This is a bilingual traditional toys package which consists of as many as 24 toys covered from almost all the states of this country. Recently, while inaugurating the Indian Toy Fair in 2021, our Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji said that we should make toys which are better for both ecology and psychology. India has a great tradition, technology, concepts and competence to make great toys. We are taking this major step to make India Atmanirbhar Bharat. And this traditional toys package is showing all these great features which are described by our Honorable Prime Minister in his speech at the inauguration of Indian Toys Fair in 2021. Then we have several other materials, like we have 2 packages on the art of puppetry 1 and art of puppetry 2, where not only how to make different types of puppets starting from finger puppets, gloves puppets, strings puppets, rod puppets and shadow puppets, but also how to develop script, how to develop background music and a full-fledged production for the students. This package is also supported by another package on, it's a 9 stories booklets which all can be used to develop various kinds of puppet productions, as well as the toys are made to tell these stories. With this material in print, we have several documentary films which are developed by CCRT. There is one film on traditional and contemporary puppet of India. Another film is on Dangeir Putul, and we have one film on doll making also. This way, we have tried our level best to give sufficient material to all our teachers and students to revive this traditional and indigenous art form of traditional toys as well as puppetry. One concern which was expressed by our Honorable Prime Minister was that artisans have begun to avoid passing on their skills to their next generation, thinking that their sons should not come into this business. Today we have to work together to change this situation, and CCRT is exactly doing that. In all our training programs, whenever we conduct classes on paper toys making, wooden toys making, toys from the waste material, the focus is on developing the dignity of labor. The focus is on developing the feeling of self-respect towards the craft persons, craftsmen. In this way, we are somewhere motivating the artisans to find their appropriate place in the society and motivating the community at large to respect their skills and help them in getting these forms revived for our present generation.
आते हैं, देखिए कैप्सूल हम खूब खेले हैं बचपन में, आपको याद आएगा। चाय पीकर हम कब फेंक देते हैं, तो उसको हम यूज़ करके वेस्ट मटेरियल यूज़ करके हमने इसको डमरू का यूज़ किया। इसी में देखिए फिरकी बच्चों बड़े प्रिय होती है, बच्चों बड़े बूढ़ों को। जब पेपर द्वारा सुंदर फ्लावर्स, वेस्ट पेपर जो बचता है, स्ट्रिप बचती हैं, उसके अंदर फ्लावर्स द्वारा बनाना सिखाते हैं। लेकिन मोबाइल से पहले भी जब मोबाइल की डेवलपमेंट हुआ, उससे पहले भी मोबाइल था, हमारे पास फ़ोन था। सिर्फ एक मैगजीन्स के पेपर्स के द्वारा, टुकड़े के द्वारा सुंदर बटरफ्लाई का निर्माण किया गया है। आपने बहुत सारे टीवी कार्टून देखे होंगे, करने होते बनाए होंगे। मान सम्मान देना है तो फ्लावर थोड़ा यूज़ होता है, कई बार फ्लावर नहीं लगाते। अगर आप फ्लावर में ट्रेंड हैं, फ्लावर बना सकते, घर बना सकते हैं। पुराने जो कार्ड हुए उसके द्वारा एक गिफ्ट सुंदर बॉक्स बनाना सिखाया गया है।
It is more made from thermocol and covered with brown paper. We are giving an illusion of life. हाथ से मैंने पीछे पकड़ा है मास्क को।
सुनिए, बच्चा भी इसमें बजा के बहुत खुश होंगे। इस टाइप बच्चे यूज कर सकते हैं। 1 2 3 4 और इसमें बच्चा ढोलकी के स्तर पे भी यूज कर सकते हैं। मोस्ट प्रोबेबली बंगाल एंड आसाम में। देखिए कैसे चल रहा है।
So with all these words, I would like to express my best wishes for this international webinar and take this opportunity to thank NCERT for providing us such a wonderful global platform to share the journey of CCRT. All the best. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone, I am Design and Innovator Banaras Toy, Celsius through Innovative Toy Design.
Hello everyone, I am Vikas Gupta. I am a design professional and a practicing entrepreneur with the brand Chapak. My journey with Chapak started through an exposure to the Varanasi Woodcraft Artisan Workshop by NID. That's when we realized how old the craft is and how only few artisans are surviving this heritage craft. This got us thinking, how can we help the artisans to sustain, not only sustain, but uplift the craft through the design intervention so that they can create new designs and they can cater to a new target customers. And that's how Chapak started. When we started working with artisans, we realized that they are making old traditional designs over and over again. They were making very limited products as they did not know what new they can create with their traditional techniques of wood turning. So we introduced them a design thinking process knowledge and developed a new range of products which can target new customers. That's how we started creating products for Chapak. We launched our e-commerce website. We also partnered with few online and offline stores for the sales of product. The products are very unique and playful products, utility based products. They can be a part of everyone's lifestyle. A conscious customers who is aware of handcrafted products and understand the value and effort goes into making them.
Namaskar. Greetings from India. I am Ranjana Arora, Professor Education at National Council of Educational Research and Training. I welcome all the participants from across the countries who have joined us in this international webinar on toy-based pedagogy. I welcome all of you to this second technical session, Learning Different Concepts with Toys, Toy-Based Pedagogy. It is our proud privilege to have with us Kim Insley from Institute of Education, University College of London as chairperson of this technical session. I welcome you, madam. We have 4 presenters in this session. I welcome all of you. Before I request our chairperson for initial remark, let me introduce her. Kim Insley is Associate Professor Teaching, working in Department of Curriculum, Pedagogy and Assessment, Institute of Education, University College of London. She has been a primary classroom teacher, subject coordinator, PGCE course leader, consultant and advisor in primary education. Currently, she leads on innovation and enterprise within the Department of Curriculum Pedagogy and Assessment, Institute of Education. She leads 3 programs at IOE, the Advanced Educational Practice program, which leads to MA or graduate diploma awards, and the International Teacher Education Program, the IPGCE for cohorts of students only, and the PGCE Teacher Development, which is taught fully online through University of London worldwide. So I welcome you, madam. So I hand over to you this session for your initial remark as well as your further proceedings. Kim
Thank you very much. Namaste, everybody. Welcome to this technical session 2, which, as Ranjana has explained, is about learning through toys. She's introduced me, and my institution, the Institute of Education, is a faculty of UCL in London, and it's celebrating this year 120 years of educating teachers, which is why I have that screen on behind me. And I'm hoping it's not backwards as it seems to be at the moment. If it is, I'll change my screen. Through my role in the IOE, I have had the pleasure for the last 15 years of working with teachers and teacher educators in India, in Dehradun, Lucknow, Missouri, and New Delhi. And I feel that it is an important part of my own professional development in teacher education. I've learned so much from teachers in India. So the theme for this session is explored through 5 exciting presentations, which cover the benefits of digital games, how toys help to enhance learning, balloons in science learning, traditional Indian games which enhance mathematics learning, and the value of toys and games in Hindi language learning. There is certainly something for everyone. And in my own research with 11 and 12-year-old boys, I know how important play is in social engagement, development, and well-being. So we have 5 papers to be presented in about 1 3/4 hours, which, allowing for technical issues and my introduction conclusion, means each presenter will have around about 15 minutes each. To support this, our moderator Ranjana and I will be watching the clock, and one of us will give a 2-minute warning if time is pressing on. To ensure equity for all presenters, we ask at that point that you move to your conclusion, for we will stop anyone going over time so that the conference can move smoothly. And I'm delighted, it clearly worked well in the first part, because here we are working to time now. If you have any questions, please put them into the chat and Ranjana will oversee that. And at the end of the 5 presentations, if we keep to time, there'll be opportunity for us to look at some of those too. So without anything more from me, Ranjana, please, can we have the first presentation from Vishal, whose expertise is from the classroom. I will leave him to introduce himself and his paper, Games in Education, a New Learning System of Classrooms.
So Mr. Vishal, I welcome you, please.
I am sharing my PPT to all.
Yes.
Share my screen. Is it visible?
You are visible. Your PPT is yet to be visible.
Oh. It is visible, ma'am?
Yes, yes. Please make it full screen. Make it in slideshow, please, Vishal.
Okay, ma'am?
Yes, now it's okay. Thank you. Oh, it has gone, Vishal. Okay, okay. I think Vishal has lost connection. May I request Kim to call another?
Should we go on to our second presenter and then come back to Vishal?
Yes, yes, Kim, you can call, you can invite next presenter. You may please introduce her. Yeah.
Oh, that's lovely. Thank you very much, Brajanti. Like myself, you're an associate professor working with the conference initiators, NCERT. Your presentation shares how you have seen toys used in the Northeast region to enhance learning. You situate the importance of toys in motivating and stimulating the learner wherever whether they be a baby or older. And yes, even adults and old people like me can be motivated by a new or novel toy. So I'll leave you, Brajanti, to introduce your paper, Toys, a Catalyst to Learning Enhancement.
Good afternoon. Associate Professor, Department of Curriculum, Pedagogy and Assessment, Institute of Education, University College of London, and Madam Jashna Tiwari, Coordinator of the program, and Madam Moderator of the session, Madam Ranjana Arora, Professor and the Head, Department of Curriculum, Studies and Development, NCERT, and the fellow presenters in this session. So my topic of presentation is Toy, a Catalyst to Learning Enhancement, under the theme, Learning Different Concepts with Toys, Toy-Based Pedagogy. So here in this paper, I'll discuss and share some of the toys which are widely used for play by children in rural areas of Northeast, which can be enhanced learning different concepts. So here, earlier speakers also has defined toy, so I'll just give very simple meaning. Toy may be defined as an object for a child to play with, typically a model or replica of something wherein a minimum one concept is involved. However, in a very crude sense, any material used by a child in a game or play may be termed as a toy. And the toys are of different types: traditional toys, modern toys, and the educational toys. Traditional toys mainly it was we use for fun, for the sake of fun and for the enjoyment. And the modern toys is little upgradation of the traditional toys, and the educational toys is a focus of giving some educational input to the toys. These are the three types of toys we are now in use. So here is my paper says, because I'll discuss how toys can act as a catalyst in enhancing learning. So here children construct knowledge through toys and the build on what they already know. So one of the ways, as we all of us know, one of the ways and the mode of construction of knowledge is engaging the child in some activity. So while the children play with any toys, it is obviously engaging them either in its function or physical structure of the toys through which they explore something as a new knowledge for them at their level, either at their own or with the help of some facilitator like parents and the teacher. So they explore some new ideas. And the knowledge gained or earned or construct through this engagement becomes their learning experience, and it remains in mental construct of the child. The knowledge they construct through learning and the learning experience from one toy may not be a complete information for a single concept, but the knowledge earned collectively from many toys may help them in future in relating and connecting the experience of the which they got through toys for the further learning. Then some of the traditional toys from Northeast I have listed here. This is from all 8 states of the Northeastern region. However, some toys which are commonly prevalent and commonly used by children, I'll be picking up in my next slide for demonstrating how the mechanism involved in the toy or the construction of the toys can be related with some of the learning concepts of children in the school space, and the further can take to the higher studies and the achievement of the students in higher stages of education. So toys, these are the toys for, this is the traditional dollhouse. In this dollhouse, children play, they divide 2 or 3 or 4 members, they play and they make groups, and they play roles through the dolls. For if they have 4, there will be 4 family, and they have two families, so they will play the role here. So here in this dollhouse, when they play with the dollhouse, it is handmade dolls, and this is the primitive one, and this is little bit the upgraded one with the stitching and all, and this is only simple with the thread and the cloth piece of waste, and the parents collect this cloths from the tailoring shops and they provide to the children. And this is the traditional basket made of bamboo, and they use these materials for this doll house. And here, through these toys, what they do, they play roles of daughter, role of sons, role of mother, role of father, and the role of neighbors. So through this doll house, they develop languages used with family members, languages used with friends, languages for addressing elders and respectable people like teachers and the others, and the objectives of celebrating functions, rituals in the society, because they, through this play only, they observe so many functions, they celebrate rituals like that, and the role of citizens in social functions, the skills of conflict resolution. These things, through the doll house, they play roles of the society, and through this doll, when they can relate with the social personal skill development in the later stages in the school. And these are some of the toys through which we can help children in learning scientific concepts. So this is a
Prajanti ji, can you do it in slide mode? हाँ, slide show कर सकते हैं. Everyone is,
sharing slides, na?
yeah, we are getting comments from YouTubers. So please.
No, ma'am, I am sharing my slides. You cannot see.
It is not visible in slideshow mode.
This is the one, ma'am. Actually,
Okay.
I think this is my slides.
No, these are your slides, but you do it in slideshow mode. Yeah, there is our control F5.
Yeah. Ma'am, is it okay now?
If you go to the top where it says slideshow,
yeah.
No.
Go up higher. It says slideshow across the top.
Yes.
No, the orange. Yes, higher. Go higher. The banner across the top where it has home, insert, design, traditions, animations, slideshow. Go along to slideshow.
Yeah, this, yes. Please press. Yeah.
That's it.
That's
lovely.
It. Yes.
Thank you so much.
Ma'am, is it okay?
Yes, now you can continue, Brijanti ji.
So here, these are some of the toys. This is the bamboo gun, and this is the bamboo. This is the wooden vehicle. So here in this wooden vehicle, actually, this how does it started making a wooden vehicle in the rural village? I will just mention in a few seconds. So actually, in the village, people make some triangular structure made of wood to carry heavy things to the field. And when they do like this, children wants to sit. Children generally sits on that cart type things and for carrying things, and that they enjoy going and reaching to the far away place without any effort of walking. So they keep on insisting parents to make some type of this structure for them to enjoy. So parents make some vehicle type of this vehicle made of wood. But when they enjoy this wood with vehicle, they don't know what is the mechanism involved and what is the principles involved in it for them to reach the place without effort of walking and without any tiredness. They want to go to somewhere. So when they start playing this card, some people will sit on this on this seat, and the one will push or one will pull from the front, and they go. And before making this, how the wheel comes. Without the heel, the same structure, in this structure without the heel, they started in the beginning, and when they pull and the push, it causes lots of effort to push and the pull. That's why the wheel, they have used it. So here, what I like, so here, in this vehicle, wooden vehicle, this is known as Temtem Gari Chang, U Gari, and the Nantavi Gari in different places of Northeast India. So here, the concepts which can be learned by the children from this toy is relationship between normal force and the frictional force, types of frictional force, static, dynamic, sliding, the rolling friction, limiting friction, and mechanisms for reducing frictional force. Application of laws and the principles of friction. When I say these concepts, when they play with the wooden vehicle, they do not, without knowingly, they use it, and they also involved in making of this vehicle, and that they also are aware about the size of the wheel, size of the axle, and the size of the seat, and how big person can be sit on it, and how small person should be use that vehicle. So they know all these things by the experience, by using it. But when they come to the school in the classroom, so when teacher talks about this relationship between normal force, frictional force, type frictions, mechanism reducing friction. So here mechanism is reducing frictional force. So before without wheel, they have been using the same structure by pulling and the pushing. Then later on they put the wheel, so that what are they doing? They are trying to reduce the frictional force because they are putting much effort in pushing and the pulling. It is because of frictional force resisting the body from movement. So when they learn this concepts in the classroom, they can easily relate and connect with what they experience in their childhood when with the vehicle, the local vehicle and the wood vehicle or gari they also. So yeah, then by friction is very important aspect, and so about the mechanism reducing frictional force. So it can be applied because when they construct the knowledge on friction, so I said in the beginning that they have to apply in some other situation. So this application of laws and the principles of friction, the one's area of study is tribology. This is that is generally done in as a science and the engineering of interacting surface in relative motion, which includes the principle of friction, lubrication in the way. So this can be applied. So this is the application of this concept, and the problem solving is nowadays when we are going for designing safe roads, tires, cars, brakes, and the long-lasting mechanical parts. Because why I am using this as problem solving, because from this concept of friction going in the higher stages, suppose now the report says that 23% of world's energy consumption is it goes to the transportation, and out of this 23% of energy consumption, 20% is to overcome friction only. So I mean, when they become higher and higher stage of education, so they can learn, they can be used in the problem solving. So these are some of the concepts which can be learned through the toy vehicle. And the learning concepts involved in the toy gun, because I have shown in the picture toy gun and the toy vehicle board. So this in this toy gun, you can't see the picture. This is the toy gun. So this portion of bamboo piece, it acts as because this when they bamboo, in this bamboo they will fit this small seeds of some plants available in the environment, and this is that they have to select the seeds as per this diameter of this bamboo piece, and it has to be fitted well. And if they don't find this appropriate size of this seeds as per the size of this hole of the bamboo piece, then they have to use some piece of paper they have to wet the piece of paper and they have to press here. Then after that, this piece of bamboo has to be pushed inside this bamboo. Then as soon as it reaches here, it will make some sound, and they enjoy in this sound. And here this bamboo piece and is a handle, it should reach, and the children by this time when they play this toy, they only know this, because the size of this barrel and this size of this that they use is a bullet, so it should be very tight one, and this length of this one, it should not be exceeded the length of this. Only this much they know. This way they make the toy. So here in this toy, the principal, when they come to the school, stays high in the school, when they learn about the kinetic energy, potential energy, pneumatic potential energy, and the relationship between compression and explosion. Because here what they have been doing, they are compressing the sheet or the paper in that bamboo piece, and that they are pushing it to some handle. Then they are, it makes explosion and it makes sound. So relationship between the compression and the explosion, and the application of pneumatic system in making pneumatic devices like paint sprayers, cleaners, and the atomizers. This may be learned in any secondary stage and higher secondary stage of education in the physics, but when they come to this stage, they will be very easily understand, they will be able to relate very meaningfully, and This is the principles involved in that. And the another principle involved in one of my toy. This is a toy. This is made from a mid-rib of banana leaf. Mid-rib of banana leaf. Then this size of this leaf should be it should be not exactly similar, but on average it should be of equal size. And these are the flaps made on this mid-leaf by some knife. And if you see here, the flaps of this should be of equal size, and the distance from these flaps are uniform. So here, the small boy is putting up erecting the flap, and with the hand he will just press it. He will just give a flow on these flaps, and it will make some sound. So here, these are here in this toy. The method of the toy doesn't know the educational concepts, but by experience, the elder people make like this, and when it comes about the sound, and that there is a relationship between the sound, vibration, frequency, resonance, rhythm, and the amplitude. So when in the classroom, when children has to learn this sound the first time, and when the teacher explains, so the relationship between vibration, frequency, resonance, rhythm, and the amplitude can be easily understood, and thereby the learning can be enhanced through this experience.
Can I say you have 2 minutes now?
Learned by the students. This is some of the toys made at home in the rural areas in the place. This is a toy. This is here the peppers are inserted in some piece of bamboo, and here the main thing is that we have to arrange this seeds in proper place in some position. So this is when we put this toy against the direction of the wind, it keeps on rotating, and when the child runs, so it keeps on rotating, and they complete also sometimes without falling. It's how fast they can run, and as fast as they run, the rotation of this toy also will be increased. And this is some of the local toys. This is about the numbering, and here also the children plays that here they have to divide the beads from each feet. They have to take up and they have to divide in such a way that they will get the maximum number of beads they should earn. So this is about the concept of.
Ma'am, can you move towards the conclusion now, please?
Okay, as discussed in this paper, the toys and the principles involved in the toys provide an ample scope for enhancing learning in different concepts by relating and connecting to the earlier experiences gained through playing with different toys without knowing the real concept in the beginning. It is suggested that toy-based exercises can be conducted for both at early stage learning and the achievement in the higher stage education, so that we can get more inputs on the toy-based pedagogy and the merits of toy and the effectiveness of toy-based pedagogy. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Your abstract identified toys as being interesting and joyful, and I certainly found that presentation just that. Thank you very much. If you can stop sharing screen now, that would be great. Thank you. And if I can remind everyone, if you have any questions, put them in the chat and we can come to those at the very end. I don't think that
we can call Rajkumar.
Rajkumar, I think we should go. Yes.
Yes.
So Rajkumar is is a teacher from school. I've been looking forward to his presentation, Play with Balloons, because his abstract reminded me of the way many toys can help with understanding of science, just as we've heard in the previous presentation. I was reminded of my school days in the 1960s, because I grew up on the coast of Wales, and our physics teacher was trying to persuade us that two different sized objects would fall at the same rate. Someone said, "But sir, if you pushed a toy tractor and a real tractor off the cliff, the real tractor would hit the ground first because it's heavier." Mr. Davis, our teacher, said, "You provide the real tractor and I'll bring the toy one and we'll try it." We never did that experiment. But what I'm looking forward to hearing about here are possible experiments in play with balloons. Thank you very much, Raj Kumar. Sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon to all. Ma'am, my screen is visible, ma'am.
Yes, Raj
It
Kumar.
is, certainly.
My audio is also good.
Yes.
Okay. Respected Chairperson, Madam Kin Insley, Moderator, Ranjana Arora, Madam, delegates, and all the friends, good afternoon to all. I am Raj Kumar, working as teacher in Pondicherry. First, I place my sincere thanks to NCRT for giving me the opportunity to present in international webinar. My presentation is Fun with Balloons. Actually, I take the balloon to my classroom. It made many reforms and revolutions in my classroom. So I am going to, in the following slide, I will say how the balloon, children handled the balloon as a toy and how they presented it. Okay. When we use balloon, it creates interest in learning. If you take the balloon to the classroom, it will create interest in learning. It develops the self-learning skill and make the students to learn at their own pace. It induces their curiosity and problem-solving skill. It nurtures the creativity and imagination. It develops fine and gross motor skill. It connects the learning experience with the learning outcome. Actually, ma'am, every child by default in their childhood played with the balloon. It's a nature. In an Indian scenario, either it is a village or a city or a town, everywhere, in all festivals, we will see a vendor with a balloon. Everywhere we can see balloon shops in the festival. So the balloon not only created a fascination for children, it also attracted the adults. We don't know why the balloon attracts the adults also. It may be many reasons. It may be for its color or for its elasticity in nature. Sometimes for its bursting of the balloon. Everyone is afraid but enjoy the bursting of the balloon. So for some reason, the adults also get attracted by the balloon. The balloon is a balloon when it is in the shop. But balloon enters into the classroom, it became a toy for the children. Let me if I take this balloon, if I start to blow this balloon means what will happen? If I start to blow, the air get inside the balloon. So the air get pressurized. We can teach physics. This balloon is made up of a polychloropropene chemical. So we can teach chemistry. While blowing the balloon, I push the muscles. Stretch the muscles, contracted the muscles for blowing the air. So we can teach biology. Just blowing air into the balloon itself, we can imbibe three concepts, three main areas: physics, chemistry, and physics, chemistry, and biology. That is the beauty of the balloon. If we keep the balloon outside the classroom, it is a material. But if you take the balloon into the classroom, it became an amazing toy. What can we do with this balloon? Actually, when we come closer and see means, using balloon, we can nearly teach 20 to 25 concepts. Amazing concepts. Some concepts are very abstract. In class 10, if you are going to teach a Boyle's law, the children can't be able to understand the Boyle's law. They can see it as a phrase or a word only. If you say the pressure and volume are inversely proportional to each other, the child will see it as a pressure as a word, volume as a word, but it can't be able to relate it. But when you use this, Actually, you can see here, it is nothing but a piece of balloon which I kept inside the syringe. At normal temperature, I removed the piston. At normal temperature, the outside pressure and inside pressure are same. But if I press the piston, means you can see clearly the size of the balloon is getting reduced. If I push the piston, the size of the balloon is get reduced. If I release it, the size of the balloon is getting increased. So the children can easily visualize if the pressure increases, volume decreases. If the pressure is decreased, volume is increased. If the child learn with relatively on seeing this, he or she never forget Boyle's law in his life. If the pressure increases, volume decreases. Never forget the Boyle's law. Like that, there are many laws, Charles' law, Pascal's law. That's a wonderful experiments. Like that, we can have numerous experiments. Due to lack of space, I only mentioned few experiments. Newton's third law, motion of a rocket, balloon spinner, it will spin like a top balloon spinner, hovercraft, centrifugal force, centripetal force, center of gravity. The sound experiments are very amazing. You can see, this is one of the sound experiment. This is a stretched member of the balloon. You can see a beautiful noise, you can hear it. So we can teach the children the difference between the noise. Like it, I will explain in later. A bottle whistle, it will the whistle sound will be very nice to hear. Likewise, we can teach heat experiment, transfer of heat, vacuum lift, thermal expansion, numerous experiment, electrostatic force, balloon pricking of balloon. You can explain air has weight. In a scale, if you put the two balloons with one balloon blown means that balloon will come down. So we can easily explain that air has weight. We can explain density. Children never saw open balloon in their lifetime. Here you can see a balloon. Have you ever seen the open balloon? Now we can see it. If I started blowing, you can see the open balloon. You can see what is inside the balloon. No one ever seen the open balloon. The children will be astonished to see how the balloon is kept open without a knot, without a thread. The balloon is kept open. We can see what is inside the balloon. It will be very happy for the children. Likewise, the next we can see carbon dioxide collection chamber. In schools, we cannot able to collect the carbon dioxide because it is a gas. But when we use balloon as a collecting chamber, in an experiment, we can collect carbon dioxide. We can also collect hydrogen in the balloon. If you conduct an experiment, any metal react with acid, produce hydrogen. Any metal react with acid, produce hydrogen. So if you put some aluminum there and add some hydrochloric acid, beautiful bubbles will come. If the bubbles are getting collected, you can get the hydrogen gas in the balloon. With a small matchstick, if you come into close to the balloon, you can see the popping sound. Pop! You can hear the sound. So we can use balloon as a collecting chamber. We can see how the lungs work, how the stethoscope works, how the transfer of energy is happening. So everything we can use it with a balloon. Balloon is a wonderful learning toy. I enjoyed with this toy, ma'am. Next, during this COVID time, what I did? During the COVID first wave and second wave, I used balloon as a toy. I used balloon as a self-learning kit. I started a WhatsApp group. The children from all over India joined the WhatsApp group. I gave some activity to the children. You can see here, I prepare an activity sheet and posted it to the children. The children do the activity in the home. Actually, in this activity sheet, you can see the material required and the procedure only. For doing the experiment, they collect the materials, they do the experiment. For finding conclusions, I never reveal the answer for them. So they have to find the answer. For finding the answer, they have to turn the book pages of the book. They have to search in internet. They have to search in YouTube. They have to go to library. So they get accumulated of the knowledge. They didn't learn what they are searching for, but they are also learning what the other components related to this. This is a wonderful activity. What they did, how I made this balloon as a toy for learning. When I gave this experiment, the children performed the experiment, they recorded video for 1 minute and sent it to me. Now I have more than 10 GB collections of children's performance, 10 GB collections, because so many children are performing the experiment, taking the video and put it in the WhatsApp. I put it in my Google Drive. So I have nearly 10 GB collections of the students' performance. In this experiment, what we can learn, you can see here, this is a balloon. In this balloon, you can see one coin, 5 rupee coin. If I rotate the balloon, you can see one coin is rotating. One coin is rotating. You can explain the centripetal force and its centrifugal force, how the coin is rotating. It's like in a circus, if a man with a bike riding in the death cage, no, it is like this. So we can explain the centripetal force and the centrifugal force using this experiment. I have one 5 rupee coin inside the balloon. If you are about to tap the balloon, is it possible to tap? You cannot tap it, because this is the second experiment. You cannot tap it because in this balloon, I have a 5 rupee coin. When I tap the balloon, the position of the coin is getting changed. If the position of the coin gets changed, the center of gravity is changing. So I am unable to tap the balloon. If it is empty balloon, I can easily tap it. So children can learn easily the center of gravity. Here, this experiment is a beautiful experiment to teach children about the vacuum, the pressure of the air around it. In the glass tumbler, you can take a small paper and burn it. After burning, what will happen? The air will get heated, expanded, it will go away. If you put a balloon in the tumbler, after the air gets cooled down, due to the pressure, due to the vacuum, outside air wants to get in. So it presses the balloon gets in. If you pull the balloon, the tumbler will rise up, the glass will rise up. It is a beautiful experiment to show how the glass is hanging in the air. That is nothing but the pressure of the air. The air only makes the weight glass tumbler to hang in the air. Like this. This is one of the beautiful experiments. Children can believe only if they see. If we teach the lesson, the air will expand on heating. How the children can believe the air is expanding? This is a wonderful experiment. I take a glass bottle, cover the bottle lid with a balloon, then I put the bottle in a hot water container. What will happen? The hot water is transferred. The heat of the water gets transferred into the bottle. So the air inside the bottle will get heated up. If the air inside the bottle will get heated up, the air will expand. When the air will expand, it will get lighter. Where the lighter gas will go, automatically it will go up. So the balloon will become bigger in size. After cooling, the balloon will compress. So we can state the children that anything on air on heating expand. After removing the heat from the air, it will contract. So it is a beautiful experiment for the children to teach them. When we keep the balloon in the sunlight, it will burst. But I keep this balloon at the flame of the candle, it is not bursting. So the children will get puzzled to see how it happened, what is happening there. Actually, I fill the balloon with water. So the heat of the balloon is getting transferred into the water. So the balloon is not bursting. Like that, we can conduct numerous experiments. I have given more than 26 experiments. This is one of the beautiful experiments to explain the transfer of energy. At the bottom of the bottle, I made it as a surface, balloon surface, diaphragm like that. I fill the balloon with a gas, with a stick gas. So when I tap the balloon at the bottom of the bottle, the energy is getting transferred into the air. So we can see the smoke will come as a ring. We can see the transfer of energy. Actually, I gave the force on the stretched membrane of the balloon. It get transferred into the air. Then the transformation is going on. Then the smoke is coming out of a ring-like structure. It's very beautiful for the children to see and enjoy. This is a whistle. This is very simple bottle. One bottle with a straw. Every child of my class enjoyed this experiment because it produces a beautiful sound, amazing sound. You can just hear it. Actually, using this experiment, we can say, you can see it what is there in the straw. I cut the straw in a V shape. If we cut the straw in a V shape, it produces sound. Why the sound is produced? Make the children to touch with their little finger at the tip of the straw. The children will feel the vibration of the straw. So we can see, we can able the children to understand vibration, produce sound through experiment, through the personal experience. So the child never forget that if the body vibrates, then only the sound will be produced. That's the child learned from this experiment. It costs nothing. The waste PET bottle, a straw with a V-shaped cut, and a balloon inside. Using the balloon and straw, we can make the child to learn the vibration produces sound.
Raj Kumar, sir, can you go towards your conclusion? I'm forgetting to watch the time. Really enjoying it, though.
Thank you. Just concluding, this is hovercraft. This is the balloon pump, how the balloon can be used as a pump to get the water out. This is one of the beautiful experiments, why the balloon behaved differently. These are the experiential sharing of my students. Not only the teacher holding the balloon, the children use the balloon as a toy. They experimented it. So it is the success story of my teaching. This is the learn center of gravity just by tapping. This is the vacuum lift. You can see how the vacuum lift is working. Here the transfer of energy. When we tap at the back side, the smoke will come out. The transfer of energy. You can see the thermal expansion. How the balloon is getting bloomed up. You can see that this is the balloon rocket student performance, non-bursting balloon. Even the balloon is kept above the flame, it is not bursting. You can see it is a balloon pump, how the balloon acts as a pump and making the water to come out. Okay, thank you. My final conclusion. This method of learning with toy projected visible changes among slow learners and average learners. Balloon is not seen as a material for learning, but it interacts with students during learning. They touch, feel, and make it adaptable wherever needed. This hands-on experience makes the children to learn the concept easier with understanding. The abstract concepts like Boyle's law, Charles' law, Pascal's law, Bernoulli's principle are visualized and learned by the students. Balloon is used as a tool to learn concepts in physics, chemistry, and biology. During designing of experiment, they tailored and mended around according to the need of the experiment. It provides them space for the creativity and imagination. In some experiment, if small air leak is formed, the experiment won't work. They have to find and solve the problem. It develops the problem-solving skill. No discrimination is noticed between the different level of learners. All participated and learned science with fun. Thank you, ma'am, for giving me this opportunity in the international webinar. I presented what I did in my classroom and how my children make balloon as a toy, balloon as a self-learning kit as a toy, and they enjoy the learning. Thank you one and all for giving this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. I have to say that was fascinating. My biggest fear of balloons is when they pop. I just don't like the noise. But you've actually made me see how they can be so valuable, particularly in the science classroom. And one thing as a researcher that comes to mind for me is you've collected a huge amount of data from children's engagement with those experiments. It could be very interesting to write some of that data up. Thank you very much indeed, sir.
Thank you, thank you.
We're going to go back now to Vishal, who got thrown off at the very beginning. I believe he is now back with us.
Yes.
That's lovely. So Vishal is a teacher. His expertise comes from the classroom. And I'm going to leave him to introduce himself and his paper, Games in Education, a New Learning System of Classrooms. Vishal, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, PPT is visible?
Yes, Vishal, yes.
Okay. Myself, Dr. Vishal Babodra. I am working with Primary Education Department, Government of Gujarat. Today in this seminar, my topic is Games in Education, a New Learning System of Classroom. Students nowadays are raised in a digital world. Sorry.
Yes, Vishal, you may continue.
Yes, yes. Students nowadays are raised in a digital world and they learn and react differently. Students start to use a computer before they first attend formal education. While computer games have become a part of their everyday life, students of the 21st century have been growing up in a highly digital world where they learn and react very differently during the learning process. Digital games have made their way into classroom over the past several decades. Over the past decades, the use of digital gaming in education has prompted considerable attention in exploring how and why games might be powerful tools in the classroom. The main focus of the impact of games in the classroom was to identify the educational benefit of game-based learning in schools. Seems to be one of the number of technologically oriented activities which can overcome what has been referred to as digital disconnect, whereby children engage in rich and extensive use of ICTs at home. Game-based approaches present an excellent opportunity to engage students in activities which can enhance learning benefits and produce outcomes. Now the topic is game as learning system. Games as operating system.
Vishal, you may stop your video. I think network connection again lost. Vishal, are you there?
I think he's been thrown out again.
I think bandwidth is very low, Kim.
Yes, I understand. Mine sometimes is, so I really do understand
Yes.
the challenge.
So maybe we
Oh, there he is. He's back.
He's there.
Yes, Vishal, you're back. Yes, you're on mute, Vishal.
Vishal, you don't show your video. You just show your presentation and carry on. Because your bandwidth is low.
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
Stop your video.
So take your picture off.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Now you can continue.
Okay. Games as a learning system. First of all is games as an authoring system, using to construct.
Vishal, you make your presentation. Anyhow, you can make your presentation.
He's gone again.
Okay.
No, he's definitely gone this time.
Hello.
Oh, there he is.
Bandwidth is low, Vishal.
It is.
Hello.
Hello, Vishal.
Hello, Vishal. We can hear you.
Hello.
Yes, Vishal, yes.
Ma'am, I'm visible.
You are audible. Now you are visible. Kim, shall we take next presenter? We'll take.
Yes, I think that might be.
Yeah, we call Vishal, I think, at the last.
Yes.
Okay. So we may take next. Shalini Verma.
So it's Shalini, who is a senior research fellow at Dayalbar Educational Institute in Agra. And colleagues, I have to apologize for my accent. When I'm in India, I get used to saying the words, but I'm not there and I haven't got my head round everyone's name. So I do apologize if I pronounced your name incorrectly. Shalini is going to move us into the wonderful world of mathematics. I love mathematics for its beauty, for its order in particular. I learnt a lot about mathematics, not from school, although I did A-level maths, or from college, but from being a teacher, when the 6 and 7-year-olds I taught asked me questions. Instead of taking things for granted, like 10 cubed is 1,000, not 300, a common error in young children, they challenged me. But why is it 1,000? And playing with manipulative toys and making a cube of 10 by 10 by 10 took 2 boys all afternoon, and they learnt so much. And so did I. Take no answer for granted, ask why. I'm looking forward to hearing about the traditional games in India which can help mathematical learning. So it's over to Shalini and her presentation, Learning Mathematics Through Traditional Games.
Thank you, ma'am. This is Shalini Verma, and I am a senior research fellow at the Dayalbar Education Institute. And the co-author of this paper is Thomas Gisdorf, a university professor from Central Michigan University. So my topic is learning mathematics through traditional games. Ma'am, is my presentation is visible and my voice is audible?
Yes, Shalini.
Yes, that's lovely. Thank you.
So, in our earlier days, we all thought that games has no relation with learning mathematics, and also our elders also say that in Hindi we used to hear this, that खेलोगे कूदोगे तो बनोगे खराब and पढ़ोगे लिखोगे तो बनोगे नवाब. But this concept is now changing. Now we are in the scenario where we try to find out the ways which are which we can use in learning by the help of games, toys. But so here is the new concept where we can use games and toys in teaching. And today I am specifically talking about learning mathematics and how can we use Indian traditional games in learning mathematics in effective way. As Fose and Amit also explained that although games cannot replace the traditional method of teaching with chalk and board, they can successfully complement it. Escher in 1991 divide games in five categories. These are physical skills, strategy skills, probability, and chance skills. And the combination of these means there are whatever we have different kinds of games. Somewhere they enhance our physical skills, or somewhere they enhance our chance skills, and they help us to learn strategy skills. There is a concept that is ethnomathematics. This is not a new concept. It is continued from 1980s, but in India, we are not so much familiar with this concept, where we talk about culture and its combination with the mathematics. It becomes ethnomathematics. So if we are talking about traditional games, then we can say that we are somewhere talking about the concept of ethnomathematics. The main idea of ethnomathematics is to incorporate the pedagogical aspect, which is inherent in our culture, we have to incorporate this to in our classroom. So today also we are talk about some mathematical activities which we can combine with the class with our mathematical classrooms. So this is the diagram here. How we I want to discuss that how we can add as cultural game, how cultural game is a part of school and ethnomathematics. There are some concept like chopper and
Shalini, sorry,
yes, ma'am?
my screen is not moving on. I don't think your presentation is moving forward.
Okay.
Kim, I think she is using, I think, animation. One by one line is coming.
Ma'am, is it visible now?
It is visible, but not moving.
I can only see your first three lines that you spoke to.
Only first three lines, yeah.
Okay, ma'am, I will reshare the screen again. Ma'am, is it visible now? No. Diagram is visible now?
No.
No, is it visible now?
No, Shalini. Still not visible.
Ma'am, is it visible now?
No, Shalini. It is not visible. Only black screen is there. Is it very heavy file?
No, ma'am. But some animations are there. I don't know why it is. Ma'am, it is showing you are sharing the screen.
Yes, but only black screen is there, but presentation is not there. Or you
It's
remove
like it's
the
trying
slide.
to load up.
Yes, Kim?
It's just like it's trying to load up rather than
yes.
sharing the whole screen
Yes.
yet, which is why I think you asked, is it heavy?
So first of all, you remove slideshow form and then again try to upload it. Are you sharing the entire screen or window? How are you doing?
Ma'am, entire screen. Ma'am, at first I try to, I share only window, but now I try to share entire screen, but still there is nothing.
Can you try stopping your slideshow first before you share screen?
Yeah.
Ma'am, is it visible now?
No, Shalini, still it is not visible. You stop your video also, then try to share. Maybe there is a bandwidth problem. Now again try to share.
Ma'am, is it visible?
No, Shalini. Have you sent this presentation to us?
Yes, ma'am.
हमारे पास है? Shalini, we are now sharing it. So please stop sharing it, okay?
Okay, ma'am. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So you give instruction to us. So we will be doing next and next. Okay. So Shalini, yes. Next.
Ma'am, slide is not visible to me.
Slide is not visible to you now. Okay, you.
No, not me.
Please wait.
There it is.
Yes, ma'am. Now it is visible.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. Please, next slide. Please come on third slide. Previous one. So I was talking about this, that how cultural game are the part of our ethnomathematics, that is cultural activities, and our school mathematics. It is the we can say overlap both of these. Then this is that common part which combines somewhere both of these, our culture and also our classroom. So this is the best thing which we can use in our classroom to enhance our culture also, and while to enhance our culture while giving them some mathematical concept in the classroom. So please next slide. In this paper, we will talk about the 5 games that are chopper, hopscotch, parampadam, valankuji, and adu puli attam. Please, next slide. Please cover all these points. So this is the first game. Many presenters will talk about this. This is the chopper, and we all are aware that in the epic Mahabharata, there is some basic concept and the discussion of this game. And also in during 16th century, it was a common gambling sport at the court of the Mughal Emperor Akbar in Agra and Fatehpur Sikri. It is also known as different names like Chopad, Pachisi, Chaucer, Pagadi, etc. But these days we know this by the name of Ludo and some basic concept from different games which I talk about. That's Pachisi and Chopad. These are now combined in the form of Ludo, and we also see that there is a app Ludo. We all are aware about this. Please, next slide.
Next.
These are some material which we require to play chopper, and there is not something interesting to talk about how to play this, but my focus is to how we can combine this game with the mathematics classroom. Please, next slide. These are different kind of pasas we can use, and different kinds of that. This one is 6-face dice. This one is called cories, and these are the at the place of pasa only. So this is the main thing. There are different concepts like counting, addition, multiplication, subtraction, probability, permutation, and combination, which we can combine with the here teachers can use different strategies and different rules she can introduce or he can introduce to the children while playing games. Like if we are using two pasas, then teacher simply can say that if you get two different numbers on two passes, then you have to multiply these numbers, and that multiplication is your answer, is your chance. You have to move your token on the board. And if she wants to teach addition, she can simply says that the rule of today's class is if you got two numbers on pasa, you have to just add them these numbers, and you can move your token forward according to that addition. Similarly, we can a teacher can use subtraction and different concepts. Chopper is specifically useful to improve eye-mind coordination. It enhances the planning and tactful skills of the players. This game improve calculation, the power of concentration, friendly attitude, understanding and patience, etc. Please, next slide. The next game is hopscotch. This was introduced in 17th century. This is also known as in India in different places by different names like Conti Bele, Tikriya, Pandi Potsi, Kitti Kitti, Stapu, Langdi, Ekhata, Duhata, Ikka Dukka, Langdi, Panni, etc. And all these names are related to somewhere the things we use. That like Thikri, the name Thikri is related to the stone, because broken stone are called Thikri in Hindi language, which is slide across the grid as player hop to each square. Please, next slide. Here on the right place you see the images. These are some different kinds of hopscotch game board which can use by different students. So main concept is to just hop on the different numbers according to the chance. Please, next slide. I think all we are familiar with this game, but my main focus is to how we can introduce this game in the mathematics classroom. Please, next slide. Next slide. So as there is a game hopscotch, it is a new version. There is a square. Can you please see the last slide, that image one, previous one? Here is the red board, red coat, which is hopscotch new. We can say that this is the hopscotch new board, new coat. Here you can see that it has different kind of symbols also, like equals to, plus, minus, division, multiplication, etc. So this is more helpful to our students. By the help of this, we can simply teach them linear equations. Like we can, if a student put their stone on 5, then we can simply say that you can hop on those numbers and symbols which can give the answer which is equals to 5. So he can first hop on the 1, then he can hop on the plus, and then he can hop on the 4 again, which can give the answer 5. Please next slide. This is just a single example. Here I try to write different kind of examples also, like linear equation 2 plus 5 equals to 7, 6 into 2 equals to 12, 0 plus 1 equals to 1. A student can do these kind of can perform these kind of equation on by the help of this hopscotch game. And simpler concept like counting, when one student is hopping on the court, then other can also count from 1 to 10. This can also help students to learn how to count. So this is another example. Please next slide. This game, hopscotch game, also helpful to maintain and increase eye-hand coordination. There is a parampada game, which we are also known as the snake and ladder game. But in ancient time, this game is mainly related to the pap and pun, good karmas and bad karmas. So, but these days we just play it as a time pass game. Please next slide. Please next. Okay, this one. So some basic concepts like counting, even and odd numbers, prime numbers, square numbers, and cube of a number, addition, multiplication. These can be teach by parampada game. There is a thing which a teacher has to do. He has to improvise the board. He has to put simple symbols, like he or she can use to he or she can highlight the all prime numbers on the board, and he can simply make the ladders and snake from prime numbers to prime numbers, by which if a student play this game simultaneous many times, he can remember that at which point he has to what he has to take on his pasa, or which point is significant to go on ladder, and which point is significant where the snake mouth is there. So by this significant points, they can remember the prime numbers. Similarly, there are many concepts which can. This is the part of the teacher, that how she or he can improvise their board. Please next slide. Now I would like to introduce Professor Thomas Gilsdorf. If he is there, he can introduce the next part of the presentation. Sir, am I audible to you? If you are.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So please come on to next slide. That is game 5. Next slide, please. Next one. Now, sir, you can.
Yeah, so this is a game that's from the Tamil language. There's a number of different varieties of this game. Usually it's about some tigers. They are trying to trap goats or leopards or things of that nature. And you can see there's a couple of different names for them. It's a very old game. And speculation is that this was originally an educational game. Next slide, please. So you can see the game board here, and there's a number of vertices. The way the game is played basically is you have, in this case, 3 tigers and 15 goats. And the tigers can be in the different vertices along the vertices of the game board. And the objective is the goats try to trap the tiger by preventing any vertices that they can jump over. And the tigers can jump over the goats to capture them. And so then, of course, the game ends when one player can either capture all the goats or trap the tigers. Next slide, please. So I'll make some conclusion, just some general statements here. So you can see the basic rules here. Next slide, please. So we've seen a couple of 5 different examples rather quickly. I'll just make some general statements about the ethnomathematics is the connection between mathematics and culture. So by bringing traditional games into the classroom, the students learn mathematical concepts like probability and strategy, and also they learn about culture and can see the connections between those 2 things. And of course, it's entertaining for the students. So you get a kind of a big picture mathematics education experience that's not just the numbers and the concepts, but in fact the culture as well, and learning other cultures. That's all I have to say. Thank you. And maybe Shalini has some other comments.
No, sir. This is all from our sides. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much for everyone.
Thank you very much. I'm so sorry about the slide presentation, but it was really lovely to see. And I'm delighted too to see all those references at the end, because you referred to some very interesting things on particularly number, with the concepts of number and how number is related. And I think importantly, the point you made, Thomas, about the cultural aspect of mathematics, that actually mathematics isn't an addition on to our learning. It is very much part of what we are and what we do, and very culturally important. So thank you both very much indeed. I think we now have Vijay, who's a teacher educator supporting Hindi mother tongue learning. I have observed a lot of Hindi classes in my work, supporting teachers and teacher educators in India. I am saddened to say that I fit into the stereotype of English people. I am monolinguistic. And even though I grew up in Wales, at that time, Welsh was not taught in most schools. I also have dyslexia, which was diagnosed just 5 years ago, and possibly helps explain why I have struggled to learn a second language all my life. But I'm determined to continue to try, and I'm working to develop my Welsh. I am a huge admirer of all of you working in multiple languages, and I look forward to hearing Vijay explain how traditional toys, games, and puppets can help enhance mother tongue learning in his presentation, The Importance and Role of Indigenous Toys, Games and Puppets. online and offline in primary classes. Vijay, over to you, sir. Thank you.
Vijay? Yeah. Vijay, please make it in the slideshow form.
Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening, good evening.
Good evening, ma'am. Screen visible hai?
Screen visible hai? Yes, now, yeah. Very nice.
Good evening to all. I am Dr. Vijay Kumar Chawla, PGT Hindi from Haryana. And my topic is role and importance of indigenous toys, games, both offline and online, and puppets in Hindi language teaching in primary classes. Language teaching has a special importance in the task of rebuilding the nation. It is well known that language is learned by imitation. The child learns language from the surrounding environment by imitating parents and other family members in his family, which is known as child's L1, that is language 1, that is his mother tongue. Among the key highlights of NEP 2020, it is the decision to make home language, mother tongue or regional language as the medium of instruction up to class 5. This is quoted so that in language that is his home language, go on to his school language. So challenges of language teaching at primary level that I have observed during my 9-month course, online course from LLF New Delhi, that prevailing approaches of language teaching at the preparatory level in schools are as such. Children speak less in the classroom due to mother tongue. They are not familiar with the language, so we should give importance to their mother tongue and prepare activities that I have prepared. I will show you in later on. And no emphasis is given on oral language development. There are lack of opportunities for conversations in the classroom. Fourth one, disordered teaching of decoding is being done. हिंदी में अगर हम कहें तो डिकोडिंग का जो पढ़ाने का जो तरीका है वो सही नहीं है, जिस वजह से बच्चे जो है प्रेफर अच्छी तरह भाषा नहीं सीख पाते, पढ़ पाते, सुना पाते या लिख पाते. तो less time on task of children, no active participation of children in teaching learning process. So here I want to let you know that when I have done the course, I have come to know that there are 4 segment language teaching model in primary classes at preparatory level or functional level. The 4 stages are development of oral language. First of all, when a student comes to school, we should develop his or her oral language. Then development of decoding skills, side by side, decoding skills must be developed. Development of reading skills and writing skills. We have to work on these 4 model language, and for this, I want to let you know that I have prepared a digital e-book, Khel Pitara. In this book, there are 14 games on the basis of 4 language model. So emerging trends in language teaching to meet above challenges are to provide print-rich and print-rich environment in the classroom. जब भी बच्चा स्कूल में आए तो उसको प्रिंट रिच वातावरण देना चाहिए. गरीब बच्चे आते हैं, पुअर फैमिली से आते हैं, तो उनको जो है प्रिंट रिच वातावरण घर पर उपलब्ध नहीं होता एट होम. सो वी शुड प्रोवाइड देम एंड दे शुड बी इन देयर रीच to prepare lesson plans, games, toys, puppets in the classroom, keeping in mind the 4 segment model. Besides this, Assessment of children based on their various competencies must be done. Use of games to make language teaching interesting and enjoyable. So gamification, the new pedagogical tool. Gamification is the preferred training methodology because it increases the appeal of learning processes, innovation, fun, productivity, the ability to retain knowledge and acquire new skills. Here on screen, you are seeing that there is bingo. Often you have seen that bingo is being played by students in mathematics subjects, but I am the only one from Haryana who has started this innovative step, bingo, in Hindi teaching. And from primary level to middle and secondary level, my students are preparing bingo game at their own. I have created creativity among them. Next is this one, Plicker cards. I have used Plicker cards for their online evaluation in my language lab. Kahoot and Testmo softwares were also used. Worldwall.com during COVID pandemic period, I have prepared various games, online games, match the following, maze game, and hot potato software. Activity sheets were prepared and they were provided to students on home-based education. They evaluated themselves, Google form quiz, survey app quiz. These are the games that I have included in my digital ebook, Khel Pitara. Now it is well said that childhood is a time when one enjoys imagining the world beyond realities. Keeping in view this fact, I have designed a digital book, Khel Pitara, and the games are as such. First one is Ludo game. In this game, 4 students play in the classroom and their oral development, decoding skills, reading skills, and writing skills can be developed. Besides this, in this game, I have included mathematics concept and English concepts too. Keeping in view FLN, बुनियादी साक्षरता एवं संख्या ज्ञान हेतु तैयार लूडो खेल. Next is maze game, मात्रा बोल बुलैया. Suppose we teach a student मात्रा आ की मात्रा, तो उसका हमने देखना है कि बच्चा आ की मात्रा सीखा कि नहीं सीखा. उसके लिए ये मेज गेम तैयार करके दिया हुआ है ऑफलाइन. बच्चा आ की मात्रा को मिलाता हुआ अपने साथी से बाहर मिलता है. यदि वो मिला लेता है तो इससे पता लग जाता है कि उसे आ की मात्रा का ज्ञान हो गया है. यदि नहीं मिला पाता तो हम उस पर विभेदीकृत शिक्षण रणनीति अपनाते हुए, डिफरेंशिएटेड टीचिंग लर्निंग मेथोडोलॉजी अपनाते हुए उसको हम आगे सिखा सकते हैं. नेक्स्ट इज स्लाइड एंड लैडर्स, सेम प्रोसेस फॉर डेवलपमेंट ऑफ होल स्किल्स. दिस इज लूडो गेम जिसमें मौखिक भाषा का विकास, ओरल डेवलपमेंट, डिकोडिंग स्किल्स, राइटिंग स्किल्स, रीडिंग स्किल्स डेवलप की जा सकती हैं. ये पासे का गेम है जिस का ज्ञान हम या हिंदी भाषा कौशल का करा सकते हैं. सपोज हमने आ की मात्रा बच्चों को सिखा दी, तो अगर बच्चा डाइस फेंकेगा, इनमें से किसी भी एक पर अगर डाइस जाता है, मान लो आ की मात्रा पे आया, तो हम बच्चे को कहेंगे आ की मात्रा का पहला शब्द ढूंढ के उस पर आप अपनी गीटी लेकर जाएं. तो इस प्रकार गेम्स के माध्यम से बच्चों को कक्ष में हिंदी भाषा का शिक्षण करवाया गया. ये है स्नेक्स एंड लैडर्स, जिसमें बच्चों को न केवल मात्राओं का, नाउन, प्रोनाउन, एडजेक्टिव, एडवर्ब, इस सब का जो है गेम तैयार करके बच्चों को सिखाया गया. नेक्स्ट है मुझे मेरे परिवार से मिलाओ. ये गेम है जिसको हम बच्चों को एक्टिविटी बेस कराते हुए करवा सकते हैं. इसमें यातायात के साधन हैं, ट्रांसपोर्ट्स के हैं, वेजिटेबल्स हैं, कलर्स हैं, फ्रूट्स हैं. तो इनका प्रयोग करते हम बच्चों को चार्ट में 4 ब्लॉक्स दे सकते हैं और बच्चों को कह सकते हैं कि जो जिस परिवार का सदस्य है उससे उसको मिला. तो ये एक्टिविटी बेस्ड लर्निंग है और क्लासरूम में जब करवाते हैं तो बच्चों का सोशल डेवलपमेंट होता है, लैंग्वेज स्किल्स डेवलप होती हैं. नेक्स्ट इज बिंगो गेम. ये बहुत फैमिलियर हुआ मेरा. इस बिंगो गेम के माध्यम से हम बच्चों को हिंदी के व्याकरण का ज्ञान करा सकते हैं. असेसमेंट ऑफ चिल्ड्रन बेस्ड ऑनलाइन. अब कोविड पैंडेमिक पीरियड आया तो ऑफलाइन हम कैसे करवाएं? हाउ वी कैन इवेलुएट स्टूडेंट्स ऑन ऑफलाइन मोड? इट इज नॉट पॉसिबल. सो I have prepared various games online, offline for assessment of children during COVID period based on various competencies. आप स्क्रीनशॉट्स देख रहे हैं, ये wordworld.com में तैयार किए गए हैं. बच्चों को सोशल मीडिया के माध्यम से इनके लिंक्स भेजे गए और बहुत अच्छे रिस्पांस मिले, ना केवल अपने विद्यालय के बच्चों के लिए, बाकी पूरे जिले व हरियाणा में फेसबुक सोशल मीडिया के माध्यम से इनको मैंने सबके साथ शेयर किया. Glimpses of online games. Now I have started preparing for functional literacy and numeracy online games. You can see English, mathematics concepts also, and they have been shared wide links and QR code. This is an activity done in my classroom. I have prepared Shabd Paiya Khel, word formation activity being done by students in Hindi language lab with the use of game prepared by me. So I have found that such type of activities in school increase classroom cooperation and it help children in building up their memories. Next, I want to let you know, I had got an opportunity to present my games in an exhibition organized by Government of Chhattisgarh in Raipur. It was a global education conclave. Delegates from NCRT also came there. My games were liked by the Chief Minister and Education Minister of Chhattisgarh. And on their request, copy of my digital e-book Khel Pitara was handed over to an officer of Samagra Shiksha Department, Chhattisgarh. Use of toys, next concept in teaching learning process. Using toy as a pedagogy. Toy as a teaching learning resource has the potential to transform classroom pedagogy. Toys are a very useful learning resource. They also help in speed up language development. We must use indigenous toys. स्वदेशी खिलौनों का प्रयोग करना हमें कक्षा कक्ष में चाहिए. अब आप देख रहे हैं स्क्रीन पर, ये कक्षा 10 के क्लास 10th के चैप्टर के नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस की प्रतिमा तथा बाल गोविंद भगत पाठ के मुख्य पात्र की प्रतिमा बच्चों द्वारा तैयार की गई. इसके माध्यम से बच्चों को पाठ समझाया गया और आपको बताना चाहूंगा कि इस तरह के अनेक टॉयज बनाए गए हैं जिसमें नाउन, एडवर्ब, एडजेक्टिव, सिंगुलर, प्लूरल एंड वेरियस स्किल्स डेवलप की गई. जैसे बच्चे आपस में चर्चा करते हैं, बातचीत करते हैं, अपने विचार अभिव्यक्त करते हैं, स्टोरी टेलिंग, स्टोरी राइटिंग करते हैं. बहुत अच्छी तकनीक है यदि हम इसका कक्षा कक्ष में प्रयोग करें. टॉयज एनहांस कॉग्निटिव बिहेवियर एंड स्टिमुलेट क्रिएटिविटी. एज पर recommendations of NEP 2020, I have given opportunity to children of my school who are having talent to develop indigenous toys. And I want to let you know that students of our school have received several awards at state level and national level in Kala Utsav competitions. I motivated and guided my school students to prepare indigenous toys so as to inculcate creating skills in them. Students enjoyed a lot when I had used the toys in teaching learning process. I have observed there are many benefits of toys while I had used them in my teaching learning process. Some of them are, it helps in boosting IQ of children, it helps in developing senses and motor skills, it helps in advancing their problem solving skills, it encourages creativity, it helps in improving concentration in classroom practice, it helps in emotional and social development of children. Next, third concept, use of puppets in teaching learning process. Dear friends, puppets can be used to stimulate conversations and encourage shy children to communicate, making them more confident. This is a student of class 10th of our school named Shreya. She is so genius that stick puppets are being prepared by her for the classroom practice. I believe that keeping in view the National Education Policy 2020, the use of stick puppets will be beneficial in language. We can use them for developing oral skills, decoding skills, reading skills, and writing skills. We can ask students to write story on these puppets. According to me, a teacher can use puppets in education in the following ways: teaching to communicate, thinking creatively. Third one, understanding concepts. Fourth, developing various skills. These skills can in the form thinking activities, discussion, skill goals, and practical activities. And fifth one, enjoying companionship. Puppets can help children with special needs. They can motivate and support children with difficulties in communication and interaction.
Thank you, Vijay. Can you move towards your conclusion now, please?
Okay, ma'am.
Thank you,
I have
sir.
used smart classrooms and language labs too in evaluation of students. With QR codes and mind mapping concept, I have taught them Hindi language. In today's era, e-communication is being used as very well in the field of education. I have provided training to 600 teachers on the topic use of games and innovative practices in primary classes. Recently, I have trained PYP group teachers at international level, and my suggestions are we must use gamification technique, more and more opportunities for developing communication skills and oral skills should be provided with the use of games, indigenous toys and puppets. Systematic teaching of decoding should be done. ICT must be used in language teaching. Teacher must use online and offline games as evaluation tools. Teacher must use puppets in teaching learning process to make overall development of children. Conclusion, there is a great need for the use of emerging trends presented in the research paper in the aspects of language teaching at primary level. Teachers in the classroom will have to implement innovative practices in language teaching. Besides this, we must adopt toy-based pedagogy in our teaching learning process as emphasis has been given in both NCF 2005 and NEP 2020. These are success story links and some coverages in newspaper, social media. Let us join hands together to make Hindi teaching joyful and interesting. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much indeed, Vijay. I couldn't follow all the Hindi, obviously, but your presentation, the slides, helped me understand some of the things that you were showing. I would have liked to have spent a lot of time looking at your maze and seeing if I could see how you got through that maze with the Hindi words, but unfortunately no time at all. Now, I'm hoping that Vishal is still here, and I wonder, Vishal, if you are able to, is your internet connection better and we can perhaps see your presentation?
Okay, ma'am. Am I audible, ma'am?
It's not, you're not sharing your screen yet.
Ma'am, I'm audible?
Yes.
You are audible, certainly. Yes, I can hear you.
So sorry for internet inconvenience. I present not sharing my screen to you.
Yep, that's
I'm
fine.
presenting my paper. Okay, ma'am.
Vishal, you continue. We will share presentation.
Okay, ma'am.
Please
myself, Dr. Vishal Bapodram. I'm working with Primary Education Department, Government of Gujarat. In this webinar, my topic is game in education. Games in education, new learning system of classrooms.
Only one question. Yes, Vishal. You please continue.
Next slide. Next slide, please, ma'am.
Okay.
Students nowadays are raised in a digital world and they learn and react. Students nowadays are raised in a digital world and they learn and react differently. Students start to use computers before they first attend formal education. While computer games have become a part of their everyday life, students of 21st century have been growing up in a highly digital world where they learn and react very differently during the learning process. Digital games have made their ways into classroom over the past several decades. Over the past decades, the use of digital gaming in education has prompted considerable attention in exploring how and why games might be powerful tools in the classroom. Playing computer games at school is seems to be one of the number of technologically oriented activities which can overcome what has been referred to as the digital disconnect, whereby children engage in rich and extensive use of ICTs at home. Game-based approaches, parents, and excellent opportunity to engage students in activity which can enhance learning and produce a range of educational benefits and produce appropriate outcomes. Now, the topic is game as a learning system. First is a game as a authoring system. Using games to construct an artifact for which a rubric can be generated to slides third. Okay. Third. First point. First. Yes. Okay. Games as a authoring system. Using games to construct an artifact for which a rubric can be generated to access the learning and skill development of each other. An authoring tool is a piece of software that enables the creation of digital content. This could be as simple as creating a Microsoft Word document or as complex as a graphic design tools. Next. Second one is games as a content system. The game provides specific content to help deliver understanding in that curriculum area. Game content means the game's audiovisual content, including the visual appearance of its characters and corresponding in-game data that is available to viewers of the game content. Third one is games as a manipulating system. Some games create a dynamic complex system in which the player can interact with test the principle of this system. They are masters in any games they play and can easily set up or change any rules as they wish, bring game materials into reality or vice versa. Essentially treat everything they see as just a game, even reality. Next. Fourth one is game as a trigger system. Games can be used to create a scenario of experimental context for understanding around a topic, issues or principles that a teacher can build on. Fifth one is games as a gateway system. In this way, the focus is the technology and providing learners with the opportunity to learn a specific platform or how to use a specific device. Sixth one is games as a reflective system. Teacher can use the context for decision making and as a way to discuss why decisions were made in a certain way or other reflective aspect of the game. Seventh one is games as a point of view system. By taking on an avatar and a new identity in the game, a teacher can use the game to develop perspective in students and ask them to replay the same scenario choosing different avatars and roll to again an understanding of different perspectives. Eighth one is games as a code system. In this context, writing is the primary mechanic and artifact of gameplay, which can be accessed to capture student understanding. Next. Ninth one is games as a documentary system. Games can be used to document evidence of student ideas and understanding. For example, storyboarding with screenshots can be used to capture the details of a game situation, which then can be used as the basis of additional discussion or reflection. 10th one is games as an ideological system. Rich game scenarios can be read as a text that express certain ideology, values and beliefs, etc. Games used this way can provide students with opportunities for reflection and discussion in a space external to the game. 11th is games as a research system. Research skill and method can be taught in a scenario where students are tasked with designing games and are required to consider what player will be learning from their games. 12th one is games as an assessment system. Certain games afford the opportunity to use the games as an environment where learners can demonstrate their understanding. So these are the games as a learning system. Actually, I'm creating a game-based learning video, but I'm unable to play due to lack of internet connectivity. So I'm going to challenge this to game-based pedagogy. Practitioners and researchers have several barriers to fitting game-based learning into the classroom, include short lessons, physical space, installation, course, and teacher preparation time. Obstacles to game-based learning most frequently cited include curriculum. Curriculum-based, the challenges for teachers to identify how a certain game would connect to the curriculum. Second one is differently with integrating the play of the game into the time structure of the day, often in 35 to 45-minute class. Game related challenges. The challenge for teachers to identify the accuracy and appropriateness of the content of the game. Irrelevant or distracting content from the game that could not be removed. Teacher support. Lack of available time for teachers to learn the game and generate best practices with it. And lack of specific training and support on the effective use of games in education. Next. Another is assessment. Traditional assessment do not often align with game-based learning, so new model and approaches must be considered. From a general perspective, the grammar of games, the structure and modus operandi of games is often in direct contrast to the classroom environment where the spirit of play is uncomfortable in many classrooms. Likewise, there is a rub in a logistic of gameplay with a traditional linear curriculum where learners are progressively exposed to topic in each discipline. Next. A summary of this paper, game-based learning can have a powerful impact on both pupil and teachers. Some teachers have come into not really knowing what they were trying, and very few are game players themselves, but having tried it, teachers view it as a highly effective tools for learning. Teachers were also careful to choose games where they could define clear learning outcomes, and some noted the difficulty of identifying games that could help with particular subjects. Other expressed concern that compared with the game-based learning, other aspect of classroom practice would seems dull to children. Overall, many teachers thought that what was crucial to game-based learning was that teachers themselves know how to use games well for learning and could mediate the effectively. Next. Many of the school leaders and teachers spoke positively about curriculum for excellence, which they saw as an opportunity to try out new things such as game-based learning. In this way, approaches such as game-based learning were seen to provide a right learning environment which could help meet the aims of curriculum for excellence and embody the principles of this. Teachers identify collaboration, communication, teamwork, motivation, or engagement as a reason for incorporating games into their practice, as well as the curriculum specific objectives. A major factor in the success of the project is the care taken over classroom management and the organization of pupils, resource and tasks. Hello? Ma'am, I have sent it by video.
No, thank you very much. You've done very well. I was so focused on listening to you, I forgot to look at the time, and you have used your time very well indeed. Thank you so much, Dr. Vishal.
Thanks to you, ma'am, for giving me another chance.
Well, it was third time lucky, and I think we have that saying in England, third time lucky. So I'm delighted you were able to get there. It's so nice too to see the focus on the digital side of gaming, particularly because, as you say, children come with so much. So this brings us to the end of this session, and I've been trying as we went through to pull together a few ideas. In terms of questions, the only question I can see is from Raj Kumar asking how we can get the video of the presentations, and certainly some of those slides with some of the references, I would be very interested in being able to look further. That's one of the advantages of an international conference such as this. If there's any other questions, do put them on. Yes, Ranjani.
Yes, only one more question is there from Dr. Santosh Yadav. How these games and material will be useful for visually impaired children, children with visual impairment. If any presenter or Kim would like to answer this question.
That's such a good question too, because we need, and particularly within the NEP, we need to be much more aware of including all learners in our classrooms. The first part is, of course, visually impaired children have many other senses, including feeling, and they often, if it's toys, they will be able to take it. But Vishal, perhaps you'd like to say something about visual impairment with digital online work. Any of the presenters want to answer that question? No. So I think it's a very good question. Digital, it being very much on screen, is very difficult for visually impaired, although there are more and more tools coming, and many of our courses that we run at UCL, we are very aware of having the people can use digital tools to help them access online. Certainly, we have to write our materials as if people may have a visual impairment. But the beauty of real toys is that you can hold them and you can feel them, and therefore you can use other senses to find those. In thinking about all of the presentations, I just would like to sum up by saying how fascinating I found all 5 presentations. The scientific concepts learned through toys, and when I think it was Brejai Auntie who talked about these, and although the learner would not be able to name all the forces, they certainly could assimilate the concepts. And this is where the teacher, as the knowledgeable other, that's what Vygotsky calls the teacher, will be able to enhance the learning. And that came through actually on a number of other presenters, where the teacher, at what point would the teacher step in to enhance the learning through working with toys? Raj Kumar talked about some of the excellent science experiments with balloons, and I was reminded of much of my science learning. And particularly in his presentation, the photographs of children really demonstrated it. They were smiling, they were focused, they were interested. And that's evidence that learning is happening. Shalini and Thomas reminded us of the importance of traditional games in supporting number concept operations. The operations, working with different ways of putting numbers together, making up a whole number. And I thought that those were exciting as well. Vijay, reminding us about the importance of language, which again is back to Vygotsky. We can't really learn without language supporting us. And it's not just the common languages, the modern languages, but also our home language and how important that is. And I found his use of games, and as I mentioned, the maze game, really interesting. A number of people talked about assessment, and although assessment offline, as Vijay said, is not necessarily possible, we must remember of different sorts of assessment, such as self-assessment, and enabling and empowering children through the use of toys, games, puppets, all of these indigenous things we've been looking at will enable them to develop in all the subjects. So I just want to say a huge thank you to everybody for this wonderful set of presentations. Ranjana, thank you so much for moderating the session so well, particularly considering the challenges with the internet. But I'd like us all to give a round of applause for all 5 presenters, Vishal, Rajen, Yanta, Rajkumar, Shalini, with Thomas, and Vijay. Well done to you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Kim. Thank you so much for very, very nicely chairing session wonderfully with smile and patience. So in between the session, sharing of your experiences with toys in your childhood was reminding us to about our own childhood and toys. So many thanks to you for chairing this session wonderfully. We all have sweet memories of our childhood, toys and stories. And from these presentations, we really now feel that we must share those kinds of things with our children so that they also will develop interest in variety of indigenous, traditional toys and stories, and they continue these traditions in future also. So I thank Professor Brajanti Devi for nicely presenting various local toys of northeastern states, mapping with various concepts in science. I also thank to S. Rajkumar for taking us to the world of balloon, and I can see we have seen the expression on Kim's face about balloons and how this was making us smiling. I extend my thanks to Shalini Verma and Thomas Gilsterf for excellently presenting traditional toys for learning of mathematics. I thank Vijay Kumar ji for making us aware about the toys to learn language. He has used toys giving example from Hindi language, but we feel that these games can also be used for other languages with customization. Thanks to Vishal, our Bapodara, for giving us a presentation on benefits of game-based technology, particularly digital game-based technology. So just for the question was on this children with visual impairment. As Kim has already said, lots of stuffed toys, dolls we can use for children with, and sound toys we can use for children with visual impairment. So there is a technical session tomorrow, technical session 5, on toys to address different societal concerns. So please please watch this session and you will get your answer. So thanks to one and all for attending and supporting this second technical session with enthusiasm and passion. But I request all of you, don't go. Please stay with us for watching videos on hands-on experiences with toys following this session. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Professors Inslee and Arora, for conducting that insightful session. In the following video presentations by Dr. Anju Kaur and the Kendriya Vidyalaya Sangathan, we will take a closer look at how a games-based pedagogy can be effectively utilized to aid learning.
They say that studying is a very serious form of activity. I don't agree. Actually, play is the most serious thing a child can do. Hi, Namaste. I'm Anju Shazo, founder of Mahatma Gandhi International School in Ahmedabad. This is a school which was started under a trust of the Ahmedabad Municipal Corporation around 25 years ago. And in this school at that time, we decided that experiential learning would be the way to learn everything. We had one motto that time: anything that the children want to learn, make it a game. And we started from that principle, and we made everything fun together with the children as part of a constructivist framework. Along with the experiential learning, we brought in toy-based pedagogy. But can children really learn with toys? That was a very big question that a lot of educators and parents asked. After all, how can you have conceptual learning? They're just playing. Are they really learning? Well, here is a very short teaser for you to see how children can be engaged with different kinds of toys and whether they can really learn or not.
Maths and statistics while playing this toy. It becomes so easy and it is lots of fun.
I just love its movements. From Mahatma Gandhi International School, Ahmedabad. I like this game because it uses energy, and in our village I play with my cousins or any family member. It's interesting to play. I love Seven Stones games.
हाय, मेरा नाम कबीर है। मैं महात्मा गांधी इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में पढ़ता हूँ और मुझे ये लट्टू को खेलना बहुत अच्छा लगता है, क्योंकि मेरे दादू ने जब मेरे को सिखाया था तब थोड़ा कंफ्यूजिंग तो लगा था, फिर सीख गया। इसको गुजराती में भमेड़ो बोलते हैं और इंग्लिश में टॉप।
Catch!
और दिलीप, ओके। चढ़ाई दूर।
So you must have seen how excited and engaged the children were when they were actually playing with the toys. And the first thing about toy-based pedagogy is to understand what really is a toy. And there are a lot of misconceptions about what's a toy. A toy is something that the children play with. And you also have something like this, which is a science model. Now, a science model is a model. I think the first thing is that we need to bring in toys which are from our own culture, which are in our own context. And India has such a vast array of diverse forms and materials of toys, and each toy tells its own story. So the first thing about playing with a toy for a child would be that the child is connecting to his or her own culture. And when they do that, a lot of things related to identity formation are brought in. The first thing about toy is also that teachers should not begin by thinking, what am I going to teach with this toy? Boys and girls can both play with dolls. A doll is not something that is gender specific, and children love to engage in imaginative play when they're young. Many of the dolls which you find in the market sometimes have a lot of identity issues which are conditioning the children. For example, you've got all these body shapes. The first part about toy-based pedagogy is to understand what's a toy. A toy will allow children exploratory play, discovery, imagination, creativity. All these things are there. So children should be allowed free play. But when the children are playing, they're actually learning many things while playing with just one toy. So a child may be learning 5 or 10 competencies or skills. So all these things are being done while the child is playing. And then you also have a lot of conceptual learning that can happen. So many of our toys actually allow for imaginative play. So if they really want to do some puppet shows related to the mythologies or stories where they can invest in a lot of role play. Look at these masks that are incredible, and you can do so much of storytelling like Vikram and Betal stories using some of these masks and the expressions. It is wood, or it is brass, or some other forms which are local forms which maybe are made out of leaf or bamboo. It is incredible for children. These are biodegradable. These do not harm the environment, and they are of course encouraging our local artists to produce these beautiful works of art. How do we actually use toys in the classroom? The first form of this particular pedagogy, as we construct it, is exploration. Shape, form, looking at the diameter, size, how does it work, and just beginning to actually play with it. And by playing, children begin to explore, how can I really get this into the cup? The string length, do I make it short, long, etc. From there on, then we create a structure where we make it a game. And in that sense, there are 3 to 4 children. One is observing, one is collecting the data. How many times does the ball go into the cup? And from that data collection, we go into graphs and data representation. So for a higher class, it is still possible to play with a very simple game and continue into conceptual learning. I gave one example about how 4 or 5 children can be using one toy. One is measuring, one is doing data collection, one is playing, and one is giving a running commentary. And they can keep changing their roles as they play. So that is one way of doing it. By making their own toys through everyday materials, the children are again learning a variety of concepts and developing many skills. So we can easily bring in making a toy as a project. It's so important that teacher training be also experiential. And if the teacher training, the teacher doesn't enjoy, if the teacher doesn't feel the joy of that particular activity, she or he will not be able to pass it on into the classroom. So the joy and the reflection part. One of our first successful projects was also with the Kendriya Vidyalaya Sangathan, where we gave teacher training to their master trainers, and we saw amazing results where the teachers went back into their schools and they began to actually, first they underwent the physical training, then they went back to their schools and they began to encourage children to play. From the toys, we went into developing games. Our children were already doing games in their school, in their classrooms, from grade 1 and 2 to higher classes. So we went into then board games pedagogy, which we call Pedagames. That's a term that exists. And that seemed to actually be a good enough term, because these are not just simple board games. These are games that we developed. For example, we made one which is the Pyasa Kaua game. We began to create this lovely game where children can actually put up their own things. That becomes part of formative evaluation. Where are they putting the city blocks or the animals which are for a particular habitat? Everything the child has to construct and paint and create. So that's another learning that the child has. And then they have to carry out simple activities. And each time the child rolls the dice and moves forward, the child encounters an animal, and the animal gives the child a task to do. And when the child has done the task, the child can actually pick up a particular stone and then put it in the pot. We began to look at our own art forms, and here we created a lovely game out of Matani Pachedi, which is a community in Gujarat, and they make these beautiful paintings. And from that art form, we created the whole game where the crow has to travel in quest of water, and as the crow travels, it's actually a cyclical game, which is so very Indian, the idea of no beginning and no end. So toy-based pedagogy is a new adventure.
Very good afternoon to all of you who are there, joined with us either through YouTube or DTH channel or Zoom. This is the beginning of the third session for today, the third technical session, which is a very important aspect of which we have taken. And in this, we don't have paper presentations, but we have panel discussion by some of the very design educationists working in different parts of the country. So before I introduce you to the session, I'll just say that this is on toy design education courses and careers. So in this, we have 5 panelists which are there along with the chairperson, Ravi Povaya. He is a very well-known personality. I'll introduce him later. But then along with him, we have Austin Davis. He is a faculty of PG program in Toy and Game Design, National Institute of Design, Ahmedabad. Diti Vyas, who is an associate professor, communication and writing, Anant National University, Ahmedabad. Then we have Bibhu Datta Baral, principal faculty, PG program in digital game design, National Institute of Design, Ahmedabad. We have Vishal Bhan, who is a associate professor, Shilpa Sadan, Vishwa Bharati. And then we have Swati Sheller from Jump Design, India. So this is a very important session. So far since morning, in the 2 other sections, we talked about how in schools the teachers and teacher educators are practicing toy design and toy pedagogy. Now we have this session focused on different courses and careers which the students can take even after the school. So before starting, I'll just introduce our chairperson, who is a very well-known senior faculty member at the Industrial Design Center, IDC, IIT, Indian Institute of Technology, Bombay. And he has a background in mechanical engineering, product design, graphic arts education, etc., etc. And then he is a person who has been in design education, design for children, design learning, and all sorts of interventions he has been related with. He has organized many conferences, workshops in IDC, and along with IDC in other of his networks. He has been associated with most of the major companies which have been there in the working on different projects with his interface, industry interface design. And it's a long bio, but I'll now hand it over to him to take forward this session with all the panelists, and I'm sure that there will be some very important things which will come out of this session. So over to Ravi.
Yeah, thanks so much, Jyotsna, for that long introduction. I'm really happy to be here. It's such a nice occasion, celebrating toys and games, especially in the context of our country. And the byline is great. You learn by playing and by making things, right? Yeah, everything that is very, very needed. Morning's introductory session was really, revealing in many sense that if this was actually, what the children would do to learn, it would make a world of difference to them. Wish we had it when we were kids, right? Yeah. So I think we are on a really nice path here. and a lot of things to do, a lot of things to discuss and debate. And in this session, we have people who have experiences with actually teaching how to design toys and games. That's the nice part of it. All of them are experienced people and involved with that. Okay, a very short introduction. I mean, I was very young when I met Professor from NID, right, Sudarshan Khanna, and he had this great enthusiasm and interest in Indian toys. He used to get so excited. He documented that and said how it could be used for learning purposes. Okay, it was really nice interacting with him, and I think his thoughts actually ended up with NID starting the toy and game design discipline itself, right? That's really nice. At the same time, I mean, we were very influenced by what Arvind Gupta was doing. This was late 80s and 90s, right? And he used to pick up trash and make it so interesting. And he had these children so involved in this whole process, and the learning process itself was so different, drastically different, okay? And we also had the good fortune of working with Dr. Vivek Montero. He started the Navnitmiti program and how to actually design toys that would help in learning mathematics, an extremely difficult subject for children. But just imagine learning maths with a lot of fun. Okay, so with that, I'm going to request the panel members to do it. See, the experience of game design is manifold. First of all, game design as a subject, or a game and toy design as a subject, it's very challenging to come out with something new. It's not that easy. Okay, you have to be really creative. Okay, but the thing is that what we've seen is that whoever students who, it's a very popular elective, wherever it is taught. I'm sure it's the same thing in NIT. In IITs, they are taught game and toy design as an elective. A lot of students want to do this elective. It's full of creativity. Okay, it's also very involving as an exercise when you do this. Okay, and there are very nice parts to it. You can have children participate in the design process. So they actually become your feedback to either give you a thumbs up or a thumbs down, right? Yeah, and they're very frank in telling you what you've done that works or not. And at the background, right, we have a great, resource, our traditional toys and games as inspirations. So I'm sure all of you have lots of experiences in putting these thoughts across in your programs. So I'm going to request one by one. So can we, for the sake of time, keep it to about 7 minutes, roughly? Yeah, what you're going to say. So we'll have, your thoughts and what you've done about the program and how it could make a difference to both the education at a professional level as well as at the school level, right? That's something that we can think about. Okay, your experiences would be nice to discuss and talk about. So roughly 7 minutes. So it will give us about 10 to 15 minutes at the end for Q&A sessions with the audience. Okay, so first I'll invite Austin Davis. He's studied at NID, been part of, I think his whole life is spent on toy and game design. Yeah, he did his master's and then, bachelor's, and then he came back to teaching after working for a while. He's been doing, part and parcel of this program. So I'm sure, Austin, you have a lot of things to say. So please go ahead, okay? If you want to share screens, you can do that also, in case you want to show it.
No, I'll just be having a conversation. First of all, thank you for inviting. And I have been following the sessions that have been happening today. Very interesting sessions. And it's really, so this is something that we have always dreamt of as a department, how play can contribute to creating impact, and not just for leisure, but beyond that, because it has that capability and possibility. And somewhere that is what our department's work is also based on. Our philosophy is based on that play can lead to a lot of interesting outputs beyond just entertainment and fun. So in terms of when we look at it under the bigger umbrella of design, so we always say that the design process would remain the same irrespective of the product that you're developing. But when we are developing something for the domain of play, the concept of play comes into the picture. So today, being given this opportunity, I would like to talk about this is something that I've noticed in my conversations with various people, developing toys and working in various domains. Is sometimes that a lot of focus goes on the end product, which is the toy or game, which of course is very relevant. But having an understanding of play, the concept of play can go like many folds in making sure that what you're developing at the end is impactful. So there were so many examples of how people have observed how a toy, there is so much to learn apart from the activity that you're doing, whether it is in terms of maths or whether it's the physical activity happening or the material that is being made. And similarly, even understanding the fact that play in itself is also very open-ended, and different people, different age groups and different interests give rise to different types of play. And accordingly, when we design something, keeping all these things in mind, what we come out with is more connected to the user and less driven by what is trending in the market. Because when we are working for the purpose of an impact, creating an impact, then understanding of play can play a bigger role. So the work that happens at our department here, we have observed how education becomes one big domain where we can, where play can play a very strong role. Play can play a very strong role. But apart from that, early childhood development, so when we talk about education, learning becomes a strong component, and learning is very integral to play. It naturally happens, whether you play with an intent to learn or otherwise also. So this component can then be given more focus, and this translates into products which can be used for training, whether for corporate training or whether it is education, or even spreading awareness or educating the youth about some topic. Just today, we got done with a jury, which was about developing a game to educate the youth about governance and how their involvement in this topic can go ahead in creating a bigger impact. So again, games and toys, structured play, unstructured play, both these have their own interesting elements, which when studied, with interest and with intrigue, can really help you in developing a more impactful product at the end.
Oh, thanks, Austin. You did it much before the time, right? Okay. So what we'll do is we'll keep the questions till the end. So just hold on. I also have a question for you. Okay, so we'll come back to you. Let everybody speak, and then we'll have back sessions. Okay. So I'm going to invite Dr. Deepti Vyas from Anand National University. She again has vast amount of experience. She's into writing and folk tales, and has experiences of this for us to know about. Okay, so she's taught also at many places. Yeah, so over to you, Deepti. Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Professor Ravi, for that very generous introduction. If I may be allowed to share my screen.
Yes, please go ahead. Yeah.
And I promise to keep it absolutely in time. So I am going to talk about playful learning for adults. Since morning, we've been talking about how play and games are important forces to inform, engage, and influence children. But I want to underline the centrality of toys and games in the context of adult learning process. Though we all have a child within us, lurking inside us, we are much more than grown-up children. And therefore, the adult learning pedagogy might involve similar but slightly different methodology, which I am trying to attempt and present. So to begin with, I would want to use the triangular framework by Nicola Witten to highlight that in adult learning pedagogy, we look at three basic parameters. One, using playful toys, which signify a playful environment, might include toys and artifacts and simulations, so on and so forth. The second one, which would include playful techniques, which would have maybe a role play or a performance, or if we engage our participants into a quest. So this would go into the second category. The third one would be playful tactics. So this is bringing humor, silliness, surprise, maybe using a simple ball, throwing a ball away, and whoever gets the ball gets the chance to answer the question. So these are the three theorized components of playful learning for adults. I propose to, through my examples of pedagogical experiments, to share how I tried interweaving these in my adult learning, higher education processes. The first thing that I do is, when I look at adult learning and try and involve play within it, borrowing the term magic circle from the digital gaming world, I try and create a magic circle. Now, this is basically a space where we call this action space, a magic space where the learners learn to construct and reconstruct realities as well as relationships. Through an example, how do I create this space in an executive classroom? Typically, my executive classroom would have people with more than 15 years average of experience, extremely bogged under the pressure of the competitive world with diverse experiences. And when they come together, one of the games that I use in the classroom in order to energize them is a version of Chor Police, Chor Ko Pakdo sort of game. This game is basically something which I use in leadership training program, and it's a game of persuasion and influence, and what is so special about this game is each participant has a role in it. There's nobody who is left out. There's no preparation required to enter into the skin of the game, so there's ease of entry. The game is also flexible enough to be attuned to the level of the participants, and it also gives enough time and reflection time where the adults can bring in their own experiences to reflect upon what is happening. So if I were to just share some pictures from my classroom, this is what the classroom looked before the game started, and you might see the gradual warming up. Here are executives running around, physical activity is happening, people get illuminated, people come and defend themselves, eliminate others, cast votes. So there's a lot of physical movement which is happening within the classroom, and which breaks the monotony of a lecture hall. Implicitly, and this is extremely important, what this does is it develops what one calls illusory attitude. By illusory attitude, what I mean is the spirit of getting into the game. You are mentally ready to enter into the fabric of the game. This is what it broadly projects. The second thing that it does is it breaks the existing license and it recreates new collaborative patterns, which I think is extremely healthy for a co-learning environment. And the last and probably the most important thing, almost a precondition for all adult learning, is a positive reconstruction of failure. In fact, in adult learning, failure is rather almost a necessary learning condition. And therefore, when we debrief, we discuss not the measurable outcomes, but we discuss the processes and challenges triggering reflection and reformation. So this is one experiment that I wanted to discuss, where there is a visible shift that I see from a fixed mindset happening within the magic circle to growth mindset. And a lot of it is carried forward in the rest of the sessions and back to work. The second example that I would want to talk about is again an experiment which I used in my course called Communicating for Change. It's an undergraduate course which uses signature pedagogy of community-based learning. This is how the classroom typically looked when we started. Most of them had their cameras off. The sort of psychological and communicative distance, the transactional distance that we face as instructors in an online world was felt by me as well. So after some warming up sessions, the students were then asked to use creating toys as one of the projects. And using the theory of Michael Moore of transactional learning, I tried creating again the magic circle within the classroom, where the course was deliberately made flexible. I could tweak it as per the need of my learners. There was a lot of room for learner autonomy. The students could pick and select the topics which moved them. And I would want to talk last about the quality of dialogue. How did I work on improving the quality of dialogue with my students? So this is what I would want to highlight. After a lot of iterations, the first level, of course, was observation using ethnographic methods, quantitative and qualitative data collection. So the teams discovered very interesting things in the course of data collection, and these are undergraduate students. Team Bijli found that the sample respondents do not switch off lights just because they forget switching off lights. So they were working on conservation of electricity. Legacy of Life group found that while plus 50 people were positively inclined towards organ donation, it was people, the youth, who was completely nonchalant about donating organs. Women don't go for breast cancer examination. This was found by Team Gulabu because they thought they had other important things to do at home. So once the data was collected, the students then were given this task of creating a very playful nudge. We had told them that you don't have to be preachy, you have to be extremely playful about how you create. After multiple iterations, here was what a Legacy of Life group created. It's a maze where the heart goes to the donor, and it's again a circular game which was created by students. This is currently placed in the hospitals in various parts of Bihar, where we are testing the efficacy of how many people are playing the game. The second one that I would want to highlight is Team Bijli, which basically redesigned light switches. This is on our university campus. They redesigned light switches with, a popping feel to it. These are all indigenously created by the team to induce, the sort of psychological compulsion to switch off. Here is Team Gulabu, which designed a comb because they discovered that women carry combs always in their bags. So they designed a comb which had this very interesting playful figures, which actually reminded the women of various symptoms of breast cancer and the fact that they will have to go and get themselves tested. In the entire process throughout, we used basically the grading was done by focusing on the depth and quality of research rather than measurable outcomes, because the process of field testing is extremely important, but not the result. The field testing was used to improve the performance. And one of the things that I noticed in the course of this discussion is improvement in the quality of interaction from the student side. So there was higher.
Yes, butting in, okay? Yeah, the time.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Yes, please. I'll just close there. So there was increased speaking initiative, improved attendance, and augmented learning ownership. And all this came out with, Khel Khel Mein. So would again go back to the main point and say that techniques like these should not be restricted to schools, but also should be brought in higher education classroom, adult education, and skill training. Thank you so much, Dr.
Yeah, thanks so much, because bringing in a different point of view, you're talking about adult education through play, very important, aspect. So we'll come back to you. Yeah, so let me go to the next speaker. Next speaker is Professor Dr. Baral, a good friend. We work together on projects. Yeah, so Baral has been, at NID last 25 years experience he has in teaching, and he comes from a cognitive science background. So it's very interesting how Dr. Baral would have, included or integrated his background into teaching of toy and game design, especially digital game design, which he has been conducting at the Bangalore campus. Over to you, Baral. I think your mic is off. Your mic is off.
Thanks, Professor Ravi. I'm very grateful to the organizing committee for giving me a chance to speak on a topic very favorite to me. Since 2015, last 6-7 years, I've been heading a program here known as, very much supported by the Institute, is a digital game design. And my one area of interest revolves around a question right now. Last 2 years, I've started working on it. How to make digital games support pedagogical goals and objectives. I'm repeating it, how to make digital games support pedagogical goals and objectives in the context of post-COVID kind of education, which is a new kind of education system, which is, some say it's blended, some say it's a hybrid, whatever be, but I am orienting for the blended learning. And I see that the blended learning environment have place for all kind of technologies, so mobile, AR, VR, AI, and every kind of technologies. And game, since it is also based on, and it involves all kind of technologies right now, will be a good fit to definitely to bring a completely novelty or newness to the blended learning approach which is happening. Now I'm trying at the level of conceptual and theoretical framework, I'm trying to build that how can we say that this hybridity or blended learning is a new methodological approach to education, and how can we also see that the pedagogical shifting, and the pedagogy is shifting towards to be more engaging, to be more grounded in reality, to be more experiential. And these were the thoughts, proposed and championed by people like Vygotsky 100 years back, and Kolb in his theory of experiential learning, and also, Piaget in his approach of cognitive constructivism. But suddenly all these theoretical frameworks were missed out. But now I see that these are very relevant right now. I want to bring back these and see what kind of a new methodology of teaching learning scenario, which is game based, or which is some kind of a gamification of education, or applying game to educational system, or a new kind of learning where learning is playful. Learning should be learning will be through while playing, and also integrating learner into a community of practice. That's what some decades back Vygotsky said in his theory, that it is some kind of a social constructivism where the tools and the mediating mechanism is more important in creating learning, and the kind of symbolism through which the children make sense of the world. And here I have tried to find out all the genres of game. There are 9-10 maybe very known genres of game. A game like adventurous game, puzzle games, Need for Speed games like Grand Theft Auto, GTA, Grand Theft Auto. There are also, I am trying to map what kind of games lead, really has a great impact on what kind of cognitive functions and what kind of cognitive attributes or resources, and how to see that this channelized into really enhancement in not only learning speed or learning authenticity, the purity of learning, but also in the grades of the students, the children. So I have find out how game-based learning may bring the AR, VR technology to education soon, because if you look at the games like Ingress and the Pokemon Go, where the transition from the digital space to the physical space, suddenly the player feels that the physical space is becoming a game place, in a game environment, a game location, and this kind of novelties, I think, will bring that kind of a kind of a immersiveness, which may be explained by Sajjant Mehali's concept of a flow experience. Big game, how to make education, particularly school education, from the age of, you can say it is 4th grade to 11th grade or 10th grade, how to make learning, particularly school sciences, which are tough to learn, to a flow experience, how to convert that. And I also currently studying a lot of games, like how games enhance cognitive abilities, like role-playing games like Skyrim, Final Fantasy, Mass Effect, driving games like Grand Theft Auto. They are known to be enhancing cognitive abilities, particularly spatial attentional cognitive abilities, and also these. Also, the gamers, I find that they are quickly learning the sense of the meta concept of autonomy, resilience, self-efficacy, which is very important. That is a sense of mastery, a sense of competence. The more we win, more we master the game, self-regulation, moral rules. I think so when these things are coming so easy, is aided, facilitated in developing the concept of awareness of all these things by playing games. Why can't that be channelized or some way or other, a direct way impactful to education? What really prevents us? It needs operational mechanism, or it needs some theoretical framework to build, or conceptual clarity to begin. I found that many of the MMOs, massively multiplayer games like World of Warcraft, allows online collaboration, helps in developing socio-emotional skills related to humor, creativity, and problem solving, and also first-person shooter action games like Unreal Tournament, Medal of Honor inspire perceptual attention, and also playing games like Tetris, which are more puzzle games, but it enhances your visual rotational skills, which is a very important thing, because it helps imagery formation, indeed. And there are plenty of games Tetris like. So how to decide what kind of library a school would have, and how to decide which course, particular science or which course we have these many things to be completed as a part of that course. And this particularly, I was also looking at that Piaget's book, which I do read often, that 1962 book, Play, Dreams, and Imitation, where he speak about the how the symbolic abilities are formed in the children, and that is more to expose play and games, toys, which are more of outdoor-like activities. So this is here also. It is though it is slightly adventurous or maybe very ambitious. The Vygotsky, Piaget, and Kolb, all these works are great theoretical premise, but very much not supported so far by the neurosciences or research findings from the cognitive neuroscience directly. But there is enough evidence that indirectly they're supposed they get enjoys a lot of support. But that's the reason I also brought in the Gardner's concept of multiple intelligences. I'm trying to see, Gardner's has 9 right now. I believe it's 9, or it has become 10 in between. 9 intelligence, like spatial, cognitive, mathematical, logical, kinesthetic, bodily kinesthetic. There are 9 intelligences. And latest added as observational intelligence, of which a great example is Charles Darwin, how observation is a first particular kind of intelligence.
Baral, the time.
Okay,
time
okay.
is
I'm trying to
almost
map
9 minutes.
what
yeah.
genre of what kind of the games will really map to or load to the Gardner's multiple intelligence. If, right now, I have not been able to use the mathematical aspect. If I get really good statistical and some kind of a significance, it may be very interesting. I'm hoping for it. It will take 2 months more because the statistics mathematical aspects are very tough here. I'm learning that thing, but I have many things to say once there are questions and answers. But this is
thanks so much, Baral, for bringing up this aspect of using digital gaming. Very powerful, especially given the context of the penetration of mobile technology in our country. Yeah, it can have far-reaching consequences. It can use it for learning. Definitely, yes. So, just lack of time. So, we'll come back to you, Baral. Okay. So, going over to young designer and educator Swati Schiller. She has a background from NID as well as she has done a learning design technology program at Stanford. And she runs her own design studio, Jump Design, okay, having done lots of projects, okay, with lots of experiences. She's also a partner at this beautiful book publishing firm, Waterworks. Okay, so over to you, Swati.
Thank you so much, sir. Thanks so much for this opportunity also. What I'd like to do is just talk a little bit about my experiences and bring up a few kind of issues or points that could be useful for the design and education where it meets. So I'll talk a little bit about how I got into this field. So I learned product design at NIT, not toy and game design in my undergraduate. And through my career, I started working on, I worked in a children's subscription box company called Magic Crate. And after that, I wanted to study further, but more about child psychology, education, theoretical input, like about constructivism, etc. So I thought that studying design again in the form of toy and game design would not be so useful, but rather I would like to study in an education college. So I tried for various colleges like Stanford, and I got in also. But there is a need for having more financial assistance or through scholarships or grants for people who want to pursue these kind of studies in India or abroad. And that would have been really helpful, though there was a bit of financial assistance from the university itself. It does put a little bit of pressure, but and I saw that there were a lot of scholarships for engineering or science-related fields, and even management and all that, but less for toy design or design per se. Then after having done my master's, I wanted to come back and work in India because I saw a lot of good work happening in the education space, in the design space, and a lot of new edtech ventures happening in India, which are quite exciting. But there's a slight disconnect between the design world and the edtech new world that's coming up in India. And there is gaps are closing between even education and design, like through this conference as well. But it will be great if we can keep collaborating between design colleges and education, like teacher training colleges, so that even the toy and game design discipline would benefit a lot from seeing what teachers on the field are doing. And even through these kind of conferences, you see that teachers are really creative and they're trying to do a lot of things in their classrooms. Through one of the experiences that I had working with this NGO called Agastya Foundation, I had held a teacher training session for government school teachers and had opened it up to even teachers in Mumbai. So a lot of people willingly came and wanted to learn more about how you can make and how you can design more project-based learning courses, or
how you can have a lot of making based activities for students, and you can be creative while teaching. So yeah, so I think there's a lot of scope for collaborating between design and education colleges, and both would benefit from that kind of collaboration. Then through my studio, I've seen that there's a lot of design, like learning design work that's coming. So especially learning design is a new and quite a lucrative career, but more for playful adult learning, as Dr. Diti Vyas was also showing us. There's a lot of corporate work happening where they want to, gamify or make adult learning playful. But the same kind of connections are not really existing between schools, NGOs, and startups that are working for children. So there's a bit of a need to educate people more about the need for playful learning design for children itself, like how we can make regular courses, classrooms, very playful, just a regular school in a regular city can benefit a lot from playful design and playful learning methods, where teachers are also made to break out of their usual patterns of teaching. Children will also benefit from that. So these are a few points that I'd put together before the presentation. That I didn't have any presentation, made or anything. So I just wanted to bring up these points. Apart from that, I'm still quite young, and I'm learning a lot from just having the studio, which I started 2 years ago, and it's been slow because making tangible products during the pandemic also, it's been quite challenging, even going, having things open to go and produce things. A few people's projects got stuck because they couldn't, the toys being produced were being made out of bamboo, and places where they were being made were completely locked down. So these kind of challenges are there for like tangible toy making industry in India. But I think it's really promising, and there's a lot of work to be done. And people who want to start and be in this career, there's a lot to do, and I would always sign up for training more people to come into this field. And I love when a lot of these conferences and things happen where there are connections that can be built between people. So that's about it. That's all I have to say.
Thanks so much, Swati, for your enthusiasm. Yeah, and absolutely true what you say. Leave aside the last 2 years, it's been very difficult, but having more people like you coming to the field, looking at sustainable materials to develop toys, nothing like it. Yeah, so, and as you rightly said, we also need more people in this area who are entrepreneurial, as well as being able to train teachers and things like that will make a big difference. Yeah, thanks. And I have some questions, so we'll come back to you. Okay, thanks again. Yeah, so over to last speaker, Vishal Band from Shantiniketan. He's been, teaching design at Shantiniketan. They formed the Department of Bachelor of Design in Shilpa Sadhan. Okay, it's been now, I think, 11 years, right, this program. So he's got a lot of contributions at this. And I'll leave it to Vishal to go ahead and make the presentation. Over to you, Vishal.
Namaskar. Is it okay, Professor Puvai, if I speak in Hindi? Would that be fine?
Yeah, that should be fine with the audience, right? Yeah.
Namaskar. मैं मेरी कहानी से मेरा ये वक्तव्य चालू करना चाहता हूँ। मेरी स्कूलिंग बहुत खराब रही। मुझे बहुत ही खराब टीचर मिले जो मारते थे, पीटते थे, मतलब मेरा स्कूल जाने का मन ही नहीं करता था। और रिजल्ट ये हुआ कि 9th क्लास में मैं फेल हो गया और स्कूल से मुझे भागना पड़ा। आई रन अवे फ्रॉम माई स्कूल, माई होम, एंड आई वाज इन भोपाल, और मुझे भुसावल रेलवे स्टेशन पे पकड़ा गया। मुझे वापस मेरे पेरेंट्स के पास भेजा गया। इट्स अ लॉन्ग स्टोरी, इस छोटे में बता रहा हूँ। मैं जो पॉइंट कहना चाह रहा हूँ कि गेम डेवलपमेंट को लेके मुझे बहुत ज्यादा चिंता नहीं है। वी विल इवेंचुअली रीच देयर। बेंचमार्किंग वर्क हैज बीन डन एज मेंशन्ड बाय प्रोफेसर पुवैया। अरविंद गुप्ता जी ने जो काम किया वो तो मतलब लैंडमार्किंग काम है, वैसा काम शायद उसके बाद कभी हुआ नहीं। और NIFT, NID, IDC का कंट्रीब्यूशन गेम डिजाइन और ओवरऑल डिजाइन में बहुत ही बड़ा रहा। पर प्रॉब्लम जो कि अभी स्वाति ने कहा बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग, उस पर बहुत ज्यादा फोकस आया नहीं अनफॉर्चुनेटली, कि हम गेम तो बना लेंगे, ये गेम पढ़ाने वाले टीचर्स कहाँ से लाएंगे? हमको टीचर्स तैयार करना है जो जिनका माइंड सेट ऐसा हो, जो समझ पाए बच्चे की साइकोलॉजी। बच्चे की साइकोलॉजी ही हमारे यहाँ बीएड कौन कर रहा है? बीएड कौन करता है? एक बहू शादी होके जाती है, एक लड़की, बहू क्या बेटा तुम क्या कर रहे हो? अरे कुछ नहीं करते, तुम बीएड कर लो। अच्छा बीएड कर लो एंड देन यू बिकम टीचर। तो अब हम वी आर डीलिंग विद अ वेरी डिफिकल्ट सिचुएशन। ऐसे लोग जब टीचर हो जाते हैं और वो जब स्कूल में पढ़ाने आते हैं तो वो मतलब एक बहुत विशियस साइकिल में हम लोग फंसे हुए हैं। हमको एक बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग पॉलिसी मेकिंग चाहिए, एक स्ट्रॉन्ग पॉलिसी चाहिए जहाँ पे NIFT, NID, IIT, विश्व भारती। सरप्राइजिंगली मैंने स्कूल के बाद ऐसा हुआ कि मैं शांति निकेतन आया, बैचलर्स किया। यहाँ से मुझे एक स्कॉलरशिप है, इनलैक्स स्कॉलरशिप, वो मिला। इनलैक्स लेके मैं इंग्लैंड गया। इंग्लैंड से कुछ टाइम मैं इटली में रहा, काम किया। उसके बाद NID में पढ़ाने के लिए आया। NID से ऑस्ट्रेलिया गया, न्यूजीलैंड गया, काफी घूमा। फिर वापस विश्व भारती में आके विश्व भारती बिकेम फर्स्ट सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी टू स्टार्ट अ डिजाइन प्रोग्राम। दिस इज सो सरप्राइजिंग एंड शॉकिंग। चाइना कभी भी हमसे आगे ही रहेगा क्योंकि हमारे पास डिजाइन को लेके एजुकेशन अम्ब्रेला में कोई पॉलिसी नहीं है। आप देखिए, मैं ही इस पूरे पैनल में ऐसा हूं जो UGC की तरफ से आता हूं, बाकी कोई भी एकदम यूनिवर्सिटी स्ट्रक्चर से आ नहीं रहा है डिजाइन पढ़ाने के लिए। हमारी यूनिवर्सिटीज में हम डिजाइन पढ़ाते नहीं हैं। हमारे स्कूलों में हम डिजाइन को एज अ सेपरेट सब्जेक्ट ही ट्रीट नहीं करते हैं। फाइन आर्ट्स है, म्यूजिक जैसे तैसे चल रहा है, पर क्रिएटिव सब्जेक्ट्स को लेके हमारी वो अवेयरनेस ही नहीं है। ये बहुत बड़ी लड़ाई थी जो NCERT ने लड़ी। कम से कम अभी एक बच्चा 11th 12th क्रिएटिव सब्जेक्ट्स को लेके कर सकता है, पर अभी भी माँ बाप का ही इतना प्रेशर है, अरे मेरे बच्चे को डॉक्टर बनाना है, अरे मेरे बच्चे को इंजीनियर बनाना है। तो आप यदि फाइन आर्ट सब्जेक्ट ऑफर भी करते हैं तो बच्चे लेने के लिए तैयार नहीं है, क्योंकि पेरेंट्स ही नहीं समझते कि ये कितने इंपॉर्टेंट सब्जेक्ट्स हैं, इसमें करियर बनाया जा सकता है। तो हमको एक बहुत बड़ी वृहद एक आंदोलन की जरूरत है जो पूरे एजुकेशन सिस्टम को रियोलिंग करे। न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी में इसको लेके मैं भी मेंबर रहा। न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी में इसको लेके हमने बहुत चिल्लाया, बहुत झगड़ा किया कि बच्चों को लिबर्टी देना होगा, खेलने की लिबर्टी देना होगा। ये शांति निकेतन में रविन्द्रनाथ टैगोर काफी पहले कर गए हैं। आज भी हमारी क्लासेस पेड़ के नीचे लगती हैं। This is so natural for us to conduct our classes in open air, under trees. ये अभी भी सारे देश में नहीं फैल पाया है, क्योंकि बच्चे को अभी भी हम एक कमोडिटी, एक प्रोडक्ट की तरह देख रहे हैं, रेस के घोड़े की तरह देख रहे हैं कि हर बच्चे को जीतना जरूरी है। एक गेम है तो गेम में हार या जीत एक इंपॉर्टेंट एलिमेंट है। Why can't we just play for playing sake? That doesn't happen. If there is a game, there has to be a winner, there has to be loser. Why? तो ये बहुत सारी चीजें हैं, बहुत सारी चीजें हमें विवेचना करनी पड़ेगी कि हम कैसा स्कूल व्यवस्था चाहते हैं, कैसी स्कूल व्यवस्था चाहते हैं, और इस स्कूल व्यवस्था में कौन लोग पढ़ाने वाले हैं, उनका क्या ये टॉय डिजाइन का ओरिएंटेशन है, यदि नहीं है तो हम कैसे वो ओरिएंटेशन ला सकते हैं, ये एक मुझे लगता है बड़ा चैलेंजिंग होगा। और इसको लेके थोड़ा ध्यान देने की हमको जरूरत है। एक बड़े पॉलिसी मेकिंग की जरूरत है जो टॉय डिजाइन, क्रिएटिव सब्जेक्ट डिजाइन को एजुकेशन में बहुत स्ट्रांगली पुश कर पाए। अदरवाइज हम ऐसे ही सेमिनार्स करते रहेंगे। ये सेमिनार कहीं मतलब बहुत सारे सेमिनार देखे हैं हमने, आई एम श्योर। हम ऐसे ही सेमिनार्स करते रहेंगे, हम चिल्लाते रहेंगे, मैं आपकी पीठ थपथपाऊंगा, आप बोलेंगे हाँ विशाल तुम बहुत अच्छा कर रहे हो। एंड हमारी 80% स्कूल अभी भी गांव में है। जो अरविंद गुप्ता जी का मॉडल है वहां यही इंपॉर्टेंट है कि गांव का बच्चा कैसे आप खेल खेल में पढ़ाया जा सकता है, हमको उसको एड्रेस करना है। अभी भी हम उसको एड्रेस नहीं कर पा रहे हैं। आपकी अभी भी बड़ी पॉपुलेशन गांव में रहती है, सरकारी स्कूलों में पढ़ती है। दिल्ली पब्लिक स्कूल मॉडल जो है वो अभी भी 20% बच्चों को ही हासिल है। 80% बच्चे अभी भी आपके गांव में हैं जिनके पास मोबाइल नहीं है। तो बड़ा समस्या ये है जो आज हमको एड्रेस करना है। नमस्कार, ये बोल के मैं अपना वक्तव्य।
Thanks so much. Thanks a lot, Vishal, for bringing many issues which are, extremely important and pertinent. That's the ground reality you're talking about. And, the silver lining for us is, I think, the motivation at the Ministry of Education to make changes. As Secretary Madam said in the morning, and I think the NEP 2020 is very forward-looking. We'll really take a very optimistic view of it. Yeah. I think that would be, it would definitely bring changes. And one of the things is that the structure of toy and game design, if it is, the essence of it is built into teaching and learning methods, it can make a world of difference. I really, truly believe in this. And I think we have a bit of time for questions. So maybe I can ask one question to each one of them. Jyotsna, is there a way public can ask questions? Otherwise, I'll ask.
I think there is no question in the chat box as such. The only concern which people have shown is about the gaming, like how it has created, over the last few years, generated violence and all that. So we have to switch over, I think, to the educational games more than the other. So that is the concern some of the audience has shown. Otherwise, as such, there is no question per se. Yeah. So Ravi, you can continue.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what I'll do is I'll ask, because there were very, very many good points raised by all the speakers. So what I'll do is that Austin, you talked about very nicely about the importance of play. Okay, so just wanted to ask you, in the design process, where do you bring this aspect, the structure of the play, the form of play, the type of play, while designing a game or a toy? How do you bring it into the design process?
So one is, so as part of our curriculum, we have a very fundamental course which happens right at the beginning, which is called Elements of Play. So where we, like Dr. Baral also said, so there is a lot of research work, a lot of in-depth work that has gone behind this concept, and a lot of frameworks that are there. But it becomes very difficult to just take something and directly apply to a product. But what we can decipher from all these frameworks is that that there are many varieties, many types of play, and it varies according to age. And over a period of time, what we do is we try to understand. So let's say if you are designing something for a user, if it's very user-centric, we try to understand their interests, which is not necessarily, we don't ask ki what aap kaun se khel ya kaun se toys khelte ho, kaun se games khelte ho. We try to understand what do they like to do. So let's say if they love to watch videos or watch small reels. So can that be then converted into some sort of experience where we are playing, and we are playing whether it is strategy or whether it is open-ended play or whether you're making your own videos. Because like I mentioned in the beginning, हमारा बहुत ज़्यादा focus वो end product पे चले जाता है, because those terms, toys and games resonate so much with everyone. हम वो play के बारे में कभी discuss ही नहीं करते. So what we also do is we look at various products that are there in the market and we try to understand what is it that makes it click. So for example, if you take a game like sports, like in sports, if you take football, what clicks in football? Is it the ability to have showcase your skills? For someone that is interesting. Is it the ability to strategize how to score the goal? Maybe that is important. For someone, managing a team is important, and for someone maybe just being able to run and expand their energy onto the field, and maybe that is important. So we try to find out these interesting elements which is different in every product that you see. So if it is something, if you take a Lego game of Lego, where product like Lego, where you're constructing and it is open-ended play, there is no limitation. Some people prefer that, working on puzzles and taking time and patiently doing something. And on the other hand, there could be another activity like which is very logic, very strategy oriented, like a game of chess, which is more structured. And जैसे विशाल जी ने भी बोला था कि there are games, some people prefer being competitive, but at the same time there are some people who prefer more of the unstructured form of play जहाँ पे कोई competition नहीं है, but it is open-ended. आपको जो बनाना है बनाओ and जो create करना है करो. So there's a lot of creation, and in that process a lot of learning. So understanding these elements from various experiences, we make a collection. Like we have like not a documented library of elements of play, but with every batch they discover their own. We instill this ability to observe these elements from around you and then use it in the product or in the design project that you're taking up. So whether it be for an adult or whether it be for a mother or for a teacher or for a small child. So accordingly, play comes into the picture at various stages. Research करते हैं तब, when you're making the idea then, and when you're testing it then, and so on and so forth. So that's how we introduce play into the process of design.
Thanks so much for that answer. So I'm going on to Dr. Diti Vyas. Okay, so you talked about very nicely about adult education, right? So the first thing which came to my mind was that we have so many people that need to be educated. Just look at literacy itself, right? How do you upscale something like that? Typically, when it involves play, it's nicely done in a small group. It's interactive, so it needs a lot of human resources, all that, but when you have to scale it up to something like at the national level, how do you do it? Do you have any thoughts on this?
Professor Ravi, in this context, I think the act of documentation and research becomes so very important. There's a lot of studies. There are a lot of studies on adult learning, but playful adult learning is still a very, very under-researched area. And the more we stand on the shoulders of the giants, somebody who has tried and tested something in a certain situation, if I can try and test and add my own perspective, add my own nuances to it, and if I keep collating, I feel it's a slow process, but I somehow am extremely big believer of the fact that the more we know what others are doing and the more we build on each other's strengths, that is the way of upscaling and also eliminating mistakes that might happen in the process. So I feel that a platform like this is an amazing networking platform where we all we are all building up our repository. I think it might be slow, but it might be firm and steady to walk that way.
Thanks so much, Diti. Yeah, and I think we're kind of running out of time now. Okay, so we got just 2 minutes left. Okay, so maybe what I'll do is that it's too short a time to ask questions, So maybe, Baral and then afterwards Swati and Vishal, you can do, if you ask me how can you do an end statement to our discussion, so you can just close the session with your remarks. So very briefly, can you put your two bit? Like, for example, again, you talked about an important aspect, right? Digital gaming and access to mobile phones and in the hands of so many people, it can do wonders if learning can also happen at the same time. So any comments on this? Short comments.
Right, sir. That my focus has been right now very much on the blended learning. I'm sure the blended learning or hybrid learning is not possible unless we champion the cause of pervasive learning, which is more of ambient learning, or you can say ubiquitous learning, where it learning becomes context aware, where the people, the gadgets, the technologies, the place, and the context all are network connected, and learning builds on that. I believe that now the technologies are very much available of the self. It's possible to that in that context to make learning context aware, which will be experiential, which will be grounded in reality, and which will be also fun, which involves Huizinga's famous concept of magic circle. That learning place or learners place, the pedagogical space context should be a kind of it looks utopian or ideal, but it is achievable, that it's a magic circle where learning is funful, learning is playful, and learning is all about a accomplishment, a mastery, a kind of a self-efficacy or competence building. Right. That's what my
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Baral. Just closing remarks from Swati.
Sure. So, yes, there is a big concern about digital space being kind of inhuman, or not having the same touches that you have in human interactions. But basically, I feel like digital spaces are great for building a community and communicating with each other on a very deeper level. Easier, faster communication can happen. So a digital space can be somewhere where prompts are given to people to go back into the real world, and also you can come back to have a community where you discuss things, where you discuss experiences from the real world. So in that way, I feel like we can use this playful nature of the digital space well, and it's not technology, it's us who are in control. So putting some control back into people's hands is where we should work for the future also. That's my 2 bits on it.
Yeah, thanks, Swati. Yeah, Vishal, over to you.
मैं बहुत ज्यादा कुछ नहीं बोलूंगा, जो मुझे बोलना था एक्चुअली बोल दिया।
that's right.
मुझे लगता है कि आईआईटी, एनआईडी और यूजीसी और एनसीईआरटी ये मिलके एक कलेक्टिव प्लेटफॉर्म बनाए, जहाँ पे ये टॉय को लेके एक्सटेंसिव काम किया जा सकता है। ये क्योंकि एक प्लेटफॉर्म पे नहीं हो रहा है, इसलिए हर पॉकेट में इंडिविजुअली अच्छा काम हो रहा है, बट वो कलेक्टिवनेस नहीं दिखती, और इसलिए वो सोसाइटी में पर्क्यूलेट नहीं हो रहा। सोसाइटी में यदि पर्क्यूलेट करना है तो ये कलेक्टिव एक साथ होना बहुत 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 जरूरी है, नहीं तो ये कभी भी हम रिजल्ट नहीं देख पाएंगे इसका, मतलब इट वुड बी वेरी डिफिकल्ट।
Yeah, thanks Vishal, very very important point. I think it's for the conference to take note that we need to consolidate our efforts and make documentation, make it available. So let me close the session. Big thank you to Jyotsna ma'am here for organizing the conference and inviting all of us to be on this platform. I think we've had a fruitful discussion.
Yes.
So over to you, Jyotsna.
Thank you. Thank every one of you, each one of you, to address some very very important aspects of toy design education and how we can take it. And I agree that we need to create synergies between all these institutions and take it to the next level where it can percolate down to each and every child in the society. So we all have to work together, and we look forward to it. I thank Ravi, I thank Austin, Diti, then Baralji, Vishal, and Swati, every one of you. Thanks a lot for putting up your views, which were very, very important for our webinar. Thank you. Thanks. And now we have some videos, so those who are there, the teachers and the others can just continue looking at some very good practices which are there in the schools. And these are, one is from the Kendriya Vidyalaya Sangathan, how KVS is taking this forward. There is a short film we have got. And another is by one of the cluster of public schools in Delhi, presented by Dr. Jyoti Gupta. So we will have a look at these two films. Yes. Thank you. Thanks, all of you.
Thank you to all the panelists for an engaging and fruitful discussion. For our final presentations of the day, we have Dr. Jyoti Gupta and KVS to walk us through some of the dynamics of toy-based pedagogy and how it can help the learners to explore, imagine, create, and express themselves in a stress-free environment.
This is Radha Venkatesan, Headmistress, Kendriya Vidyalaya AFS Solur. It's a pleasure for me to talk on toy-based pedagogy. Toys and playway method have been an integral part of TLP, Teaching Learning Practices in Kendriya Vidyalayas, for many years now. Now the shift is on TBP because toys can be a primary resource in achieving the learning outcome, learning of a concept in the classroom. Toys give maximum pleasure to a child. A rattler shown in front of a 6-month-old baby makes a baby feel so happy because it's discovering new colors, new sound, new movement. When such a small toy has a scope for so much of discovery, then imagine the mind-boggling discoveries that may happen if we have toys in our daily classroom teaching. So, because learning is self-directed, while playing with the toy, the child learns how to learn. There is experiment, there is testing of boundaries and beyond the boundaries, inference, so what not. And it will not be a wonder if the return of the toy multiplies the joy. Return of the toy to the classrooms multiply the joy. We, some of the teachers of KV, HMs and PRTs, were trained by Mahatma Gandhi International School faculty members in 3 phases, after which we implemented TBP on trial basis, and we have shared our experiences, challenges and ways to overcome these challenges in this video. Please watch.
The park name is Gandhiji Park. Today is Gandhi Jayanti. That's why new park. Are you Gandhiji? Yes, I'm Gandhiji. I was one among the Indians who fought with the Britishers to make this country. My full name is Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi. Good morning, children. Good morning, ma'am. Do you know about Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose? No, ma'am. Okay, now listen carefully. See? This is the picture of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose. Subhash Chandra Bose was an Indian nationalist and freedom fighter whose patriotism made him a hero in India.
पिकाचू कौन से कलर का होता है पिकाचू? येलो येलो ही होगा. निकालो हाथ. ये पिकाचू नहीं है. ये क्या है? डॉग ना. उधर दिखाओ, उधर टॉय इधर दिखाओ सामने. हाँ 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 ठीक है. इधर दिख लिया पीछे. अभी छुपा लिया. मैंने छुपा लिया. ओके. तो देवाश चीजें बताओ अपने टॉय के बारे में जल्दी से।
वो चलती है जमीन पे।
वो जमीन पे चलती है, 1 और
उसमें लोग बैठते हैं।
लोग उसमें बैठते हैं
और उसमें अपन नाना के यहाँ जाते हैं।
If he fails, then the other people will get a chance. Now let's look. Here is the writer, here is the observer, and here I'm the commentator. Yes, don't forget that. Start. Now the game is going to start. 3, 2, 1, start. 1 attempt fail. 1, 2 attempt fail. He's trying his best. Whoa! Goal.
देखो देखो क्या वो पेड़ है, चादर ओढ़े या खड़ा कोई। हे देखो देखो क्या वो पेड़ है, चादर ओढ़े या खड़ा कोई। बारिश है या आसमान ने छोड़ दिए हैं नल खुले कहीं।
Dancing is not hard at all. Dancing is not hard at all. Whether you are big or small, come and dance with me. Come and dance with me.
Good morning. This is my climbing butterfly. This is made up of thin wire, cardboard, and some beads.
So, all of you have brought toys. Let me see. What all things you have got? A Rubik cube, puppet, building blocks, that too in different shapes. Wow. First, you all do one thing. Observe your toy and write its properties like color, shape, number of sides, material with which it is made, edges, corners, etc.
This is my silly sister. She is the naughtiest person in the world. Mother, your baby is silly. She is so very childish. When we go out, she thinks the stars and the street lights are same. अरे का देश मेरा हरियाणा, दूध दही माखन का खाना, रहना सहना सड्डा बाण।
Morning, namaskar to all the viewers. I'm Pooja Bhalla from KV number 2, Jammu Kant. Apart from enjoying, I had a challenge. What was the challenge? What was the challenge? The challenge was, supposing this is a toy, how to link this toy to various disciplines was the greatest challenge. Next, the most important thing is how to overcome this challenge. Using these props can easily, solve your problems. But what about linking these particular props to various subjects? After using my long experience in KVS and using this toy-based pedagogy, I could come only to one solution. And that solution is that 4 specific modules, subject modules should be prepared for English, Hindi, mathematics and EVS. What is the implication of this toy in English, in Hindi, maths and EVS?
From this short glimpse of toy-based pedagogy in Kendriya Vidyalayas, it's very clear that the shift is going to be a paradigm one, of course with some challenges, but with meticulous planning, constant monitoring and periodic reflection, definitely the desired result may be achieved. Looking forward for more of toy-based pedagogy.
Namaskar. I'm Dr. Jyoti Gupta, Director and Founder TPS Cyberbud and Director Principal KR Mangalam World School GK2. I'm here to present the joyful classrooms through toy-based pedagogy. The new National Education Policy 2020 encourages the adoption of innovative pedagogies in our classrooms. Toy-based pedagogy creates an environment of joyful learning in our classrooms. The children are able to make connections in an enabling environment which brings in aha moments. Childhood treasures, a tale of legacy, nostalgia, and rich heritage of indigenous toys. These innate objects and games are not just a source of happiness and entertainment for the young, but also a way to teach them how to develop their minds and understanding towards real life. Unlike the fancy and the expensive toys which are sold today, since time immemorial, traditional toys have been designed on the basis of how a child would react to them and how it would be applicable in the real life. We can say that it bridges the gap from the unawareness to consciousness. Children learn as they play, and in turn, they actually learn how to learn. To see our learners find solutions to varied challenges, we need to bring in the flexibility in our teaching methodology. Let's open our doors for our curious and intelligent minds with these indigenous toys like kite, lattu, gulel, and dart to move away from the rote learning into a more constructive, collaborative, integrative, and reflective approach. Toy-based pedagogy is one of the most interesting and innovative pedagogies as it helps the learners to explore, to imagine, to observe, to create, express, and engage themselves in a stress-free environment. It also makes learning experiential, holistic, integrated, discovery-oriented, flexible, and joyful. It creates a space that can be used to link the new concepts by using toys in a strategic manner and enhancing the cognitive, psychomotor, and emotional development of every learner. It's inclusive and equitable. Quality promotes lifelong learning opportunities for all and paves a path to connect with their cultural roots. We have used toys like top, kite, catapult, and dartboard in our school, and we have seen the children getting engaged in a classroom. While playing these, they have attained the learning outcomes, not just easily, but also joyfully. A traditional game like a spinning top or lattu was once a toy of interest for children. When the child plays this game, he or she learns the concept of spinning and gyroscopic effect, which combines the universal laws of inertia and momentum, friction and gravity, and transference of potential to kinetic energy. Students will be able to understand the mechanism of torque, different movements like rotation, revolution, angular momentum, angular acceleration, and velocity.
The spinning top is used to explain the difference between rotational and circular motion. As when I play lattu, I learn the concepts of spinning and gyroscopic effect, which combine the universal laws of inertia and momentum, friction and gravity, and the transference of potential to kinetic energy. This game will help me understand the mechanism of torque. It will enhance my collaboration, problem solving, creative and critical thinking skills, and make me a better engineer for creative toys and models to further explore science concepts and deepen my understanding. A spinning top top, I will be able to learn the concept of rotation of a body and differentiate between rotational and circular motion. I will also be able to apply concepts of center of mass and angular motion in daily life with reasoning while decision making and solving problems. Further, the concept of rotation and revolution of Earth will also be clear to me.
Kites are a source of recreation since the bygone days. It has been used for practical purpose, seen in aerial ballet, and sometimes as a part of competition. How a kite gains lift is similar to how an airplane gains lift. The wind blows in the direction of the kite and somewhat underneath it. This creates the uplift. Sometimes it is necessary to run while pulling the kite behind, as this creates the apparent wind, which enables the lift and pushes the kite up. Students will develop communication skills, experience the teamwork, and in process also develop psychomotor and cognitive skills. They will also experience the associated skills which could lead to learning to take risks. The kite flying activity would help the children learn how to drag forces, uplift, gravity, and wind pressure helps the objects to fly.
Kites have a long and varied history, and many different types are flown individually and collectively at many festivals worldwide. The kite uses both mathematics and physics. The kite works on the principle of dynamic lift and uses the concepts of center of mass and angular motion. To get a kite airborne, it is sometimes necessary to run while pulling the kite behind you. This creates apparent wind, which creates lift and pushes the kite up. The kite is a quadrilateral with two different pairs of adjacent sides that are equal in length and having only one line of symmetry. This fun activity will help me explore, imagine, observe, create, express, and engage in a stress-free environment, further enhancing my creative and critical thinking skills to understand new scientific concepts using toys in a strategic manner.
Today, I am going to discuss what learning outcomes a class 11 student can infer from the flying of a kite. Just like how the wings of an airplane generate lift, the kite also generates lift, and the equation for that lift can be taken from fluid mechanics, that is, Bernoulli's equation. However, it only works if air is taken to be a non-viscous, incompressible fluid, and that the flow of air is streamlined. Also, the strings of a kite should be tied in a particular manner to make sure that the overall string is tied to the center of mass of the kite, to ensure maximum control over it and to minimize rotation.
Darts are a form of aim and strike games popular amongst the children around the world. A dartboard improves the hand-eye coordination in the learners. When playing regularly, the game undeniably develops precision and accuracy. These games helps to improve concentration, relieve stress, and improve the mathematical skills and social skills. This toy will help the students to understand the concept of projectile motion, angle of projection, motion of a particle in 2 dimensions, maximum height, horizontal range, and time of flight.
My friends and I have been playing darts for a few days. They say that math and science has nothing to do with the scores I get on the dartboard. Using a simple dartboard, we can learn that the trajectory of a projectile is parabola, which can give us much more information than we already require. By calculating the velocity of the dart in opposition to air resistance, we can accurately calculate where our dart is going to land. Not only that, I can predict the percentages of my winning by looking at the dartboard, and from what I see, I'm about to hit a bullseye. Using a simple dartboard, a class 7 student can learn about odd and even numbers. A class 8 student can learn about probability and percentages and how to calculate them. A class 9th and a 10th student can learn about motion, velocity, and momentum. A class 11 student can explain the projectile motion and its relationship with parabola. A simple dartboard, but something for every age.
Let's look at gulail as a toy. A catapult or gulail is a small hand-powered projectile tool. It has proven to be a very effective weapon during the ancient times, capable of inflicting great damage, drive away, and hunt small birds. It consists of a Y-shaped frame held with 2 natural rubber strips or tubes attached to the upper 2 ends. The other ends of the strips lead back to a pocket that holds the projectile. It basically makes use of stored energy to hurl a projectile, the payload, without the use of an explosive. The 3 primary energy storage mechanisms are tension, torsion, and gravity. Students will be able to understand the concept of tension and angle of projection.
The science behind a catapult is the use of stored energy to hurl a projectile.
While using a catapult, I observed motion in 2 different directions, both horizontal as well as vertical, while also understanding the concept of conservation of energy. It also helped me explore the effect the launch angle has over a distance an object travels. Some of the skills I developed are critical thinking, analytical thinking, problem solving, as well as quantitative reasoning.
In the end, I would like to say that toys and games not only make learning joyful, but also help the learners to gain competency-based learning. It captures the thrill, increases curiosity of learners, and builds character. This hands-on experience is sure to benefit our students in the long run and help them enhance their knowledge and skills. Thank you.